Hello. What's going on, everybody? Pee pee poo poo bum bum and such. That's better. Oh. No, you are not banned. Kiss me, VG. Well, I don't know how I'd go about doing that. Not exactly close by. Vince Goodrum banned you from his channel? Why? Why'd that happen? Low tier god loses $15,000 after Pay Pig betrays him. What's that green powder you used to drink? Is it moringa? I don't recall ever drinking a green powder. Any summer vlogs coming up? Probably. I'm definitely gonna make some more like training vlogs and shit. I just don't go out much. Like it's really the problem.
I'll just say Rick Porter Park. What happened? I just don't understand why people come here, act like a major supporter, and then just pull dumb. It's always some when it comes to me. I don't know what the fuck, but the nigga definitely rug pulled all the fucking candies on Emerald. Yeah, I was like, without saying too much, I was just like, where did XYZ go? I'm calling this, calling that, checking this, checking that. And the first thing that popped up into my head was like,
fucking shitcock, show yourself!
This shit gotta be a rug pull. So I go through all my shit, I finally get the answers from what I need. Nigga rug pull all the candies. That shit low-key fucked up my whole day. But I mean, I'm still gonna come in here and do what I do. But I was just like, bro, when you see a certain amount of money come out of your account, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know how Emerald let that shit pop, but I'm just like, bro, I damn near wanted to stop multi casting on some real honest shit. But I was just like, yeah, bro, I checked my shit, nigga. I'm like, see a huge chunk of money gone. I'm like, bro, is this shit a scam? Like, what the fuck? What the?
I think the reason the video quality is like this is because it's zoomed into his cam. So he has like a cam in the corner of his screen, and then he has other shit, but then the person who edited this zoomed in. I'm not sure though.
Remember that Grace chick you debated who smoked ciggies and was accused of fucking her dad?
Oh. Her.
Knickers in my faction don't like axing questions. Strictly gun testing, coke measuring. Giving pleasure in the Benzito, hitting fanny, spending chips at Manny's. Hope you creeps got receipts, my peeps get dirty like cleats. Niggers deceased, may you rest in peace.
Well, those are some sick rhymes, Cam. Thanks for the donation, dude. My gym took away the heavy bag because there was a massive brawl with retards. That does, in fact, sound retarded. As of 5 minutes ago, I have successfully filed a lawsuit in Miami-Dade Civil Circuit Court against Destiny for defamation and intentional infliction of emotional distress. Defamatory statements and intentional infliction of emotional damage. Emotional damage. So what did... Oh, geez. I'm filing pro se. Okay. So she just wants to do this for attention, and does she have a GoFundMe for this stupid thing? She has a Cash App. Yeah, Amazon wish list. So she's just doing this for attention, and this might also be a scam for fucking money, and like, oh, send me money on Cash App to help with the legal fees, da-da-da. Yeah, this isn't serious. So what is she alleging? What is the allegation? Grace is a fucking idiot.
The Manchester server is now a fully active PvP zone. This is why PvP was added and which clan to definitely avoid. So everyone knows that the centre of the Manchester POI, Crocodile Gardens, is the main spawn for PvP players. Although we have always seen the Homeless clan dominating this POI, this clan seems to be getting bigger. But here's the thing, these players are not the meta anymore, because recently a new player class has spawned in the gardens and it's completely taken over the game. The VPN player. These players use a VPN to server hop into the UK servers and then free roam in the main POIs. VPN players are becoming increasingly more aggressive to normal passive players, and it seems like the server mods don't care. These players also tend to lurk in massive clans, so landing in Crocodile Gardens solo is not advised. Good luck.
Yeah, it's funny too, because the UK wants to, like, do weird shit with VPNs. But, yeah, apparently VPN IRL players, that's all good. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Alright.
Like, what the fuck happened?
No, I'm not going to bother playing the Battlefield 6 open beta. Apparently, like, nobody can even get in. There's, like, massive fucking wait times and server queues.
Not sure what exactly she's alleging yet, suit isn't public yet. But I'd bet it has something to do with saying she fucks her dad lol.
Yeah, that's most likely. Again, just attention, I guess. It's all this is about. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
So I'm calling my bank. I'm looking on Reddit. I'm looking up all types of shit. I did a claim, everything. Like, I don't know what the fuck. And then, yeah. And then Emerald basically confirmed that it was a rug pull. Yeah, bro. A big chunk of the Emerald money, finito. I'm like, I guess fuck everything I was doing is like, like 95% of it gone, which is crazy. Like, Twitch doesn't work like that. I remember this nigga tried that shit on me back in the day, like some years ago. Nigga dropped hella candies, tried to rug pull me. Twitch was like, nope. But I guess on Emerald, somebody could rug pull and anything you got, they just gonna evaporate it from your shit. Like, which doesn't even make any fucking sense. Like, bro, what's gone is gone. You feel me? I contacted him on the court. I'm like, bro, did you rug pull?
That's really fucking weird that on Twitch you can charge back for like many donations over a period of time.
I'm like, if I fucking, you know what I mean?
Okay, this shit is fucking hilarious. This was actually diabolical. John Bravo is a fucking genius.
Morons out there that watch fake news. One guy wrote me like, where's your Bugatti?
So Wes Watson's going broke. You know, everybody knows about like the stupid scam. They know he's not like as rich as he claims. He's got the criminal trial coming up and a civil lawsuit against the guy that he sued. And I think there's like some weird shit with his ex-girlfriend going on too.
810er drinking a green powder, was it moringa?
That's not a green powder. That's a water bottle. I might have put in some like Crystal Light flavoring in it. Just some like artificial flavoring thing, but that was not a green powder. Thanks for the donation though, Reese. So anyway, long story short, Wes Watson doesn't have as much cash as he used to, and he's selling his Bugatti. I'm not sure if he even like technically owned it or like what the deal is with it. I don't know if he was financing it or something. And he's trying to get it sold to a new person so that he can get rid of the financing contract. I have no idea. But either case, he has a Bugatti. He's selling it. And he's trying to lie, saying he's not selling his Bugatti, and why would I sell my Bugatti when I'm rich and loaded, and, you know, all that. And John Bravo just totally exposed him here.
It's like, dude, it's right here.
I'm going to explain to you why this ass stowing his car in his garage. Well, there was a portion of that phone call that I made with the dealer that I didn't put out, and I left it in my back pocket because I knew what I was going to do. And in that portion, which I'm going to play it for you.
Yeah. So he proved Wes Watson was selling his car, and he recorded a conversation with a dealership. And he deliberately left out a section that, you know, of the conversation he had with the dealership because he knew Wes Watson was going to come up with a really stupid lie. And then he was going to be able to prove that he's lying later.
Bugatti, ha ha ha. It's like, dude, it's right here. It's 12:48 on Wednesday, Eastern time.
What an asshole.
There's the Bugatti right there. You guys.
Fake news.
You need to stop watching
I'll show you
fake
fake news, you piece of shit.
Peggy Watson, that micro-endowed, bougie bitch, piece of shit, was caught trying to hide his most prized possession of his life, the thing that defines his whole existence, his whole image on social media, and the thing that matches his whole life. Orange purses, orange watches, even orange sharmutas, and that's his orange Bugatti. He's so insecure, he's been trying his best to hide it from the internet that he's selling the thing because he doesn't want people to think that he's going broke. So instead of, you know, trying to sell it like a normal human, no, he has to lie, he has to sneak around because he thought he was going to get away. But no, I caught his ass.
The owner of this orange Bugatti is a very, very private person. He doesn't like his business out there like that.
And now he's doubling down on his lie, trying to say that I put out fake news and it's not true, right? But what he doesn't know is I have another conversation to show everybody, and when he sees this one, he's gonna learn to shut the fuck up. So the next day after I put out my video exposing, that he was trying to hide that he was selling it on the internet, he put out a...
Did you get your testosterone test? Did you have to pay for the test, or did OHIP cover it?
I got my testosterone tested along with other biomarkers. It was at 540 for the total. I also requested some other things, IGF-1 being one of them, and they did charge me extra because some of the tests weren't covered by OHIP. I think the IGF-1 wasn't covered by OHIP, and there might have been one or two others, but most of everything else was covered by OHIP. So, like the lipid panel, stuff like that. I'm not sure if testosterone is covered by OHIP, but I know for sure the IGF-1 wasn't. Thanks for the donation, though, Sanderbling.
A story on his Instagram, right? And he's saying, I'm fake news, don't believe it. And he points at the Bugatti in his garage, and he says, look, I still have it.
Hey, you morons out there that watch fake news. One guy wrote me like, where's your Bugatti? Ha ha ha. It's like, dude, it's right here. It's 12:48 on Wednesday, Eastern time. There's the Bugatti right there. You guys, you need to stop watching fake news.
Now this asshole says I'm fake news, right? Well, let me ask you a question, Peggy. Why 50...
Retard donated $3. Let me see. In an unbelievable movement, Trump says that undocumented workers are born to work in the fields. These people do it naturally. Sounds weird. Cam Donatillers, are you getting your gear off the dark web or some shit? How do you get that in Ontario? It's not off the dark web. It's very easy to order steroids online. Canada is a lot like the UK. Pretty much any drug is legal here. You can take steroids. Cops will never prosecute you. It's not like the United States where if you have illegal drugs in your possession, they can charge you with it. Here, you can literally take whatever drugs you want. They're just not going to prosecute. It is illegal to sell these drugs, quote unquote, and by legal I put that in quotations because, again, this has been a trend over the last decade. The police seem to be not giving two fucking shits about sales of illegal drugs, especially psychedelic drugs. That's kind of how marijuana became legalized. Just slowly over time, the police stopped giving a fuck, and then they ended up legalizing it. Similar thing is happening with magic mushrooms right now. There's literally brick and mortar stores that are selling magic mushrooms. And I live in the capital city of Canada, Ottawa. You can go to downtown Ottawa, 5-10 minutes away from the Parliament building, and there are stores that are selling magic mushrooms, and it literally says on the front of the store, magic mushrooms. So the police don't do anything about it. So yeah, Canada's a lot like the UK, only they're even more lax when it comes to regulating drugs. And the source that I'm getting it from, they do third-party testing, and I know what I'm getting is equivalent to what you'd get from a pharmacy. But thanks for the donation though, KM.
back to their country with a pass back in legally, and we're doing things that are very difficult to do and very complex, but it works really well. We're sending them back, and then they're schooling, they're learning, they're coming in legally. We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody, these people, you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it? These are very, in many ways, they're very, very special people. Okay, go ahead.
No, okay, so.
What the fuck? What a bizarre thing to say. So Trump is not going to deport illegal immigrants that are working on farms. I guess that's good, I guess. Justin, Trump to withhold disaster funding for states and cities who boycott Israel. I mean, I have to say that I don't see an issue with that.
Kennedy Jr. here, your HHS secretary. At HHS, we have a division called the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, or BARDA. BARDA drives some of our most advanced scientific research. It funds developments of vaccines, drugs, diagnostics, and other tools to fight emerging diseases and national health threats. Over the past few weeks, BARDA reviewed 22 mRNA vaccine development investments and began canceling them. Let me explain why. Most of these shots are for flu or COVID, but as the pandemic showed us, mRNA vaccines don't perform well against viruses
That is not true.
that infect the upper respiratory tract.
That is
Here's
not
the
true.
problem. mRNA only codes for a small part of the viral proteins, usually a single antigen.
So, one, it can do whatever the fuck you want it to do. And two, you don't need it to code for the entire viral protein.
One mutation and the vaccine becomes ineffective. This time,
again, that's not true. We've seen what happened with some of the COVID variants.
dynamic drives a phenomena called antigenic shift, meaning that the
by the way, traditional vaccines that we use for flus, this is an issue if the virus mutates. So there are usually about a dozen different flu strains each year. And there's two that are most that are the most prevalent, which take up 80% of cases. And depending on what vaccine they make, it may be less effective than a vaccine from the previous year because they didn't correctly predict what strain is going to be the most predominant. And that has nothing to do with mRNA technology.
Vaccine, paradoxically, encourages new mutations and can actually prolong pandemics as
No, none of this is true.
The virus constantly mutates to escape the protective effects of the vaccine. Millions of people, maybe even you or someone you know, caught the Omicron variant despite being vaccinated. That's because a single mutation can make mRNA vaccines ineffective.
What does he mean by ineffective?
The same risk applies to flu. After reviewing the science and consulting top experts at NIH and FDA, HHS has determined that mRNA technology poses more risks than benefits for these respiratory viruses.
I can guarantee you he walked in and said, "Hey, everyone, I just learned that mRNA vaccines are haunted, and we're injecting ghosts into our children, and that's why they're all getting autism, because the ghosts are taking over their brain. Like,
That's
is
why, after
retarded.
extensive review, BARDA has begun the process of terminating these 22 contracts totaling just under $500 million. To replace the troubled mRNA programs, we're prioritizing the development of safer, broader vaccine strategies, like whole virus vaccines and novel platforms that don't collapse when viruses mutate.
All right, well, that's RFK Jr. He's not very bright. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. E donated $2. Oh.
It was just on my normal every single day run.
Meow.
I'm not a cat person.
I shouldn't have done meow.
To be like, you need to come pick me up. Well, I only made it a couple miles today. We're thinking of naming it, and
Yes, you have gotten a cat.
now I feel like I'm keeping it.
He chose you.
The dog we were most worried
Oh.
about is honestly the best dog with Sam.
Oh my
He's
goodness.
making our family bigger. And we're not looking to have pets as possible, I guess, is okay.
That's a kitty. That's a nice kitty. I've had that happen before.
Man, I'm so hungry I could eat a...
Oh, sorry. Don't mind me.
Anyway, I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. Wait, was that a...
I identify as a horse, and this offends me.
The f*** did you even come from?
I identify as offend, and this horse is me.
I offend horses. Identify me.
I think the main question should be, why would you eat a horse if you were tired?
Do you guys realize we're talking about cannibalism?
I got the horses in the bag. Horse stock is a tag.
My bad for talking, I guess.
I've lost the plot, dude.
I guess you could say they're just horsing around.
That's not very good. Watch this movie. Oh yeah, Jacob's Ladder. I've wanted to watch that for a while. For whatever fucking reason, it's not on Canada YouTube. I've wanted to watch that. It's hard to find anywhere that streams it. I haven't been able to find a download for it. Thanks for the donation, though, E.
15 minutes after I put out my video, did you call people, I'm not mentioning their names, screaming your head off and going crazy like the lunatic you are, right? And then magically, the ad was taken down, right? And then all of a sudden, you wanted my video taken down too. So if I'm fake news, why did you try to do that? And you know what else that shows me? 15 minutes after my video's out, it only took 15 minutes, and you started screaming your head off.
Whoa. Wes Watson is watching John Bravo's YouTube channel like a fucking hawk. And he is a fucking liar, clearly. Are you playing the Battlefield 6 beta? No. Usually these beta things are terrible. Like, they're glitchy and shit. The worst one was the Battlefield 3 beta. That was fucking horrific. Nightmarish. And on top of that, the game's gonna come out soon anyway, and I've also heard there's like a lot of long wait times with the server queues. Retard donated $2. Destiny featured on CNN.
I just got Kirk! Yeah, I just got escorted from Kirk, baby!
We're in Tampa, Florida for Turning Point.
Alright, we'll watch that next. Thanks for the donation, retard. That looks funny.
You must be a big fan of the channel, asshole. Now, the most important part, I'm going to explain to you why.
Internet historian dropped a 90-minute vid on the Suez Canal disaster where a cargo ship caused tens of billions of dollars of damage. Maybe we'll watch that later. Maybe. Yeah, AG1 is a scam supplement. It's just total bullshit. You may as well just like eat cardboard or something. What's your body fat right now? Are you still cutting? I think it's about the same as it was before. Somewhere between like 10-12%. Since going on steroids, August 1st, so it's been 7 days now, I've gained 6 pounds. But I haven't changed my diet. So some of that is likely going to be water weight or something, but I think I look more muscular. If anything, I think I look a little leaner, and I've definitely gotten a little stronger already.
This asshole showing his car in his garage. Well, there was a portion of that phone call that I made with the dealer that I didn't put out, and I left it in my back pocket because I knew what this asshole's gonna do. And in that portion, which I'm gonna play it for you, you know what the dealer tells me? He goes, he's a very motivated seller, and it's on consignment. So if you want to arrange to come down and take a look at the car, he'll come down and bring the car down.
Anyone called for a Bugatti in general, and just to like send them a picture or video of the car so they can check it out. But on the internet, he'd rather not have his specific color listed, because then you get linked back to him, because there's only like 3 or 4 people in the whole world with that color of that car. So, you know, it's very easy to do the math. If you guys want to come look at the car in person, you know, it's available. We can have it brought in whenever. The seller's motivated to sell it, so that's...
Vegan Cat donated $2. Do you feed Gum Gum Benevo? Yes. You have any vegan treats you give him? If so, what treats? No, haven't given him any treats. I might give him like a little bit of extra Benevo as a snack or something. But that cat does not need to be eating any more food, I can guarantee you. He is insane and will not stop eating. And you could give him an infinite amount of food and he will not stop, and you will only encourage him more to yell at you for more food. But yeah, I feed him Benevo. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Cat.
You know, if you guys want to come check it out, I can definitely make that happen.
So of course, Peggy, you're gonna have the car in your garage because it's on consignment, asshole.
One guy wrote me like, "Where's your Bugatti?" Ha ha ha. It's like, dude, it's right here. It's 12:48 on Wednesday, Eastern time. There's the Bugatti right there. You guys, you need to stop watching fake news.
You know, I was looking at this whole situation and I was like, you know, what life lessons can we all learn from this?
Bro. It's so funny when these people are so stupid, you know exactly what they're going to do and you can plan ahead of time and just make them even look that much dumber. Cucks donated $2. Did you react to this bullshit yet?
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of iDubbbz Complains. I am coming to you live from Barcelona, Spain. If you guys aren't familiar with Barcelona, I recommend you keep your eyes on them, because they're looking like a pretty hot team this year. Well, I know the season's coming to a close, but let's just say that some of my boys on the inside have told me that they have been taking steroids, which is going to improve their soccer performance. Today's episode of iDubbbz Complains.
is probably gonna be stupid. I have not seen this shit yet.
Like, you don't drink, right?
No, I don't drink. And I don't smoke.
Nothing.
Just suck. I can't believe I'm getting this because I know like my family's gonna watch this, so I'm like mortified just thinking about it. But I already like sucking dick. I love sucking Logan's dick for some reason. And I'm not trying to gas him up. He has a really nice suckable dick.
What? Okay. Your neck looks bigger, especially more defined. Holy dude, so many androgens there, so it makes sense it would be influenced most by T. I don't know if my neck has gotten any bigger. It's only been a week. Like, I was looking in the mirror, I do think my muscles look larger and more pumped up, and the weights do feel, like, easier, especially lower body. Like, my legs, especially. Things are just moving easier. Global warming activists standing on ice with nooses around their necks. I get it. I'm just not convinced any of this really does anything. Like, so put things into perspective. Like, we're literally seeing consequences from global warming. Probably the most like widely, publicized and notable and maybe most destructive so far are the wildfires. It has destroyed like billions of dollars in property, fucking killed I don't know how many fucking people. So these wildfires are not enough to convince, anybody to commit to like climate action. But this is going to convince people to commit to climate action. It's basically the same argument that these, it's like the people who say the US was bad for bombing Nagasaki and Hiroshima in World War II. Like, the US never should have used nukes. Their whole argument was, oh, well, we could have made Japan capitulate by using less violent means. Well, there were already worse bombings that killed more loss of civilian life in World War II before the bombings, and even after the bombings, after the nuclear bombs fell. The Japanese government still did not want to capitulate, and they were determined to fighting to the last man. It was only the Japanese emperor that wanted to capitulate and surrender. So, yeah, like, what is this going to do when people already are living through, some of these climate change events, like, forest fires, billions of dollars in property lost. I don't know how many people have been killed. There's also like the crazy storms, really erratic weather, hurricanes and stuff. Like, that is not convincing people to commit to, any kind of climate action. But yeah, these little stupid public stunts will. So it is what it is.
Tails, check it out. The cool cat is back.
I gooned, but I couldn't come. Any tips? I'm a woman. Maybe try using glitter.
Tails.
These are very weird.
Tails, check it out.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, iCucks. Retard donated $2. Candace was on Piers doubling down on Macron's wife being a man and accepted a $300K bet from Piers about it. Watch it later if you run out of other ments.
I don't think
Yeah, apparently the lawsuit is in fact going through, and that actually reminds me, Legal Eagle made a video about it. Dude, this is just psychotically stupid. So fucking stupid. Candace Owens is dumb as fuck, bro. I hope she really, really loses money over that. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Asshole, right? And no, it's not running around with purses or high heels or orange sharmutas and these types of things, no. But this asshole's life, if you look at it, it all revolves around the obsession with material possessions. And usually as you get older in life, you know, we all go through phases. You get to a point where you realize that those things don't make you truly happy in life. And it's sad to see that this asshole hasn't reached to that point yet. And his image, right, revolving around material things and what he thinks about what others think of him, it's controlled his whole life. I mean, think about it. From the 7-foot monster situation all the way to what we see now with the orange Bugatti trying to hide it. His insecurity and his caring about what others think about him is going to be the downfall to his entire life. Now I'm going to close this with a final message to the Peggy bitch, okay? You should have learned by now all these videos that I've made, right? Pointing out your lies and your sneaky bullshit, right? And the one thing you don't want to do is call me a liar, call me fake news, and try to fuck with my reputation. Because if you do, I'm just gonna make another video and show everyone more things that you're lying about. And
I wonder how long Wes Watson will be around for. Because the criminal case does not look good for him, and he also has that civil case. Oh boy. What an idiot. Like, things were going fairly okay for him, and then he just had to beat somebody up for no reason.
Is all about immigration and xenophobia.
What millimeter guard length did you trim your head to today? Looks a lot better than before. I think it's 7 millimeters. I don't know if it's in millimeters. There's a setting and it's got a number on it. I don't know if it's in millimeters, but yeah, I just put it on number 7.
And racism and TikTok and the TikTokification of xenophobia. The interest in this topic was spurred on from a guy named Kurt Kaz. Now, this guy Kurt Kaz, he is a travel vlogger. So you would think with all of the traveling around the world, that would really open your mind to different cultures, different ways of life, and how we're all just people trying to live. But unfortunately, he's a great example of how you can travel the world, and as long as your mind is fucking closed, everything you see is just gonna confirm your biases.
Look at this. Look at the fucking states of the city. This is Rome, guys.
Like the Casbah.
This looks like in Bangladesh or something. Look at this, guys.
What do you mean, or something? I would like to hear more, but you're just saying it looks like Bangladesh. Is that because there's people from Bangladesh here? Or are you just assuming where people are from? There's a lot of people with brown skin in the world, and they don't all come from Bangladesh. I don't know, do they have fresh fruit and vegetables in Bangladesh? I mean, that's one indication it might look like Bangladesh. I've seen
Bro is quite literally lobotomized. Funny listening to someone who isn't from Europe telling everyone what Europe is like. Pay your coaches the money you owe them. American that fled to Canada to postpone the inevitable lawsuit from his complete failure of a boxing event is telling a European what Europeans should look like. I'm still searching for the positive comments. Dude, he is hated. Hated at this point. Son Goku donated $2. The comment section basically proves how retarded and delusional most fitness coaches are, especially the female ones.
I believe most women actually eat too much or too little.
Too much. If we're talking weight loss, if you're not losing weight, you're eating too much. And if that ruffles you the wrong way, I'd like to apologize for absolutely nothing, because there is reality and then there's your feeling. I'm not here to tell you what you want to hear. I'm here to tell you what you.
What if you're barely eating but not losing? Oh my god, what an idiot. I have a friend who trained like crazy running 20 kilometers a day. There's no fucking chance. No one is running 20 kilometers a day. And eating in a calorie deficit for years, her hormones got completely out of whack. She developed red S, relative energy deficiency in sport, lost her period, her hair was falling out, losing muscle. People online were still calling her fat. I get that overeating plays a role for many, but it's not always that simple. Female bodies are hormonally complex. Oh my god, dude. Bro. I had a friend who survived the Holocaust, and the Nazis didn't give her any food, and she also had to do 8 hours of hard labor per day, but she still couldn't lose any weight. So, like, female bodies are kind of complex. Like, it's fucking retarded. Oh my god. About 90% of my female clients in my Facebook community of 65K plus undereat. They overeat fat and unhealthy carbs and undereat protein, but their total caloric intake is under 2,000 per day. Let me... Okay, yeah, this is a fat acceptance fucking community. So I'm just curious, like, who the fuck are the people who are, like, in her client list? Does she... Buddy, nobody... What does she mean in her community? Nobody comments on her posts. Literally nobody comments on her posts. Okay, these people are just fucking crazy. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. Like, that's women for you. They don't want to, like, they just don't want to admit they're eating too much. And, it's something other than my fault. Frank Tufano or a Muslim person, who would you hang out with? I guess it would entirely depend on the Muslim person. Like, if it was Osama bin Laden, I'd probably choose Frank, but, you know.
This guy's videos, by the way. He goes to Bangladesh.
Okay, thank you. Right. Wow, it is madness.
He's gone to a random farmer's market where the population of immigrants is a bit higher than other places in the city, and he...
Vitamin deficiency, donate $2. Why are a lot of people having heavy vitamin deficiencies? It is said that these pesticides are causing metabolic problems. Is that true? I don't know what you mean by that. Serious malnutrition of any kind is extraordinarily rare in Western developed countries. The most common is probably just vitamin D, and that's from a combination of obesity. Obesity lowers vitamin D status generally, and lack of foods that contain vitamin D and lack of sun exposure. But again, gross nutritional deficiencies are extremely rare. And no, there's no evidence that pesticides are causing metabolic problems. The only thing that needs more fat is our cock, so get on your knees and eat like a bitch. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but thanks for the donation, vitamin deficiency.
He's saying, yep, we're in fucking Bangladesh.
Look at the state of this place.
You mind telling us what the state is?
Look at the fucking state of the city. Look at the state of this place. Look at this, guys. Look at this.
But I don't know what the state is. I need you, the vlogger, to tell me what the state is.
Look at this, guys. This is Rome. This is Europe. Does this look like Europe to you?
Yes. Yes, it looks like Europe to me. What the fuck else are we supposed to gather from this video? It's like this guy... this is so obnoxious. A lot of these...
So this is what iDubbbz's content has become, like Karen maxing. So we went from content cop to, yeah, Karen maxing, where, oh god, he's being a little racist.
These guys that we're gonna look at, hey dude, what the fuck are they? What? At least one. Being the marketplace, and they go to some random public area and harass some people who are just minding their own business.
They weren't harassing anybody, they were just filming, and then people started harassing them.
Talking about...
Son Goku donated $2. Accountability is the ultimate female kryptonite. Also, in their world, feelings matter more than the truth. If you tell a female, sky is blue, but she hates the color blue, she's going to argue with you why the sky actually should be red or purple. Yeah, pretty much. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
How he's from Europe and he's more Italian than these people. I think he mentions Africa at one point.
We're in Italy. We're in Europe. We are not in Africa. Get away from me. Okay. This is my country. Yeah, Europe. Are you from Europe? I'm from Europe.
Oh no! Europe is being overrun! Someone save Europe! No.
Europe literally is being overrun. They're letting in way too many fucking migrants, and not only is the demographic change just ridiculously accelerated, but they're letting in fucking crazy fucktards. Massive amounts of crazy fucktards. And a lot of these people are just exploiting the fucking welfare system.
Now, these videos themselves are very bad, but when you go into the comment section, you realize how many people these bad ideas are attracting. Samantha says, import third world, get third world. Well, these are not imports. These are human beings. But if you're referring to, you know, there being a farmer's market, that's kind of a first world thing.
So we're just gonna ignore the black guy from Africa who's a fucking meth addict?
That's just called a regular market everywhere else. So yeah, you're wrong and you're also stupid. This is what the liberals want in America. Yeah, and they're getting it. They're getting their farmers markets and they're...
Where is he living now? I know he used to live in Arizona. I think he moved up to Canada with Anissa. I don't know if he's back in Arizona or not now. But, like, dude, you've literally never lived in these places.
They're loving their farmers markets. Thank you for making this content and hopefully waking up the European people. Oh yeah, this is something that you're going to see a lot, is people just sort of, when it benefits them, they will invoke the continent of Europe, and when it doesn't benefit them, they'll be very specific and say, oh, this is a real problem in the UK. This is a real problem in Rome. Europe is finished.
A haircut looks good, VG. You look young and sharp, not like you looked old before. But if I didn't know you and hit to guess age, I would say 25 or 26 probably. Also, can you debate Mophead? He's posting stupid shit again. Plaza.
Yeah, I think my skin looks pretty good too. I am 34, and you say I look about 25, 26. Maybe a little older, but yeah, I'd say I look young and good for my age. My skin has stayed nice and clear and not wrinkly.
Gary Yourofsky, when are you gonna come?
Dude, I'm not debating, you know, this thing with the mop on his head. I've been there, done that before, and this guy is a crazy retard who's not worth my time. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Come out and revoke your stupid, uneducated claims about Palestine.
Said that Palestinians are the most psychotic group of people on the planet.
Depending on what he means by that, he may be right or wrong. Like, I mean, I'm sure you could find crazy serial killer meth addicts that are more psychotic than your average Palestinian. But I mean, like if we're talking about actual nations of people, and not like weird random villages of hunter-gatherers like the Sentinelese, yeah, they just might be the most insane psychotic group of people on the planet. They may be runner-up to I don't know, like people in Afghanistan, you know, with the Taliban, maybe Syria. So there's a little bit of contention there. They might be runner-up or maybe third, but yeah, I think it's fair to call them like at least in the top 3. Dodo, react to this. Let me see.
Tomorrow, the full conquest of Gaza begins. Israel's authorizing it. They are going to take Gaza for themselves.
Trump greenlights the slaughter of Gaza. I'm pretty sure he just said it's okay for Israel to take complete control over Gaza and occupy the whole region. Don't think anything was mentioned about a slaughter.
So if you thought the slaughterhouse in Gaza was bad before, they're going to try to move 2 million Palestinians out of Gaza. They're going to continue to starve them.
So we're complaining about them being starved and being in harm's way of bombs, but now when they're going to get moved out, you'd prefer them to be starved and get bombed? So what would you prefer? Would you prefer the starvation and bombing, or would you rather like them being moved out of the region, open up a humanitarian corridor, have them resettle somewhere else? Like again, this is just it's not about facts. It's not about, you know, what's the best for everybody involved. It's about whatever I can make up to promote anti-Semitic, you know, Jewish hatred.
Them to death, kill them to death, bomb them to death. They're moving them to a concentration camp in southern Gaza. And then they're going to do all sorts of lies and tricks, which our idiot media will instantly believe and parrot like morons. And
buddy, the New York Times literally just had to correct a story they made about kids starving to death because they went out of their way to publish a story they knew was false, and they showed photos of a kid that was a retarded incest baby with genetic disease. But oh, the idiot media falls for everything Israel does. Yeah, and there's New York, it was New York Times or something. They published a story where they willingly, knowingly lied about kids starving, and they hid the fact that this kid had a genetic disease. Oh my God.
And propagandists about, oh, why won't the Arab countries take them in? We're trying to steal their land. Why won't the Arab countries help us steal their land? And I now see Israeli.
Yes, that's why Arab countries won't help them. It's because it's not because, I don't know, Palestinians have been a problem literally everywhere they've ever immigrated to, and they end up causing civil wars. They try to assassinate royal families and presidents. Has nothing to do with that. It's just because they don't want to be complicit in a genocide. They're not even the right type of Muslim, too, right? What Muslims in Gaza, Shia or Sunni? Yeah, they're predominantly Sunni. Which Arab states are Sunni? Oh, no. So Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, United UAE, Oman, Bahrain, Syria, they're majority Sunni. So they are that even. So you can't even use that excuse. They're not the right type of Muslim. So they're even the right type of Muslim, and they still don't want to bring them in. So again, Jenk's argument for why Saudi Arabia or like any of these other Arab countries like Egypt won't take in any Palestinian refugees is because they don't want to support ethnic cleansing. So they would prefer these people to get starved and bombed to death than to take them in and allow them to resettle. That's better. Like, these are the people who, by the way, like make the comparison between the Holocaust and World War II and the situation in Gaza right now. Are you honestly telling me that they would have preferred Jews to get, like, gassed to death in concentration camps than allowing them to resettle anywhere other than, like, fucking Nazi Germany? Why would it be preferential? Like, why would it be preferred to have people get starved and like, killed than just have them resettle somewhere else? This is just stupid.
Propaganda saying this hilarious line. Oh, no, we're going to move out all those Palestinians just to make Gaza safer, and then later we'll let them back in. Bunch of monsters, man.
That is literally the case in every other war. Every other war that is fought, humanitarian corridors are opened up so that civilian populations can leave, and then once the war is over, they can go back. That is what happens in every other war, you fucking idiot. Do you think people just want to stay where the bombs are gonna fall? You idiot.
And they're not letting anybody back in. And if you believe that they're going to move out all the Palestinians to like Egypt and Jordan and Antarctica and all these different places, and then they're going to let them all have a right of return? How's right of return worked out since 1948? And then they're going to let them...
What in the fuck does this have? This is baffling. Absolutely fucking baffling. So Israel maintained the borders that were, going to be agreed upon with the British mandate. They've invaded Gaza before, so why didn't they just claim it as their own territory already? It just doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever. They pulled out in, 2006? They had complete sovereignty. It's just that Israel was controlling the border. if they had an interest in taking over Gaza, why didn't they fucking do it already? Why did they completely pull out?
Them all back in, you're the dumbest person in the world if you believe that bullshit propaganda. I hope none of you are that insanely stupid that you'd ever believe an
Yeah, you're telling me.
Israeli lie that outrageous, or any of these stupid Israeli lies as they genocide an entire population. By the way, if they do that to 2 million people, that goes from genocide to Holocaust. So that's where Israel's headed.
Yeah. Israel is going to exterminate all 2 million people living in Gaza. I don't know why they didn't just do it already, but okay. Let's check back in a few months and see if this prediction panned out.
Now, if you loved Israel, this should break your heart to pieces, and you should be doing everything in your power to stop them. If you're enabling a genocide now, I don't want you to ever say never again, okay? Shut.
You know, maybe it would be better if a genocide did happen so that you could stop fucking complaining. Like, if they're all dead, like, it's over, right? Like, he's gonna stop complaining about it and say, Israel's committing a genocide. Well, okay, commit the genocide, Israel, please. I don't want to listen to Cenk Uygur anymore complain about it. So he can just say, Israel committed a genocide, and then never have to fucking, like, complain about it ever again. And we could just all agree Israel committed a genocide. Please, Israel, wipe out all the fucking Palestinians and do the genocide already so that we don't have to listen to Cenk Uygur anymore. Oh my god. This guy is just such a windbag. I don't think that's TOS. It's obviously a
React
joke.
to this VG.
Oh wait, I already watched that.
Gary, you're right. Now wait until you hear his reasoning for this claim.
Why I believe the Palestinians are slightly crazier than the Israelis. First, the Israelis
I would say more than just slightly.
would gladly live with the Palestinians in Israel. The reverse is not true.
Right, so that's the logic we're going to use. And by the way, Israelis do not want to live amongst Palestinian people. They've made that more clear than ever. But
There's a 20% Arab minority living in Israel, and they have the exact same rights.
with that logic, are you not a descendant of the same race of people who went to an entire different continent, enslaved a race of people, and when that race of people gained their rights over centuries later, something called...
Buddy, you realize blacks enslaved other blacks. That's how the European slave trade even started. Europeans found out that African blacks were enslaving other African blacks, and they purchased slaves from the African blacks that were enslaving other African blacks. And then they brought them to Europe and North America. So, I mean, you can blame white people for the Atlantic slave trade. You can't blame white people for enslaving black people, period, because black people were enslaving black people.
Segregation was enacted by your racist ancestors that said that white people did not want to live in harmony with black people after bringing them there. So...
Well, buddy, go on Pornhub and take a look at how much interracial porn there is. Seems like things worked out in the end.
Your race is guilty of the same exact thing that you are calling them psychotic, the most psychotic group of beings on the planet for, but you get a...
When's the last time that white people formed their own religion and ended up committing, like, massive terror attacks that slaughtered thousands of black people? Can he show me, like, a comparable instance in modern times of, like, white people committing the equivalent of October 7th on black people?
...a passport. And not only that, but you call them the most psychotic group of people on the planet at the time that they are being starved to death and at the time that
They're not being starved to death. Israeli hostages are being starved to death.
they are being bombed, at the time that they are experiencing one of the most violent war crimes in history, and it's ongoing.
Israel is not committing war crimes.
It's been ongoing. Gary Yourofsky knows that I defended him publicly 5 years ago when he was being accused of being a racist for his comments for standing up for animal rights.
Buddy, you have a mop on your head. I don't think anybody's going to take you seriously. Well, that's that.
I recently watched Charlotte's Web again. Holy shit, how did people watch it and not turn vegan? I bawled my eyes out again when Charlotte died, even though I don't like spiders. Am I a bitch faggot? I don't get emotional usually, but this movie, man.
I don't think I ever watched Charlotte's Web. I watched Babe. Babe was amazing. But I never watched Charlotte's Web. Thanks for the donation, Blake.
There will be a lot more anti-Semitism and hate for Israel if Israel gets these Palestinian migrants deported to Europe. Europeans don't want them, but there's a chance that could happen. That would be very bad.
That'd be hilarious. Oh, I am in full support of these people getting sent to Europe. Look, it's all these fucking white college kids that are fucking complaining about Palestinian genocide. Okay, they can find out why no Arab countries are willing to take in any Palestinian refugees. Yeah, send them to fucking Europe. Make them live in wealthier, whiter areas, and they can find out why. I'm in full support of that. Thanks for the donation, though. 21st.
Who cares if Gazans get slugged anyway, they deserve it.
Yeah, a lot of them do. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Have you ever considered becoming a singer?
I've never heard of something so fucking insane in my life. Why, seriously, why the fuck would you put a public charging station here and not even give people the ability to fucking pay?
I've considered it, but I think my gifts are too great for humanity. Thanks for the donation, Killian Titan. Caleb donated $2. Let me see. Oh. Those are nice cows. Those are very nice cows. Very nice. So nice. Oh my god. Oh wow.
If I have to choose between 1.6 billion Muslims and a cow, I would choose the cow.
I would choose the cow too. Thanks for the donation, Caleb.
Have you heard of hyperbaric therapy? I guess it can regenerate brain and get rid of brain damage. Do you think this shit is cool or what? I want some stronger cock tissue and I guess this heals that as well. I'm thinking of stapling curly wig to my cock.
I have heard about it. I know Brian Johnson's tried it and he said he had improvements with a bunch of biomarkers and shit. I don't know. think it's just that it's expensive and time consuming and inconvenient. Thanks for the donation though, Vitamin Deficiency.
Mophead's hair looks so fucking disgusting and dirty. Would a girl ever date him? He looks filthy and homeless.
I'm sure there are some women out there who are insane. But yeah. Very mop-headed. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Dodo, donate $2. I would love to see you debate Mophead, even though you said you don't want to because you've been there before, but it's so entertaining watching you mop the floor with his head in a debate also. That's good. Daily reminder that China's shipbuilding capacity of nearly 2,000... Yeah, 23,500% larger than that of the US. Well, they export more? Why would the United States... Why would we need more ships? Like, I'm sure China also farms more dogs to eat than the United States. I'm not really... I don't see that as a problem that the United States isn't killing and eating as many dogs as China. This Chinese propaganda shit is just fucking retarded. And then, yeah, all they can do is show these videos of one of their, like, big tour cities with LED lights everywhere. Oh, if you put LED lights on things, that means it's futuristic and so advanced. Yeah, dude, one earthquake, fucking half the city is gonna be toppled, and, like, you're gonna hear about 100,000 fucking deaths. Because they don't know how to build buildings properly.
I don't like to sleep, bro. I don't like to sleep, man. I want to fight in my winter, bro. Look at me, I'm strong. Look at me.
Oh, man. Dude. That guy fucking put him out with his head. That was one of the most savage headbutts I've ever seen. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
We honestly need a remake of Charlotte's Web where Charlotte revels how evil the Plastians are to the world.
Yeah, we really do. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Is that Tyson Hockley kid gonna set up a debate between you and some other big name?
I'm not sure. We will see, but I'm not sure. Thanks for the donation, Pooh.
People online claim androgens above natural T levels, so roiding basically rapes skin and hair and ages you hard. From anecdotes I see all roiders looking 10 plus years older than their actual age. How will you combat aging, or don't you care about that?
It's entirely based on what kind of compounds they're running and how much and other lifestyle factors. So look, a lot of these bodybuilders, not only are they taking extremely high doses of very harsh drugs, but on top of that, they eat like fucking shit. They're eating tons of fucking red meat. And they also tan themselves all the time. So they're even adding to the bullshit that they're doing by giving themselves, UV damage to their skin. So no shit, they're going to look older. But I know plenty of people personally who are older who have been on steroids for a prolonged period of time, and they look good for their age. Like you'd even suspect them being younger, so... It entirely depends on what steroids you're taking, what doses, how they personally affect you too. You know, if you end up getting a ton of fucking acne and shit, then yeah, that's gonna be bad for your skin. But if you don't, then it's not really gonna affect things. And then yeah, they also just have shitty diets and also damage their skin with UV light. Thanks for the donation though, Blake. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
I need a man who's patient with me. You want me to be patient with you and your little attitude mood swings. Cool. I'm going to sit there. I'm patient with you. What's your problem? Well, you know, you haven't been giving me much attention and you talk to your friends, but you don't talk to me. My friends are funny and you are boring. Then why are you with me then? For sex. Is that all you want? What else you got? Sell me something. If you got something else, what you been holding out on all this time? I didn't know you had anything else to give. Go on then. You're going to pay my bills? Because I've been paying yours. You're going to protect me? Because I've been protecting you. You're going to teach me something? Because I've been teaching you. You're going to surprise me? I've been surprising you. You're going to send me fucking flowers. You're going to buy me a fucking gift. You're going to put me in a house that you pay for. You're going to take me for a spin in your Lambo. Oh, you don't have anything else to give me.
He's not wrong. Most women are remarkably fucking boring. They literally have no hobbies, no interests, and this is a huge myth. I don't know why anybody believes this. People say women have better social skills. They have horrendous social skills. They do not know how to communicate with people properly. They think that other people should be able to read their minds. Rather than asking for clarification on certain things, they will just assume that you tried to be rude or tried to insult them or vice versa. Like, and on top of that, like, women also grow up, like, not really needing to worry about getting punched in the face. When you don't have to really worry so much about social interactions leading to physical violence, well, you're gonna act more like a fucking brat. And sure enough, yeah, more women act like fucking brats. So yeah, most women are boring. And they're not nice to talk to. Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo.
Rome has fallen again. Oh man, yeah, farmers markets will be the end of Rome. This is what America would be if Trump didn't put a stop to it. Yeah, and how's that working out? Import third world, become third world. I don't like. I just came back from Rome, and yes, it was bad. Scammers and graffiti everywhere. I'm not even Italian, and it makes me sad. Well, don't let your racism affect you too much. For all you know, the Italians are loving it. This looks like Toronto as well. Unfortunately, same in the UK, even worse. RIP Europe and UK. They're ruining Canada and the UK right now. Oh my god, we finally found a sensible comment. Every city, state, country has its international sections, i.e. Chinatown, Japantown, Little Armenia, etc. There's nothing wrong with diversity. You happen to be in an international flea market. This is Rome is a false statement. It's just a block, not the state of the city. Okay, shout out Jack, the man. You just brought the heat. They turn every place they go into the place that they left. I think some people have a selfish mindset in thinking that because they themselves wouldn't leave the country that they were born in or have become accustomed to, that other people wouldn't do that. And if they are doing that, they're doing it for like sinister reasons. It's just like a basic human thought to be like, I want to bring some of my culture into the place that I'm traveling to, that I'm now going to start my new life in. And of course, it's going to be these places that are desirable to go to and that are very multicultural. There's a reason why people are referencing Canada and the UK. It's because people who are immigrating to these countries like these countries. They like that their culture is either already kind of established there, and there are foods and routines and places to go and people.
Yeah, the problem is some of these immigrants are bringing over their culture that involves, you know, molesting underage girls or taking advantage of, you know, whatever welfare social systems there are, beating people up because they're insane. So that's where, problems start. I don't think anybody really has a problem with Indian dudes, playing their Indian music on their car radio. Ding 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 ding. No one has an issue with that. It's when foreigners are being assholes. Dodo donated $3. Let me see.
There is only one answer to the hostage delay in Gaza. We must do to Gaza what we did to Tokyo in 1945. We must firebomb it, kill every man, woman, and child. Fuck the Palestinians, and fuck you, YouTube.
Who is this guy? Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, dude, it's fucking insane. But yeah, it's TikTok propaganda, foreign influence. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
To meet that are going to allow them to integrate better into the society. Okay, we got another comment. It says, the world is getting pretty racist. And this person responds with, you can't go into a new country and overtake it like this. You assimilate into their culture.
Is there any cheaper alternative to human growth hormone? Is it necessary to take it every month for the rest of your life? Or is it possible to take it every once in a while, let's say every quarter?
You don't need to take it every single day for the rest of your life. I would recommend doing it for, if you want to benefit from it, probably periods of at least 2 months. Because it's, again, depending on what kind of benefit you want from it, improved skin, hair quality, injury healing or prevention, it's going to take a while for those effects to really be seen. So you're going to want to take it for 2 to 4 months. But you don't need to take it continuously all the time forever if you don't want, or you can't afford it. Or if you tend to, suffer side effects or whatever. Is there an alternative? No. You could take some healing peptides like BPC 157 or TB 500. They're not going to have all the same effects as growth hormone, but if you want something like injury healing, those are peptides that you can use that are cheaper if you want that specific benefit. As far as being able to take something like some growth hormone secretagogue, is that going to be anywhere near as effective or safe as growth hormone? No. Yeah, MK677 is nowhere near as safe as growth hormone. Thanks for the donation, though, HSH. Son Goku donated $2. I'm so glad I didn't go to college.
I saw this headline not long ago. Nearly 2 million Americans are about to have their wages garnished for student loan debt. Defaulting on your student loans means more than bad credit. It means wage garnishment. It means collectors calling your cosigner. It means feeling like there's no way out. And here's the worst part. Private student loans cannot be forgiven in bankruptcy, meaning they follow you. Nobody wants to go through that. That's why I've teamed up with YRefi. This is an amazing company that helps people with their defaulted private student loan debt. They refinance the debt that no one else will touch with guaranteed interest rates under 6%, and they don't even ask you what your credit score is. They work with you to build a payment plan you can actually afford.
This is an advertisement, but thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
They're also ruining property, so in no way is it racist. It's a pattern. After watching that video...
Ben Boy donated $2. Let me see. Oh my goodness. Oh. That capybara reminds me of this cat. See this cat? It's a lot like the capybara. Very similar. You're so similar. How come you're so similar, Gum Gum? Let me see your paws. Wait. Oh, let me see your paws. I think I'm gonna have to clip your nails. Yeah, they're getting a little long. Should clip them later. Love you. Okay, baby?
Another...
What the fuck? Yeah, that's good. Oh boy, that's good. That's a good fucking capybara. Wow.
Cheesecake, how do you feel about the TikTok ban? Cheese.
Weird, didn't know they squeak like that. Capybaras are pretty fucking cool, dude. You know, sometimes I wish I could turn into a capybara. Then when the police come to break down my door, you know, with their SWAT team, they say, Vegan Gains isn't here. There's just a capybara. I guess we're gonna have to come back or something. And then they leave, and then I turn back into Vegan Gains, and then I don't get arrested. Or if they find me, like, in my sleep, and then they arrest me and I'm in jail, I can just turn into a capybara, and then the guard will say, hey, what the hell? There's a capybara in here. Where did Vegan Gains go? And then they'll just let the capybara loose, and then I'll be free. Well, thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Sengoku donated $2. When you read manga panels, do you often feel like you have to reread panels for understanding, or is it just me and I'm retarded? It kind of depends if the panel layout is kind of confusing. So, I have that problem with American comics in particular. American comics are way more fucking difficult to read than manga in general, because the panel layout is way more fucking confusing. They don't have the same established standards when it comes to like what word bubbles to read first and like what panel from like left to right is the next panel and shit. Sometimes like everything's staggered and weird. So I find I have to do that a lot with American comics, where I have to reread panels over and over again to get what's going on. But I don't find that with manga. So I don't know what mangas you're reading, but just because of the nature of the medium, I wouldn't say you're retarded for having to reread panels. But that problem certainly exists to a far greater extent with American comics. Thanks for the donation, though, Sengoku.
I can tell none of you retards who constantly shit on universities and simp for trade schools have ever worked a blue-collar job. It's literally underpaid slavery.
So, I work in the plumbing. I'm a apprentice. Really, I'm just a helper for a residential service company, because in the modern job market, in the modern economic climate, formal apprenticeships, state-approved training for skilled laborers is a thing of the past because we can't afford that anymore. But, you know, one of the interesting things about service work is that I enjoy is that you meet different kinds of people. And one person in particularly, he said something that kind of stuck with me a little bit. We were looking at this one particular project that It was basically a renovation of a whole building, like a very large apartment building. And he's kind of like a coordinator and like real estate manager, I guess. He's not an investor, but he manages real estate investments. He said people are suckers. And he was talking about it while talking about somebody doing something that was sucky. And what he was saying specifically was that there are a lot of losers in the modern job market. And just in life in general, there are losers. People that are taken advantage of. And this is somebody, I swear, the whole time he was with us, he did nothing but just talk. This guy is, he's loaded. This is a white-collar man making in excess of 6 figures. Meanwhile, I'm underneath somebody's crawl space digging shit out of a pipe. And it really got me to thinking. I kind of feel like a sucker. Make no mistake, in the plumbing industry, the contractors who send out these hordes of unlicensed plumbers under the license of a master plumber that's watching over them, not even licensed apprentices, people who haven't even attended a trade school, they get underpaid and they're suckers. These people get worked to death. Tradespeople, I'm telling you, the treatment of...
Well, so here's the thing. If you're stupid, yeah, you're going to get taken advantage of. I know people in practically every industry. Like, there's this fucking scam, what do they call it? Like, unpaid intern or something? Or some internships are paid, but they're like below minimum wage. You have to be an idiot to take an internship in almost every fucking circumstance, especially if it's unpaid. Because you're never going to end up getting a job in that company, and they're just going to exploit you, because if you're a fucking smart person, and you know the value of your labor and everything, and the value of yourself, you're going to demand pay. So as soon as they see you agreeing to work for free, they're gonna work you until you refuse and then say, okay, well, fuck off, you're not right for the company, and then find some other stupid intern, idiot who will do the job for free. So people get taken advantage of like that, but like, it's your fault. You just need to demand money and demand certain treatment. I know people who have gone through their apprenticeship for plumbing, and they're making good money now. Now that they're actually a certified plumber. So if you're dumb and you don't know what you're doing and you're easy to manipulate and take advantage of, yeah, no shit.
Tradespeople is so poor. And the culture of treating...
I hate great white sharks and want them to die. Am I wrong for thinking this? Well... They're not exactly cuddly, and they are sort of vicious monsters that, like, kill stuff. So I can definitely sympathize with you not liking great white sharks. Yeah, they can swallow you whole. They're pretty huge. That is a very big fish. Wonder what it would be like being next to a great white shark. They look very big and mean. That's a big, mean fish.
Tradespeople themselves are very masochistic, and the way that they conduct their work, their inattentiveness to safety, for example, the way that they treat each other, the way that they talk about each other, the way they talk to each other, the way they view the world It's very, it's like a race to the bottom, has been my experience. And again, it got me to thinking, you know, many of the houses that we work on, the only people who can afford plumbers are rich people. And every single one of these people who call us out to perform work on their houses, they're all loaded. And they're all performing white collar.
I don't know what he means by this. So, first of all, the only people who own a home right now are rich, period. Like, you're not... Like, my God, if you're a millennial or younger generation, you're not gonna be able to buy a home. Especially if you live in, like, Canada, Australia. Like, that's just never fucking happening. So, yeah, no shit. Just by nature of being a homeowner, you're wealthier. Everyone else is renting, and if you're renting, well, then it's your landlord that has the responsibility of calling out a fucking plumber if there's an issue with a unit, whether it be a rental, you know, house, property, or an apartment. So I don't know what he means by this. Like, yeah, no shit. If you own a home, you are wealthier by, like, definition, especially now.
Collar jobs, like a stockbroker, or an insurance agent, or a real estate manager, you know? They're all performing these white-collar jobs. Very seldom are we dealing with poor people. And we charge them up the wazoo just to replace a fill valve on a toilet, which is a 10-minute job that anybody could do by themselves. We charge $300 or $400 between the service fee and the actual cost of the exchange. And
yeah, and that's because they don't care. Like, again, the internet exists now. So anybody who has less money and is concerned with a $300 or $400 cost for getting a plumber, they're just going to look up the problem online and then figure it out and be, oh, I just need to replace this thing. I'll just do it myself. So, no shit.
And this is a like $15 part that you can get from Walmart. I'm telling you, it takes no more than like 10 minutes to change a fill valve. It is incredibly easy work. We charge $300 to $400. I personally make $20 an hour, and my lead makes about $32 an hour.
Keep in mind nobody really owns their home, VG, as you have said in the past.
Well, what, you mean because of property tax? Like you still own the home. So if you can sell it and then get the money, you own the home, but people do have to pay property tax, but it's usually not a big deal. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
So what's a sixth of $52? A little bit under $10. We get paid $10. The company receives $400 in revenue. I think the largest reason that tradespeople see the short end of the stick, the largest reason that they're not making the hundreds of thousands of dollars that they should be, is because they're at large uneducated and they don't speak the language of money, they don't speak the language of business or finance or etc. So they don't understand how poorly they are being treated, just the extent of how little money they are receiving compared to what the company is bringing home. And in our company, the people at the top of the ladder, they stay at home and they 3D print fucking fidgets. Or they take a trip to Hawaii, or they throw some lavish party at their house every other day, getting drunk, smoking crack, you name it, they're doing it. While this animal of hardworking men are slaving over their jobs below them, receiving nothing. Not even health care. Because in today's economy, When you're making $20 an hour, you really can't afford to have health care. Especially if you're only getting $40 a week out of the company.
Buddy, you're an apprentice. Like, yeah, it sucks, but I mean, you haven't become a licensed plumber yet. Like, what do you expect to earn? So this guy's just complaining about nonsense.
So do I get this right, that you can take human growth hormone over a continuous period of 2 to 4 months per year? And is there another steroid combination that has a synergistic effect when it comes to boosting muscle mass, tissue growth and repair?
Well, not really. So look, when you ask a question like that, you should put it in context. What do you want from the drugs you're taking? Do you want to look like a fitness model? Do you just want to look like really nice when you look on the when you get on the beach? Do you want to look a bit more than like a really dedicated sort of gym bro? And do you want to look like you're on steroids and enhanced? So do you want to look like an anime character like Guts from Berserk? Or do you want to be like an IFBB pro open bodybuilder who can compete on the Olympia stage? All those things are going to require different levels of dedication to nutrition, training, lifestyle, and drugs. If you just want to look like a fitness model or just look really good when you go to the beach, you don't need any steroids at all. If you want to look like an anime character like Guts, you may not need steroids. You very likely will, though. But you don't need to really get too far into like the weeds when it comes to drugs. You're probably going to be just fine running a low dose of testosterone and maybe a low dose of growth hormone. You might get some other, tertiary benefits from the growth hormone, like reduced injury risk, better sleep, stuff like that. And then if you want to be a IFBB pro open bodybuilder, then like things get a lot more fucking complicated where you might also have to consider like, taking insulin on top of the other like cocktail of anabolic drugs you're taking, because yeah, the insulin may work synergistically with the growth hormone and the steroids and the food you're eating to shuttle more nutrients into your muscle cells and all that. So I'm assuming you don't want to be an IFBB pro open bodybuilder. Again, if you just want to take some steroids for performance enhancement, but stay healthy, not really have to worry about too many health issues, and you just want to improve the way you look and maybe have some more energy, just stick to testosterone and growth hormone. There's no need to do anything else. Maybe, if testosterone and growth hormone isn't enough for you, you could consider adding in Masteron. But other than that, like you can grow a lot off of just testosterone alone. And if you add growth hormone to that, like even more. So don't worry about what some like crazy fucking pro bodybuilders take and like overcomplicate whatever drugs you're thinking of using. It's probably not the look you want to achieve anyway, and it's going to cost way too much money. It's going to be way too difficult for you, and you're also just going to put your health at way higher risk. So the thing that the reason you see so many people run into problem with steroids is because these are fairly complicated drugs to deal with. It's not like, taking a pre-workout supplement, So, on the pre-workout, supplement label, it'll say 1 to 3 scoops before a workout. Okay, you take 1 scoop, and you don't really feel anything. You take 2 scoops, yeah, you feel like a lot more energy. For the fuck of it, to see if you get any benefit, you take 3 scoops, and then you feel kind of sick to your stomach, you get jitters, You get kind of a uncomfortable, shaky, kind of speedy high. And then you say, okay, that's too much. 2 scoops is good. It's easy with steroids. These drugs are going to have to accumulate in your system for several weeks to months before you really know what they're doing. Everyone is going to have a completely different reaction to these drugs. Some people over-convert testosterone into DHT. Some people over-convert testosterone into estrogen. Depending on whether or not you have a high or low body fat percentage, those conversion rates might change. The way it affects your mood, your energy, your sleep, it's different for everybody. And like people end up just thinking steroids are the same as any other drug. Oh, everyone else is taking this dose and I can just do that. And then, you know, oh, this bodybuilder is taking, you know, 500 grams of test. I'll do 500 grams of test. Then you end up getting a ton of fucking acne. You end up getting gynecomastia. And you might also have like sleep issues and shit. So I don't recommend taking testosterone and other anabolic drugs if you don't really know what you're doing. And I would highly recommend you do a lot of research on the topic. Talk to people who have been taking them for years, who actually know about some of the science and practical use and application of these drugs and how to manage them. You're going to have to get regular blood work to know what these drugs are actually doing in your body. And again, if you're not the type of person who is like you know, training very consistently, strict with your nutrition, you know, getting at least adequate sleep every night, what's the point of taking these drugs? Like, it's just... if you don't have the kind of dedication to get your life together where you can figure out how to, you know, train at least, you know, like 4 times a week consistently, you know, avoid junk food and eat clean, and also like try to get at least regular adequate sleep, then why go to that next level and take these drugs when you haven't even been able to like just get your life together, period. It's kind of stupid. So figure out how to train, figure out how to get your life together first, figure out how to make sure that you're disciplined, eating right, exercising right, keep your body fat low, stay in shape. And then maybe consider going on steroids once you actually have a decent idea of how to take them safely. But thanks for the donation, HSH. Appreciate it.
Some say obese, I say bulletproof.
The stray bullet struck her right in the stomach. It pierced the skin, but started to slow down as it entered her body fat. Layer by layer, the fat absorbed more of the bullet's energy, like a cushion. And by the time it hit deeper tissue, the bullet had lost most of its force, coming to a stop before hitting any organs and saving.
Dude, she must have been really, really fat. Really fucking fat. Like, enormously obese. Especially if that wasn't a hollow point and that was just 9mm ball or something. 9mm ball has like really, really high levels of penetration. That's a supersonic, you know, bullet. She had to have been really motherfucking fat for that to actually prevent the bullet from penetrating through her abdominal wall. Who knows? You know, life is really weird, and again, it's all about the glass half full, half empty mindset. You know, she might have been like complaining about being fat and not liking the way she looks, but that exact problem may have saved her life. And if she were normal weight and she ended up in that like store when that shooting happened, she could have died. So who knows? You know, at the end of the day, if you're alive, things are going pretty well for you. So maybe just appreciate shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Unicorn Jizz. Appreciate it.
Sorry, 40 hours a week out of the company. And this is, you know, there's this... If you go online, I was thinking about it, you look up average age of a plumber is 40 years old. There is a 3-to-1 replacement rate for plumbers. For every 3 plumbers that leave or retire, 1 takes their place. And I'm starting to wonder...
Yeah, that's why they're such good... So that's the case with a lot of trade jobs. It's just because younger generations don't want to work with their hands.
Or maybe God just loves her, if there is a God, that is.
No, God does not love fat people. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. So, that's the case with most trade jobs, by the way. A lot of younger people, one, don't want to work with their hands. They're just kind of lazier. They don't want to be physically active and shit. And a lot of younger people are also terrible when it comes to technical skills. The younger generations, like, don't even have any hand tools or power tools in their apartments. Like, they don't even have a screwdriver, which is crazy to me. So these jobs aren't really appealing to a lot of younger people, and they're just not going into the trades, but that's a benefit for you, because if the world needs plumbers and there's a shortage of plumbers, well, that makes it easier to get into the industry and make money and demand higher pay.
I think that these statistics are looking primarily at actual licensed plumbers, because I have seen a surplus of younger plumbers, all of which none of them carry a license. It's just not financially within a company's means to invest in an employee becoming licensed.
Do you think it might have something to do with most of these kids being shit at their job? Like, if they were good and they offered value to the company, you know, then they'd probably invest, right? But if they're shit at their job, then yeah. Did you ever hear of a show called Mansers on Spike TV? Yeah, I used to watch that back in the day. It's pretty silly. There was a lot of nice, stupid nonsense on that show.
And this message really extends to people who are looking to pursue a career in the trades. Understand that there are a lot of companies out there which will take advantage of you and suck you for every last bit of energy that you are worth.
Yeah, that's literally every job, every career, everything. It's not unique to trades. That guy's kind of just a whiny idiot.
Video. A little while later, I started getting more content that was adjacent to that, this time in the form of Robin bagpipes.
Oh, God. He's complaining about bagpipe guy? Oh, this is going to be bad. Oh. All right. So 1 week of steroids. Tell me if you guys notice a difference. 1 week of steroids. It's been exactly 7 days. I've gotten a full week of test, 210 milligrams. Yeah, gyno. Literally no gyno. Mm. What do you guys think? Fuck. Get the stupid words out of the way. I dropped my can of Coke onto my socks. Now my sock is soaked with Coca-Cola. Sego donated $2. You're right. The younger generation doesn't like to work with their hands. I own a bread route where I work with Costco and Walmart and work the bread. I make over 150K a year. Easy job. They don't even teach you these things. I thought I had to go to college. You make 150K per year selling bread? Buddy, could you maybe tell me your fucking secret? Because, dude, in case, begging for money doesn't work out in the future, I'd love to know how to make more money than I make now just selling bread. Thanks for the donation, though, Sego. I'm gonna go change my socks, and, I'll be right back. Ah, crap. I'll be right back. Ugh. All right, I'm back.
Where were you yesterday? You're not allowed to not stream without valid reason.
Well, T, sometimes you just need to not stream and take a day off.
How can you say God does not love fat people when according to the Bible Jesus loves all?
Well, it's clearly meant all, with the exception of fat people. So, yeah, God does not love fat people. That's why they get diabetes. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. But yeah, I just didn't stream last night because I just simply needed to take a night off. Just needed a little break to kind of relax and, you know, play video games with my friend and watch some cartoons. But thanks for the donation, T. C donated $2. What the fuck, Adam? What did Adam do? Thanks for the donation, though, C.
These pathetic vegans for jihad falling for the empathy traps daily. These Islamist terrorists literally Google ways to bait people into empathy. They'd literally chop her head off, fuck your headless corpse and eat a donkey for breakfast. Fake vegan retards.
Yeah. Again, the only reason they do this pro-Palestine shit is because they're idiots who just watch TikTok videos and they've been indoctrinated into the fucking cult and, you know, drank the Kool-Aid and all that. If they knew anything about Palestinians and Islamic Jihad, they'd have the same position I do. But thanks for the donation, Muhammad Gaines. C donated $2. Did I forget the link? I think you did. Adam Gugamos. Richard, vegan Gaines, Burgess is being accused for sexual misconduct. Ex-wife Jasmine. That's not what she's claiming. Nothing. Oh my god. Why? Thing with sex is it's only meant for having child, not pleasure. They are both guilty. Okay. Well, glad we resolved that. Thanks for the donation, C. Sego donated $2. Look up bread route for sale. It's so easy. The people that work at Walmart and Costco, etc., don't stock the bread aisle. It's the bread vendor, aka me. You can start any hours. No fucking way. Do you need to know how to drive a truck?
Do you own this route? How much do you guys get if you own a route?
Oh, it depends on the store, dude. It depends on how much they sell and everything like that. About average between 18 to 20% commission off of whatever you make off the week.
Whatever. Do you need experience?
No, you don't. I mean, you just gotta find out somebody that's selling a route and you just tell them the route, and then you just go on an interview. And honestly, you don't need to have any experience.
Like, how much is a route?
They're running about like over 150, bro. Like base 150, and they go up from there on.
150,000.
How have I never heard of this? So yeah, do you need to know how to drive a truck? I'm assuming this is like, you know, you drive a truck full of bread and... Dude, that's a sweet job. You just get to fucking ride out on the road and then unload bread? That's a sick job for 150K. Bruh. That's actually dope.
1,000?
Yeah.
Oh, so you can make good money if you get a route.
Yeah, this one's probably worth like 450.
Nice. You just need a license, Class B?
Yeah, no, regular Class B license, bro.
Oh, Class C.
You don't need nothing special. It's a 2-axle vehicle.
Yeah.
So it's considered like a regular car, you know?
Do you recommend?
No way. Okay, that's dope.
Yeah, bro. I mean, if you get in it, yeah, dude. I mean, it's at first, bro. About like.
Bro. I can guarantee you, I could land a job like that with my charisma. Just show up to the job interview. Bro, all of your fucking employees are weak-ass pussies who can only carry like one stack of bread. Look at these fucking pipes. Imagine how much motherfucking bread I can carry, alright? That's actually pretty cool. I didn't know that. Thanks for the donation though, C. Or, Sego. Appreciate it.
You can't prove that God might very well love everyone, even child predators like Josh Duggar.
Well, you know, if anything, since obesity is so deadly, whereas, like, child predators, I mean, oftentimes they get away with these crimes, it would be much easier to argue that God hates fat people more than he hates child predators. Because through all out human history, there was, like, never any, like, age of consent laws. Even to this day, so many child predators just get away with it. And again, there's no direct health consequences with being a child predator. But with obesity, you got diabetes, heart disease, certain forms of cancer, hypertension, kidney disease, liver disease. You know, it just fucks your whole body up and you live a shorter life. So if, like, obesity, if disease is just, like, built into the state of being obese, but disease is not built into the state of being a child predator, you could logically argue God hates fat people more than child predators. In which case, why would you worship God? God is clearly evil if he makes, like, if he allows foods to be made like donuts and Oreos and cupcakes and shit, but they make you fat. But, like, preying on children, as long as you, like, get away with it, you're fine. Clearly God's evil. Why would he make things taste good that make you fat and give you disease, but, like, if you're a child predator, like, nothing really happens to you unless, like, you live in a society that actually has motivated interest in, you know, going after you. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Hope everyone in the EU has their VPNs polished, updated, and ready to go. Would be a shame if GPT-5 dropped tomorrow and oops. Not available in your region, thanks. AI act real progressive. Dude, the UK is just fucked. Absolutely fucked. Poor little bird being chased by a laser wielded by somebody who thinks the bird is a friendly celestial being. What is... Oh, the bird was chasing after a laser? Oh, look, Islamist, jihadist, communist.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Zohran Kwame Mamdani. It's great to be here with the brothers and the sisters of this masjid. And I'm the first Muslim elected official to ever run for mayor in the history of our city.
Correction, you're the first Islamic terrorist to ever be elected for mayor in the city.
And then before I begin, I want to ask everyone here a question, which is if you can raise your hand if you were born outside of this country. Many. Most. As was said by the brother here, I was born in Kampala, Uganda. I came to this city at the age of 7. And I know that the brothers and
Yeah, and hopefully Trump will bring you back.
the sisters of this masjid are like New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs. Came to this city with a dream of what life would be like. A dream that sustained you on what was often a difficult journey. And yet it is hard to remember that dream when you have to spend each and every day worrying if you have enough money to pay your rent, to pay your mortgage bill, to pay your Con Edison or your water bill, your childcare.
This guy is probably going to make New York that much more expensive for everybody.
Your groceries, or even your Metro card. And I think about the words of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Yeah, his stupid idea with socially funded housing. This is being tried in places like California. It's more expensive, slower to develop, and it is way less efficient than just creating, private housing. Like, as long as you don't have these, like, weird bureaucratic and institutional roadblocks.
Who instructed us to make things easier, do not make them more difficult. Spread glad tidings. And I announced this race on October 23rd, where we began the campaign to become the next mayor of this city, in the hopes of living up to those words. A campaign to make this city affordable once again.
This guy is going to fail on every single one of his promises. New York doesn't even have enough tax revenue to update their public transit infrastructure. Like, they can't fix their subway system. So how is this guy going to do, like, all this bullshit that he's talking about where, we're going to have socialized grocery stores, we're going to have socialized, like, houses and apartment buildings. You can't even find enough tax revenue for, like, just fixing the fucking subway. And he's talking about raising taxes. He's not going to be able to raise taxes. The governor won't allow it.
To make it such that every New Yorker could afford their rent, could afford to ride the bus, could afford to raise a family. And we had an event where we had about 200 people in Long Island City. And a brother of mine, Assad, he was there, he took a photo, he shared it on social media. He said, Alhamdulillah, the first Muslim elected official to run for mayor. And a member of the New York Post responded.
Yes, finally someone who also worships a guy who raped a 9-year-old. Oh, I have my representation now. Like, this is something they're proud of. Oh, good. We have a mayor who believes a guy who raped a fucking 9-year-old girl and murdered thousands of innocent people was in direct contact with God. That's who we really need for mayor. Yeah, next, like, that's worse than a flat earther. I'd rather Witsit get elected for mayor than a guy who, like, loves the Prophet Muhammad, a fucking warlord child rapist.
He said, is it true they did not allow pagers into the event? And what he was referring to was Israel's blowing up of thousands of pagers across Lebanon, killing scores of Lebanese civilians, including...
Killing scores of Lebanese civilians. Wasn't it like 3 people? Yeah, wasn't it like literally 3 civilians that died? It was barely any. Like, dude, can you name one single military attack that has ever been conducted where, like, in an urban area where fewer civilian casualties took place? He can't. So, by his own logic, every single Muslim nation, including Gaza, including, Palestinians in the West Bank, under, like, the PLO, Every single attack they've ever made against Israel is by definition a war crime. And we should not support Palestinians because they are just as guilty as war crimes as Israel. Since, like, again, if that's the standard, you can't even kill a single civilian. Okay, they're war criminals too, just as bad as Israel.
A young girl by the name of Fatima, who picked up her father's pager in an act of love and lost her life. And we know that to be Muslim in
Yeah, buddy, her father was a Hezbollah member.
public life in this city and in this country is to face these kinds of responses, to be called a terrorist no matter where it is, where you go. And ultimately, I know that what our community wants and deserves is what...
So, what I'm getting at is there is no such thing as a moderate Muslim. Every single person in this room is on board with this guy, where, oh yeah, we like Hezbollah, we like terrorist organizations that are dedicated to killing as many Jews as possible. Like, again, not only, even if you hate Israel and you think anything that Hezbollah does against Israel is, like, justified, they're literally, like, they're just criminals. They're the most horrible criminal scum on the fucking planet. They helped the Assad regime massacre his political adversaries, including civilians, and they kidnapped thousands of fucking women from Syria and forced them into sex slavery. So that's how they make a lot of their money. They sex traffic women, and when they helped the Assad regime in Syria, they kidnapped thousands of fucking women, took them into Lebanon and surrounding areas in the Middle East, and put them into sex slavery and made money off of them. So, like, this is the kind of... So Mamdani is saying, oh no, I support this. I support killing Jews. I support massacring innocent civilians, including, like, fellow Muslims, apparently, since he doesn't have an issue with fucking Hezbollah supporting the Assad regime. And he's totally cool with them sex trafficking women. And every Muslim in this room is like, oh yeah, finally, someone who understands us. Let's vote for the Muslim guy. There's no such thing as moderate Muslims. No one is standing up and saying, hey, dude, Hezbollah is a fucked up organization. What Israel did was actually good. There's no such thing as moderate Muslims. Don't believe it. They're all fucking crazy.
Every community wants and deserves. Equality and respect. But brothers and sisters, we know that in this country, you are not given those things. You have to win those things. And we can win them together on June 24th. In 32 days, we have an opportunity in this city. And I speak to you as a candidate who is in second place in this race. A candidate who has...
I think I'm going to send this to Destiny. I'm not sure if he's aware of this clip. Let me see if he's online streaming. No, he's not. That's some fucked shit. Fucking nuts. This guy is evil. Literally evil. Like, don't be fooled and gaslit. This guy is not like some, you know, new age moderate Muslim who's like cool just like any, you know, normal dude you'd meet. He is fucking crazy. This is an Islamic jihadist who supports other Islamic jihadist regimes. He wants more terrorism. He supports organizations, terrorist organizations, that are dedicated to spreading Islamic jihad and killing Jews. Israel may scale back defense ties with the UK if London recognizes a Palestinian state. Those ties have foiled terror plots in the UK, tracked ISIS and Iranian proxies, boosted UK cyber defense, trained elite UK forces, high stakes for political posturing. Yeah, really. Dude, the UK is just Yeah, you know, it's a silly...
As a kid.
I've said this before. Monty Python was not like a comedy skit. It was real life. It was a real life documentary. The UK is the silliest fucking place on earth.
I had two favorite movies.
Google's Genie model makes realistic worlds in real time. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Putin demanding Fauci extradition for crimes against humanity as part of his Ukraine peace deal. I don't think that's actually happening.
This is everything I ate on my 5-hour flight from Singapore to Mumbai. The only meal they served was breakfast. I was actually expecting something localized or Indian, but it was a breakfast platter. First course was a bread roll with vegan butter. It might be the most boring thing plain served, but I actually think the Nutella butter changes the game. For the actual breakfast, they gave tofu scramble that kind of looked like egg and was pretty well seasoned. This was a good high protein option. They also gave spinach and roasted rosemary potatoes. They were not too salty and full of flavor. The white sauce with button mushrooms was a little funky. For sides, they gave fruits, which was pretty basic, and Vita soy milk. It was a good high protein breakfast. This was by Singapore Airlines. This is everything I...
Oh, whoops.
Your country, China, there has been a great deal of concern about whether you've achieved the biggest movement of people out of extreme poverty into the global middle class in history, but done it in a way that overheated the economy, leading to the current difficulties. It comes from the bottom.
Ooh. When was this recorded? This is the guy who owns Alibaba or used to own Alibaba. Is this why he went missing? Like, is this before he went missing?
Bottom up, is it more likely that fewer bad things will happen?
I think you American people worry too much about the China economy. Well, you see, every time when you start to worry about China goes better.
Every time you worry about China, China goes better. You say, China, working in factory making jeans, work too hard, but then China make all the jeans, and Chiners, they walk around country with very nice jeans.
Every Chinese think China's in problem, we'll get better. But there's a big difference between American consumption, because people say, well, the economy is bad, so China consumption will be good low. No, totally different. You Americans love to spend tomorrow's money. And the other people's money, maybe.
That's literally what China does. That is literally what China does.
We Chinese...
Yeah, it's just that because they have a centralized economy, they can borrow in much more risky ways and then fuck everybody over, and nobody can do anything, and they're fine with making people poor or not getting paid for months. That's how they can do that. Whereas in America, yeah, then you end up having these big recessions and shit. But that's how the Chinese can get away with it. They do the exact same thing, probably even more recklessly than the United States. It's just that the Chinese government can get away with it because it's a centralized economy.
Love to save money because we've been poor for so many years. When we made money, we put in the banks because someday we know the disaster is coming, so we can spend the money. So when the economy is bad...
That is not true. Not true at all.
We still have the money.
You can look at average household wealth and shit. That is not true.
To spend. You guys probably don't. You worry.
Well,
your country.
I don't know when that was filmed because I know that guy disappeared for a while. I don't know if he's back in the public eye. My urine is now blue. Started methylene blue today. That's probably a really bad idea. A community note expands on a side note from a blog post that incorrectly claims blue urine signifies methylene blue overdose. Assertion is misleading. Experimental longevity intervention. Dude, methylene blue is just fucking stupid. It's only being used to treat specific diseases, and even then it's kind of high risk. That's just dumb. I can foresee a future where this guy dies prematurely because he just tries these stupid longevity things. and it'll just fuck up his own health.
Yes, George. Thank you, Mr. President. So I called the president because I had some very good news from some new data that we've been able to put together that no one has ever seen before, and I'll just very quickly go through these. So I was telling the president that he did the right thing in calling for a new head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, because this shows that over the last 2 years of the Biden administration, the BLS overestimated job creation by 1.5 million jobs. That's Mr. President, that's a gigantic error. And I don't know if she's, I'm not.
It might not have been an error, that's the bad part. If it was an error, it would be one thing. I don't think it's an error. I think they did it purposely.
Whether that, you may well be right, but even if it wasn't purposefully, it's incompetence.
Right. Yes, George.
Thank you, Mr. President. So,
Yes, blame everything on the Biden administration. Sure, so that's their strategy. Be incompetent and then blame it on other people. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Dude, I knew Cenk was bad, but not this bad, holy shit.
Let me take a look.
Tomorrow, the full conquest of...
Oh, yeah, somebody already sent me this clip. We already reacted to it. Yeah, Cenk is claiming Israel is going to slaughter every single Gazan, and they're going to, like, mass execute 2 million people. Like again, we'll see what happens in a few months from now, and we'll see if this prediction ends up being accurate. I can guarantee you it won't be. And secondly, like, this guy is... It just shows you he's really bad at his whole shtick. You know, this anti-Semitic grift. Every single war that has ever occurred, what happens is humanitarian corridors are opened up, civilian populations are allowed to flee and either get refugee status in another country, or they're allowed to stay in a certain area for, you know, a period of time until the war ends, and then they're able to return. This is what Israel has wanted for a while. And he's claiming, oh, this is ethnic cleansing. And it's like, even if we're going to have the most uncharitable view of this, where Israel's trying to have the scheme where they can get rid of all the Palestinians and move them to some other country like Egypt or Jordan or something. Is that worse than them being mass executed like he says Israel is going to do? So this is like saying, oh, if Hitler were to have forced all the Jews out of Germany, that would be really bad. They should have stayed in Germany so that they could all be mass executed. That's literally what he's arguing. That the Jews should have stayed in Germany and be mass executed because that's preferable to them being allowed to leave where they're safe and just, you know, resettle in some other region. So the guy's just a psychotic idiot. Nobody takes him seriously. They're even losing credibility among their own audience, and they're just becoming more and more radical. And I think it's you see this with smaller content creators all the time, like people who have like below the mainstream media sort of presence. So, like, all these people who are getting, you know, like 200-300K views per video, that sort of thing, extremist content makes them more money because extremists are more willing to pay into what they're selling. So, on the right, you've got people like Tim Pool who will accept, like, money from Russia. I can guarantee you the reason why he started doing that pro-Russia bullshit is because he was getting paid to do it. Same with all of his weird shit on, like, he goes so extreme with the anti-immigrant stuff. It's literally become ethno-white nationalism, where rather than just saying, okay, there's too many immigrants moving in and we're having like these social political issues with radical demographic shifts, he's literally starting to say shit like Stefan Molyneux, where it's impossible for black and white people to get along. We need segregation. So they just get more money that way because, like, again, extremist Nazis or like political regimes are willing to pay them. Same with on the left. You're seeing these like this happening with left-wing media where they're becoming more and more radicalized. And I can guarantee you it's just a cynical grift because it just makes them more fucking money. Like, look, this is a fairly wealthy guy who immigrated from fucking Turkey. He's not Arab. I think Turkish or Persian. And he lives in the United States. Like, of all the fucking conflicts going on, why would he care about Israel-Palestine in particular? It's just a grift. There's no reason for him specifically to give a shit about this. He has, like, no ethnic ties to the region, no family there. He's from fucking Turkey, totally different race, ethnicity, nationality, and there's plenty of other conflicts for him to yap on about, but for some reason, this Palestine shit is, like, at the forefront of his attention. If you just connect the dots, it's just a cynical thing for money. It's just grifting. Thanks for the donation, though, Unicorn Jizz.
I started the vegan gains rape thing. I take full responsibility for making you out to be a rapist by impersonating CDG and got you to admit you coerced Jasmine into having sex with you while she clearly didn't enjoy it, was bleeding, etc. Rapist Richard.
Well, if you have a big dick, you gotta be careful, okay? That doesn't mean you sexually assaulted anybody. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
THX for the very low bar answer, good sir. My goal would be to take steroids but stay healthy without side effects, and looking a bit more like Guts. Since HGH is too expensive for me, I would likely be taking testosterone alone for the foreseeable future.
The safest bet, if you're gonna take testosterone, the safest bet would be to do daily injections, 20 milligrams per day of testcypionate. That would be 140 milligrams per week. That would likely put your testosterone over 1,000. It'll probably be between 1,000 and 1,500. And because of the way exogenous testosterone works, like, your levels are going to be constantly elevated. So if you have average testosterone, like around 500-600, that will double your testosterone levels at least, and they will be constantly elevated, and your SHBG will be lower, so your free testosterone will also be much higher. So that's still performance enhancement, and the likelihood of you having side effects is extremely low. You'll probably notice a benefit from it. Again, there are some things that you want to watch out for. You're probably not going to have to worry about aromatization, where you could develop gynecomastia. But your red blood cell and platelet count might end up becoming elevated, and you may have to donate blood every few weeks. And just make sure you also keep an eye on your blood pressure. And you can just go from there. I'm taking 210 milligrams per week, so 30 milligrams per day. Like, that's also pretty safe. The likelihood of you having adverse side effects, very, very low. So you can always add more drugs later. Don't rush into things. Like, muscle growth is very slow, whether you're on drugs or not. It takes a prolonged period of time. They don't work like magic. So just be patient. You can always add more drugs later. You just want to make sure that you're able to look at your blood work, manage whatever side effects there are, and then once you know that your health is good at this dose, as long as you're still making progress, there's no need to escalate the amount of drugs you're using. If progress stops, and regardless of, like, what changes you make to your training, your sleep, your nutrition, you're not able to grow, then you can consider maybe adding in some more drugs. And then, like, again, just escalate the dose slowly, and then see if you're healthy, see how things are going. If everything's good and you're making progress, then just stay there. And, like, just the trick is to use as little drugs as you can get away with while still, making gains. But thanks for the donation, SHS. I'd recommend taking a look at Dr. Todd Lee. His YouTube channel is Anabolic University. He's a really good source for stuff like that. Thanks for the donation, though, SHS. Sego donated $2. No, you don't need a CDL. I have 16-foot box truck, which is more than enough space. Routes cost around $170K. All you need is 5%, and they finance the rest for you. My checks a week are $2,700, and that's after the loan payment comes out automatically. That is a pretty fucking sweet gig, dude. Yeah, again, if begging for money online doesn't pan out in the long run, I think I might be selling bread. But thanks for the donation, Sego.
If there is a God, he wouldn't have made Palestinians.
I think he wouldn't have made a lot of things. I don't think he would have ever allowed Islam to exist. I don't think he would have made carnivorous animals. I don't think herpes or HIV would have ever been a thing. There would have been a lot of stuff that wouldn't exist. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Well-made $2. You ever heard of the Republican candidate Curtis Siwa? He's also an animal rights activist, and that was to ban horse carriages passing riders' law. Another horse died of heat exhaustion. I haven't heard of him, but yeah, I heard of this horse dying of heat exhaustion.
New Yorkers who say yesterday's death of a carriage horse on the streets of New York City is driving home the fact that this is a practice that needs to stop.
Yeah, it's disgusting. Like, everyone freaks out like fucking crazy when, you know, somebody leaves their dog in a hot car. But then they're still allowing horses to get heat exhausted and die on the fucking street. It, like, buddy, if the only way you can, why? You don't need to abuse animals to entertain yourself. Like, if you want to have fun going around New York City, you don't need to abuse an animal and risk it dying. You can get a pair of fucking rollerblades or something. Or rent, like, a nice car. I'm sure there's, you know, like a Lamborghini or like I'm sure there's rental car services where you could ride a Lamborghini or something if you want. Like, why the fuck do you need to abuse animals? These people are just fucking scumbags. Hopefully they ban it. Thanks for the donation though, Willmage.
Why Tharhold does Destiny not realize Madmani is a literal jihadist communist?
I don't know if he's still coping. Like, I saw some video clips from a few weeks ago where it seemed like he was coping pretty hard and, like, making up some dumb excuses, but I think he's starting to realize, like, yeah, this guy is actually fucking scum. But, yeah... The guy is clearly just, he's Hassan Piker. If Hassan Piker, you know, chose a different route and actually got into politics. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
If you had to vote for Richard Spencer or Mamdani for president, which you pick? Spencer hates Israel, but he would just want to decouple, rather than ethnically cleanse and abolish them, which says something about how fucked in the head leftists are RN lol.
So here's the thing, there's like two hypotheticals that you could explore there. One is, if these people were to be able to enact the policies they actually want, which would be worse? And I think in I think in either case they'd probably both be roughly equally as bad. It's just that with Richard Spencer, at least whites would be better off. With Mamdani, because the guy's a communist, everyone would end up being worse off. I don't know if he'd enact like the kind of policies that you see in Islamic jihadist regimes, where like he probably would. It's sort of what the Nazis did. I think it was Goebbels who made the comment that they're not so dissimilar from the communists. It's just that we're trying to steal wealth from everyone else and enrich, like the Germanic race. Whereas, with the communists, they just steal wealth from everyone and enrich the oligarchs. So I don't know if Mamdani would just enrich the Muslims. Very likely would. But they'd be roughly as bad as each other if they were to be able to enact the policies they wanted. So with Mamdani, all the non-Muslims would be killed, all the apostates would be killed, or they'd be forced to pay a jizya, and the jizya would obviously be, just using the jizya to fund all these social programs that would only really benefit Muslims. That's probably how it would go. Richard Spencer would probably do something very similar, where he would he'd either kill off all the like darkies, or section them off, or send them to Africa and steal their wealth and just use it to enrich white people. They're both roughly as incompetent at everything. Like, they're just crazy. Now, if they had to be more pragmatic and work more within like the established political system, Richard Spencer would probably be a better choice than Mamdani. Because like we've seen what happens with these like crazy lefty, politicians. They just make everyone more poor. They fuck up the tax system. Like everyone loses out. Whereas, and like, again, their social policies are fucking crazy. Crime rates increase massively. So with Richard Spencer, like, at least it's a little more, I don't know. He, like, some of his economic ideas are just a little more grounded in just sensible economic policy and sensible social policy. A lot of the things that I see him say on social media, he's trying to be more pragmatic when it comes to, promoting his like weird white ethno-nationalism beliefs. So, rather than advocating sending all the darkies, back, he is just trying to like maybe more casually and slowly reduce immigration, segregate white neighborhoods and black neighborhoods, not force everybody to intermingle. But as far as like taxes and stuff goes, and supporting social programs, and like locking criminals in jail, chances are he's just a bit more, he would act more as a normal politician. But they're both awful. They're both terrible people. Thanks for the donation, retard. Poo donated $2. Did you see Gary, the numbers guy, commented on your latest IG post with his Matrix Prime account? I did not. Matrix Prime. Is this like a reply somewhere? I'm not seeing his account or comment anywhere. I'm not sure if it's being censored or something. He's the numerologist, right? Like, numerology is just fucking stupid. Yeah, I don't see it. But yeah, I think I know who that is. Numerology is just retarded. Thanks for the donation, Pooh. Just random vids, donate $2. Bears waving goodbye. If not friend, then why friend shaped? It's a month old, but still seems relevant.
The past about 2 years, one of the main claims that I've heard is that it's not about Jews, it's about Zionism, and it's about what's going on in Gaza. And I've really just gotten to the point where I don't know what it's going to take for people to understand, for people to wake up. Because the synagogue in Melbourne, Australia was just set on fire, while Jewish people were inside. Families, children, people praying, and somebody's trying to burn them alive. A literal
Well, it's crypto-fascism. So everyone has figured out right now that overt racism doesn't get you anywhere. Everyone will dismiss you. Like, racism just isn't culturally acceptable anymore. Same with fascism. So you have to promote racist and fascist ideas while gaslighting people into thinking these are just sensible political positions that they mostly agree with. And this is why they say, oh, it's not anti-Semitism, it's just being against Zionism. So it's just a gaslighting tactic, but yeah, we all know what it is. So, thanks for the... Oh wait, lol.
It's not charging. Can you come look at it? It's
Sure.
at 5% and I have a paper due. I've tried everything.
Everything?
It just won't charge. Yeah.
Okay. Let me see.
Can you help me?
Yeah, I'll check it out. Okay.
What'd you do? It's working.
It's
Finally.
working?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're doing it.
I have known people like that. They're annoying. Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
And let's not forget that Hitler himself loved Islam.
Yep, Hitler loved Islam. Nazism and Islam have basically the same... It's roughly the same ideology, only you're just replacing, German supremacy with Arab or... it's really Arab supremacy. I know they claim that, oh, anybody who's a member of Islam is, is all in the same club, but they're really not. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Terminator 2 Judgment Day, and that one where Sinbad played a genie. Well, yesterday, Google DeepMind released a new AI model that's like if those two movies had a baby. It's named Genie 3 and has the ability to create controllable virtual worlds from a text prompt and simulate them in real time at 720p resolution and 24 frames per second. And we're not just talking about video rendering here, but worlds with actual physical properties that you can interact with like an open world video game. Genie is an AI system that understands reality well enough to simulate it. Think of it like the inverse of perception. Instead of understanding what it sees, it generates what could be seen if it had eyeballs like us. And that's a big deal because it gives autonomous systems and robots an unlimited number of simulated environments for training. In today's video, we'll take a closer look at Genie, along with two other big AI announcements that you may have missed if you blinked yesterday. It is August 6, 2025, and you're watching the Code Report. But before we talk about Google's Genie, OpenAI did something I thought I would never see. They released an an OpenAI model with an Apache 2.0 license, meaning you can use it freely to build a billion-dollar business. GPT-OSS is a model that's so good it approaches the performance of other state-of-the-art reasoning models like O3, while being small enough to run on your laptop or even your phone. I tried it out on Ollama, and while it's great to have another open model, it still feels overly censored and a little bit behind Qwen 3 in general intelligence. And with smaller models, you get higher hallucination rates, which is understandable because you have to cut out a lot of knowledge. That makes it hard to use for any kind of serious programming, but luckily software engineers also got a big upgrade yesterday from Anthropic with the release of Claude Opus 4.1. The upgraded model made an improvement to its already impressive software engineering bench score, and supposedly this model is supposed to be way better at multi-file code refactoring. And that's a big deal because as your project grows larger, the more useless AI becomes. But large language models are like so boring in 2025, and the shiny new AI object for today is something called a world model, with Genie 3 being the frontier model released by Google DeepMind yesterday. Tech influencers are calling it a watershed moment that pushes us to the brink of AGI. But remember, you should never listen to tech influencers, especially faceless AI-powered YouTube channels that are owned by private equity. That being said, Genie 3 is without exaggeration a watershed moment that puts us dangerously close to self-replicating genocidal machines by giving robots an unlimited simulation space. It generates realistic physical environments with incredible consistency, and what's especially weird is that the consistency is an emergent property, meaning the model just kind of magically got better at keeping the graphics consistent as it got bigger, as opposed to being a deliberate change to the algorithm implemented by programmers.
That is pretty crazy. You know, I'm sure it won't be like too long until we're gonna have video games that can have like virtually infinite open worlds because of like, you know, this auto-generated, you know, reality thing. It's gonna be pretty cool. Well, thanks for the donation, Just Random Vids, or who sent me that? I think that was Dodo who sent me that a while ago, whatever.
I am proud of European culture. I will not show embarrassment around European culture, and I will continue to spread European culture.
You might be...
Me after getting my change 69 cents change back then telling the cute employee chick to get herself something nice.
Is that really you? You look so young.
You don't.
I still have to watch the latest season of The Boys. Haven't kept up with it. But yeah, that's pretty savage. Thanks for the donation, Vanquished.
Taking a lot of credit here by saying that you're spreading European culture. You'll notice that a lot of people going into the UK and a lot of Mexicans going into the US, they're not doing this shit. They're literally just living their lives. And I think a lot of people like robbing bagpipes perhaps see, I don't know, Muslim people wearing hijabs or Indian culture being expressed or any of these like foreign cultures and religious traditions, and they think to themselves, oh, this is performative. This would be like me dressing up in my full Scottish regalia and marching down the streets playing my bagpipe in India. It's like, that's not what it is at all. The immigrants going to your country of Scotland or wherever else, they're literally just trying to live, and you interpreting their culture as like,
oh, I can guarantee you some of them aren't just trying to live. They're doing a lot more than that.
Like this exuberant display or them bringing the third world to your country is just ignorant. He says, I brought cultural enrichment back to European markets. I love this British market. He is performing for these Indian people. It's very interesting to them. And instead of owning the fact that this is a great way to spread your culture and also get views online, he's deciding to bring this sort of disgusting xenophobic element to all of his content.
If you hate your own country so much that you want this to replace it, that there's something seriously wrong with you, follow me around the world if you want to spread European culture.
Because I think it's like, it caught my attention, and I'm sure it caught a lot of people's attention because of the
yeah, this is just grifting.
Contrast. You don't often see the little ginger kid in India playing his bagpipes.
My baby don't mess around.
They hate it, and I absolutely love it. Well, you don't know what they hate. It seems like they're very much interested in it. I mean, if you love it so much, then you might want to take up bagpiping culture because obviously it's being...
What's funny is I had a friend who had an apartment that that was over top of a Persian barber shop, and they were playing this like super fucking annoying Persian music all day long in the barber shop when he was in his apartment. And he ended up getting a wood plank and a hammer and just smashing the wood plank on the floor with a hammer so that it would make a fuck ton of noise because the people in the barbershop wouldn't turn down their like weird Persian music.
Overrun by immigrants. He's fighting for his culture. No. You think this guy's wearing this shit every day? He's putting on a show for you. That's what he's doing. He's not fighting for shit. His culture is probably wearing some blue jeans and eating a cheeky Nando's. That's probably his culture. And I don't blame him for it, right? That's closer to my culture. I brought cultural enrichment back to European markets. And you have people genuinely confused saying, is this really somewhere in Europe? They don't know. So it's a double whammy. You can say that this is what Europe looks like, but then simultaneously, you're not in fucking Europe.
Dude, Anissa must have put him up to this. So he is just complaining about racism now.
So you're fear-mongering, but you're actually also just lying to people. But you can say, oh, I'm not lying, I'm just being satirical. But is it really that satirical? It's not. What are you satirizing? The fact that immigrants exist in your country? Or is it the fact that too many immigrants exist in your country? Or is it the fact that a specific type of immigrant exists in your country? Because you need to be a lot less generally racist to be able to...
I actually like bagpipes. I don't know why everyone says bagpipes are awful. I kind of like them.
Pull off satire. White race, heart emoji. Do this more, please. Show the world what white culture is.
Damn, I'm on my Britney shit. Oops, I hit again.
I don't think there's much of white culture that really appreciates bagpipes.
He's also doing this disgusting AI content where it says Indian jumps into dirty water.
Some of the Indian stereotypes really are true.
It is AI, guys. Chill. And then you read the description and it says, I love Indians, some of the friendliest, funniest, warmest people I met on my travels. Then you go to the comments and he likes the comment saying it's not AI. It is so cowardly, right? Because it is, one, not acknowledging that there is already so much racism towards Indians on the internet and in the country that you're coming from. It is perpetuating so many negative, awful stereotypes. And then you're using AI to fabricate something that didn't fucking happen. Sure, very bizarre.
I want to see a white person serving me. Does that make sense? Yeah, 100%. If I walk into a shawarma restaurant and I see a white person serving me, I don't want it. So you can figure out the other side. If I see a white person in there, I'm fucking out. And Tim Hortons, you can figure out the other side.
Yeah. Listen, Mr. Jelk, it is still racist when you're using white people as...
Iron Goldfish $20. Bagpipe dude is actually a cuck lol. He wants to spread his European culture in India, which is great, but notice how he doesn't do that in a jihad-ridden country, which, by the way, has taken over his land the most, lol. Dude only has the balls to play in India, lol. Well, yeah. Well, dude. He doesn't even have to go to, like, Saudi Arabia. He could go to, like, Birmingham, UK, and do that. And, yeah. He'd probably get his ass kicked if he went into the wrong neighborhood with lots of Muslims. But thanks for the donation, Iron Goldfish. But like, it's all a grift. Like, if iDubbbz were just making some sort of cultural critique here about how there's, content that's being catered for racists on the internet, like, I'm spreading European culture, with the bagpipes. Like, yeah, it's just fucking stupid. These people are just grifting. I can definitely tell some of these, like, especially younger kids that are, like in their teens who are doing some of this bullshit. I don't think they're like they're racist to the extent they're trying to make themselves out to be. I think they're racist to the extent that they don't care if other people think they're racist and they're just trying to cynically make money. So that's all it is. Thanks for the donation, though, Iron Goldfish. Allah donated $3. Weird, I didn't know they did that. Thanks for the donation, Allah.
Did you see the new South Park episode? It's hilarious.
No, haven't been watching South Park, but I might start back up again. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
And speaking of God.
By the power of God, I condemn you back to hell!
Well, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, I really do think they're past the point of saving, but as you can all see with the title, the thumbnail, this time, this story is all about my favourite actress in the world, Cynthia Erivo, who there is something very supernatural about this woman, and it ain't holy, but she is in a lot of controversy right now, and rightly so.
She played Jesus Christ here?
After starring in the musical Jesus Christ Superstar, and get this, for those of you that don't know, she was cast to play Jesus Christ. Yes, you heard me correct, this isn't a joke. A bold, black, non-binary lesbian woman who looks more and more like one of those spooky island demons from Scooby-Doo.
Oh my god, here we go. She looks fine. You know, Well, I don't think that's what Jesus Christ looked like. But yeah, maybe just don't watch it if you don't like it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Is the example for you to make the racist statement. I want white people to be cooking their white people food and brown people to be cooking their brown people food. That's weird. We don't like that, all right? By the way, it's Tim Hortons, not Hortons.
Tim Hortons?
What the hell is that?
If I walk into a shawarma restaurant and I see a white person serving me, I don't want it, so you can figure out the other side.
This is the type of rhetoric you hear from conservative dads and grandfathers. Let's put it this way. Do I want a white guy making my Kung Pao chicken? No. Hell no, right? That's me saying, fuck you to the white guy. You know, it's not about race. You know, I don't want white people cooking, I don't know, tamales. You think if I go to Japan, they're just going to welcome me into the #1 sushi restaurant in the world? Probably not. Probably not. And would you say that they're racist because of that? Probably not. Probably not.
It's like if you walk into an Italian restaurant, you want Italian serving you.
I am more Italian than any of these people.
Dude, back in the day, when I used to go to Tim Hortons every fucking day, I would get a bagel and cream cheese with everything, and they'd put the cream cheese on both sides. What does chat think? My Canadians, back me up.
A little bit younger, which is even a little bit more troubling. And then the Conquest guy, they're my age, and I fucking look at them and I'm like, you fuckers are traveling to different countries. You need to be the change. You can be a bro and not be racist. You can make a beer company, and it's not a fight, it's not a war for whose culture is going to win out.
Oh shit, is he promoting Frogan's GoFundMe for the lawsuit?
For it to be in your line of sight. Before I go, I want to bring your guys' attention to some lawsuits that recently dropped. Frogan, Denims, and Casey Tron have all been sued, and they are trying to fight this off. I really believe in their cases, and I think it's...
Oh my god, this guy. These are some of the most hated people on the internet, by the way. Yeah, Mrs. I support 9/11. I hope American soldiers get PTSD. Like, holy shit. Yeah, while this is so hypocritical too. After preaching about how racism is so bad, this guy is saying give Frogan money, the person who has openly made anti-white racial slurs, calling people crackers. She clearly hates white people. Like if she were to say, oh, fucking N-word, like if she were to call black people the N-word, like what would you say? Like you'd fucking cancel her. But yeah, calling white people crackers, oh, whatever, who cares? She was also on that like fucking Twitch thing where they're promoting Arab supremacy, and they're saying like Jews are bottom tier, Arabs are top tier. Like Ian, he's racist. He's every bit as racist, if not more so, than the people he just criticized. He doesn't fucking care about racism. I don't even know, like, he was just put up to doing this, you know, by his wife Anissa. He doesn't give a shit about any of this crap. It's just a fucking lying, grifting fucktard. Fuck Ian.
Point USA's annual Student Action Summit. TPUSA is a voter-driving juggernaut for the Republican Party, led by 31-year-old Charlie Kirk.
They're happy, that's why you know they haven't been on social media.
But this year's event will be menaced by something called the Un-F America Tour, started by a group of progressive influencers and organizers, including the massively popular streamer Destiny.
This is the all roads lead to Rome thing, right? See, he can do the exact same
behavior you said that Biden couldn't get away with doing.
Well, Destiny...
They want to bring progressive debate to Kirk's doorstep. But first, they have to get in.
So Turning Point has cancelled all of UNF America's credentials, and now they're trying to sneak in Destiny so he can debate inside here. Alright, he's in. So Destiny has made it inside the building, and we'll see how long he lasts.
Because the shots are going this way?
There's a major streamer named...
The wine leftover donated $2. Adam Sella strikes again, and a Jewish guy challenged him to a fight.
No, I'm not trying to get assaulted, bro.
Free Palestine, baby! Free Palestine!
I don't give a...
Yeah, this is the same guy who, scammed his own audience out of money. That's just what Muslim influencers do. He was also, apparently, from what I heard, he was dating a trans woman, and he also, like, drinks alcohol and shit. He's not Muslim. This is all just a grift. Like, again, all these people are doing this for money. It's just a grift. I fucking hate Adam Sella. The way he just consistently degrades the white dude is horrible, but I really hope he fights the guy.
Thank you for admitting for being ignorant. This is an ignorant man. This is an ignorant man here. I'm gonna teach you.
I don't care. You know, everything about this guy just irritates me.
Thank you for admitting.
Like, he has the most annoying fucking face. Like, look at his, like, fucking annoying haircut with these, like, bitch fucking waves. The way, like, there's this corner in his fucking head. Like, where, with the hair, his, like, pube beard. He has, like, this annoying fucking, like, rat weaselly look that's just judgmental. Just everything about him just fucking annoys me. And the guy's just a lying, grifting fucktard. Can't stand the guy. Thanks for the donation, though. The wine left over. Dodo donated $2. Are you planning to be on steroids for life? Yes. How much do you think you can max bench now? Well, I wouldn't be able to lift 410 right now. How much did you weigh when you hit 410? 270. Like, I'll probably be able to hit 410 at a lighter body weight, but I've only been on steroids for a week. So it'll be, you know, a few months for me to get the full benefit of the gear I'm on right now, and I'm probably going to escalate the dose over time. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
What's more fucked up is some SJWs like Duck Soviner have used the word cracker and don't understand why they are now not allowed to say it on YouTube.
Might have something to do with racism. I'm not sure, though. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo, donate $2. Why are these dumb bitches just screaming and not helping? Okay, this looks like it might go bad.
Oh my hell. When you almost light your trailer on fire. When you almost light your fucking trailer on fire. No, it's not! It's gonna be holy sh... Run! Come on!
Oh. Okay, I thought this was gonna be way worse. Yeah, he lit his trailer on fire. I thought somebody was gonna get their, like, arm blown off or something. Well, women aren't gonna do anything to help. They're just gonna scream. It's just what they do. What a dumbass. Hypocrites and morons and comments. Let me see. Millionaire trophy hunter is being killed by a buffalo he was hunting in South Africa. Absolutely based buffalo. That is a good buffalo. Thank you, Mr. Buffalo. You did a good job. You kill those mean hunters. You're a good buffalo. You just eat grass and do buffalo stuff all day. You're a good buffalo. Hope all those dumb hunters die. You're a good buffalo. Wish I could kiss this buffalo. He's very handsome. Hypocrites and morons in the comments? Wait, let me see. What are dumbasses saying about that? Oh, that's good. How is it an unprovoked attack if he was stalking and hunting it? Yeah, really. They're fucking pieces of shit. Yeah, it's funny how so many people are, like, so against trophy hunting, but then, like, they'll just, you know, kill animals for taste pleasure.
Back in 2008, the top donor for Obama campaign was the bankers. And then, lo and behold, he does a giant bailout of the bankers. And
wait.
Back in 2008, the top donor for Obama campaign was the bankers. And then
First of all, I don't know if that's true. Second of all, I don't even know if that's uniquely true of Obama. And third, that doesn't, like, that's not an argument to suggest what Obama did was wrong. Like, explain why the banking bailout was a bad idea. It would have completely collapsed the economic system. So, and again, they paid off the, it's not like they were just given money. They had to pay off what they were given.
lo and behold, he does a giant bailout of the bankers and even lets them keep their bonuses. But the bankers say that's not even good enough. I'm going to switch to the Republicans. They're going to give me even more, right? So the number one donor then in 2012 to Obama's campaign was gay rights donors. Yeah. Okay, so they switched because of the money, not because they wanted to do the right thing.
And that's totally and I totally agree with you. I think that we're agreed on that fact. And me being a leftist, I see like a lot of issues with corporations and how money and also whiteness entails like who we see at the top. The problem though is that
oh boy. These are two retards talking together.
the output does matter. There is some like substantial differences that we see when there is like liberal or democratic policy.
So Jank is like, I don't know what the problem is. Is Jank saying he would have rather had a complete and utter collapse of the economic system? He would have rather everybody stayed poor for decades?
Policy passed compared to Republican policies. So when I see things like DEI and certain funds, et cetera, that are made to bridge this wealth gap we see between races that cannot be reconciled by class alone, because we see that like race neutral policy does not go ahead and like close that gap we see racially. I think that's a good thing. So in that, I understand how you're characterizing these two parties as similar in fundamental, in like almost if we look at the political compass, they'll both be around like the authoritarian right spectrum.
Back in 2008, the top. Back in.
Let me see this.
Guys, what I can say. Oh. Here we go.
Okay, we'll watch that one next. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Destiny, who's a Democratic liberal
I haven't seen the new South Park episode.
streamer. He appears to be debating Myron Gaines, who's more of a right-wing red pill guy. They're both sort of creatures of like internet trolldom, but it should be a lot of fun. You know, it's like blood sports. It's like watching a cockfight, effectively. We love to see it, though. We love to see it. It's great.
We're at Student Action Summit. We got Destiny and Myron here today. Have a little friendly conversation.
Oh, yeah, man. Good to see you, bro.
Young people may be tuning out the news, but this new form of live, provocative political debate is blowing up online. Its cultural significance is something well known to Kirk because he's part of it.
Oh, it's democratic socialism. It's completely different.
I love this.
Whatnot. And I like it's.
I can talk about
want to know
socialism
what's
for
the
hours.
best.
Hello, everyone. I am Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, and I'm surrounded by 20 woke college kids.
Under a tent with the words "Prove me wrong," Kirk brought online debater culture directly to hundreds of college campuses during the last election cycle.
We have a problem in Black America. The biggest problem is not racism; it's the lack of dads. When exactly do heart waves begin in utero?
You know that, but you don't know the full.
Hold on, no, tell me when.
I don't know.
And while he uses it to make viral content, its primary goal is to register Gen Z to vote MAGA.
I love the fact that we are now becoming we're becoming the cool kids now.
But no, I just want to be clear. Is there something wrong with talking to voters?
No, there's nothing wrong with talking.
Well, that's what we're doing here today. It's an open mic.
I think that you push a dangerous agenda.
It's a strategy that those behind UNF America.
What's funny is the same journo interviewed Hassan for a CNN segment months ago, and Hassan actually has a scheduled debate with Charlie Kirk soon. Lamau.
I like that these guys are like, this is our weapon. This is our secret weapon. If only Destiny will just like engage in spirited debate against Charlie Kirk. If only we can do this. If we can unleash what is he going to do? Fuck Charlie Kirk and film it? Like, what do you mean? If only we can get compromising footage of Destiny sucking Charlie Kirk's cock and filming himself in the process, then we can just destroy this. We can destroy this whole charade.
Hassan takes himself seriously.
Yeah, he's going to do a revenge porn on Charlie Kirk.
All right, he's in. So Denver, he appears to be debating Myron Gaines.
God.
Chatter asks Hassan why he talks about Destiny in the same way rappers talk about King Von.
You talk like a rapper in an interview who talk about King Von? That's so funny. Yeah, dude, keep coping. Yeah, I'm so scared.
I'm not familiar with the reference. I don't know who King Von is.
That's what I meant. I do love people who like try to present Destiny as this like scary individual as well, and not just like a repulsive freak.
Yeah, repulsive freak. Let's see. A bunch of women have talked about how you're like this weird, like a weird obsessive jackass who like spams their fucking messages and shit and like borderline stalks them and tries to get revenge by calling the fucking police on them. Mr. America deserved 9/11. Oh, I love terrorism. Like, yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, you're talking about him like you're talking about King Von, dude. Motherfucker went to Israel to defend the genocide, bro. What do you mean?
It's not even what he did.
You're just a weirdo creep.
Yeah, and this guy defends every Islamic jihadist, group on the planet. He's just pro-Islamic jihad and fascism. What a fucktard. Thanks for the donation, retard. Dodo donated $2.
When I was a kid, I said, if you dug a hole from the United States, where would you come out on the other side? And everyone says, dig a hole all the way to China.
Right, that's always the case.
However, China is not where you will land if you dig a hole through the center of the earth. Because if you dig a hole through the center and you start in the northern hemisphere, you have to end up in the
southern hemisphere.
If you start in the western hemisphere, you got to end up in the
eastern hemisphere.
That's how the geometry works.
Is that because it's a ball?
It's a ball.
Right.
All right. So when I did the measurements on that, if you dug that hole from the United States, you would end up in the Indian Ocean.
You just flood the United States.
Yep.
I hate Neil deGrasse Tyson. Leave sound on. Which?
Draw gig eating ice cream standing outside watching Hassan on the ground crying and getting railed.
Okay, I'll do that in a minute. Thanks for the donation on Wib. Which bedroom would you sleep in? That looks like a really nice bedroom. You know, once VR becomes really sophisticated, especially with mixed reality, you could have like experiences like this that are absolutely convincing, and like the VR will just change the world around you, and then you could live kind of like a rich person, like, but you know, without actually being rich. I think I prefer 3 out of the other choices. Prefer this one more. 4. I'd say number 4. I prefer this one. It wasn't listed, but I'd say number 4 would be my preferred one. For a long, stressful day, you take a walk to clear your head. Which path are you taking? Oh my god. I want this one because there's goats. Yeah, I would say number 1 because there's goats. I like goats. These all look like shit. Krusty Krab. Yeah, I'd probably choose the Krusty Krab. I guess Neo Tokyo or New Tokyo 3065. I guess I'll choose the Future Tokyo. I like that one, especially because there's a kitty there. Maybe that one. That one looks nice and cozy. I think I'd choose 4. Alright, well thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Did Jasmine reach out to you first or did you find her first? Would Jasmine get upset if you didn't say goodnight to her? Did Jasmine show you her new black vegan boyfriend? Why did she get a new car and leave you with the one you bought for her?
Well, okay, so she reached out to me first. As far as the car thing, I financed a car, and then because of, such and such reasons, some of it had to do with, YouTube adpocalypse and shit. I ended up selling it back to the dealership, and I think there was just a small payment left on the, like the balance. Then she wanted a car again, even though she wasn't working. And I said I'm not buying like another car. So what she did was she took out a loan for the car to finance it. She couldn't get a loan on her own, so I was the guarantor. And then she promised me, oh, I'll get a job or I'll pay for it somehow. You know, I'll sell knickknacks online or stream or like, I think another idea she had was just do Uber Eats a few times a week and then that'll cover the car payments. Well, of course she lied. And then I was making the payments, and then, eventually just all the ridiculous demands she was making of me financially, I just said, I can't do this anymore. You're going to have to pay for it. Not paying making another payment. So then she got a job, and then she decided to break up with me, and the rest is history. So, yeah. But thanks for the donation, 21st.
How many times did Jasmine ride in the sidecar, and did she ever force you to stop during a ride, or did she behave while you were out for a ride, or did she act like an annoying dumb bitch? How many times did she use the bike you got her also?
I'm not even, I think there's maybe just a little more than the break-in miles on the bike. So I think the break-in period on that bike is like 1,000 kilometers or something. It's really, really low. So that's over a period of what? I got that in 2021, I think. So over a period of 4 years, she only put like 1,000 or 1,500 kilometers on the bike. So hardly at all. So yeah, I only had to change the oil once, and I know that was specifically for the break-in period. So barely used it at all. As far as the sidecar, she rode in the sidecar a fair bit, and no, she didn't do much complaining when she was in the sidecar. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Did you watch The Gorge? If so, what did you think? Here's a throwback to last year.
Oh my God, that is a very sentient kitty.
I kind of gotta know why you're so cute. I have to know why. Why? Wait till Richard sees you. Wait till he sees that face. I am putting Joey and Maui.
Oh my God. He has so much sentience. You can see it right there. Oh my God.
It into my will to go to you, Richard.
Oh my God.
Of course, I don't plan on dying, but you just never know.
I'm gonna have to kill you so I can get Joey. Put Joey in your will so I get Joey when you die, and then I'll kill you and then I'll get Joey.
Okay, Joey?
Oh my God, I need this cat. I'm gonna fucking kill you for this cat. Oh my God. I saw The Gorge. The movie was good up until the last, I'd say, 20 to 30 minutes where it just got outrageously stupid. So, it was a unique kind of sci-fi concept and all this shit. Like, yeah, the monsters were cool. I didn't really like the love subplot. Like, I thought that was kind of stupid and unnecessary. But, the monsters were cool. Some neat action scenes and stuff. But it just went completely off the rails. It reminded me of a lot of these low-budget, like Netflix and Shudder horror movies, where the movies are actually pretty decent. They're decent B movies. Up until, like, the last 20, 30 minutes where everything goes to shit and nothing in the plot makes any fucking sense. Like, why in the hell did that old bitch who was the head of that company go to the place? What was she doing there? Like, just everything was stupid. But yeah, if you just ignore that, the beginning of the movie was, you know, good and entertaining. Neat monsters and good fights. Thanks for the donation though, the then now. I gotta draw this like weird penis picture, but you people keep donating.
I think I know why Hassan is so triggered, plus bonus treat.
Twitch superstar explains one thing Democrats need to focus on to win back bros. How Democratic streamers like Destiny are taking on MAGA and Charlie Kirk. Oh, that's why, yes. Destiny is far more likable and gets more coverage. Oh, it all makes sense now. This kid's fucking annoying. Gideon talks to Dean Withers about Israel child predators escaping to Israel. He then mentions Israel attacking the USS Liberty, getting called an anti-Semite for posting IG. Dean reacts to Gideon very differently than he would Nick Fuentes.
My field of specialty is in the line of, you know, catching, you know, child predators and stuff, getting them behind bars, finding out, you know, why they do what they do, and then ways that our government is helping them get back out on the streets and protecting them. And one thing I found, and I don't know if you've ever seen this, man, but CBS, out of all people, did a whole news story about this, where if an Israeli resident, I believe either if they're nationally from there or if, like, let's say, you know, they have blood ties to there, let's say they get caught up with CP, they get caught up touching a child, they get caught up doing anything to that, right? Once they get arrested and they get out on bail, they can go back to Israel and they cannot be extradited back. So there's a lot of child predators that are just so happen to be Israeli that flee to Israel. And if you don't believe me, like, this isn't just like me, like, speaking of, like, CBS did a whole story about it, and they will not be extradited. Like, I don't know if you heard about that. Have you?
I mean, I haven't heard about it. I'd assume that this is going to be true of, like, Israel if they have, like, a non-extradition agreement with America. I'd also assume that this is going to be true for, like, many other countries that aren't Israel that also won't extradite individuals to America. But what I will say is, like...
Well, similar issues occur in Syria. I know there's a bunch of war criminals who flee to Syria for the same reason.
Having an ally of, like, Israel, which there's a billion reasons why I disagree with the allyship, but them not allowing extraditions of individuals to America, even though they are allies, insane.
Yeah, not only that, I believe...
Yeah, there you go. So he's just promoting more anti-Semitic propaganda. What does he say about the USS Liberty?
There was an Israeli higher up. I forgot. They put out a mayday to all ships that saying if you enter within 100 miles of this radius, that we will shoot you down. Right. So there was a
the U.S. ship looked like an Egyptian ship. That's why it got shot.
American. They said it was okay. Yeah, you have to do that. Yeah. We see American. It's. I think it's just like. You know, there are too many people talking.
Basically, you have to bend the knee no matter what to them all the time, right?
Yeah, so he's an anti-Semite. Wow, what a surprise. Little gay lefty kid who watches TikTok isn't a fan of Jews. Weird. Wonder where he got that from. Thanks for the donation, retard. Cam, donate $2. Nothing like a good old mosque teardown video. Yep, we should be tearing down mosques, not building them. It's kind of crazy how religious beliefs are exempt from hate speech laws. I don't know why claiming Sky Daddy said so makes it okay to spread hatred. But if you're just atheist and you hate people for like non-religious ideological reasons, it's not okay?
Criticize the government?
What? You want to die? Criticize the government? You can't even speak without a man to vouch for you. You're a woman. Get her.
Welcome to America, Salma.
Can I criticize the government?
You are free to criticize the government.
Death to America! Death to America! Tufano!
Yeah, that's basically what's going on. Thanks for the donation though, Cam. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. Adult film star Miss John Doe, 24, dies after third BBL surgery. Friends blame fatal blood clot. BBLs are the most dangerous cosmetic surgery, and yeah, they tend to cause blood clots. And, you know, it'll block your heart. So massive risk of acute myocardial infarction from BBLs. Well, maybe she should have just done squats. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Funny how red pill retards like Myron Gaines say that men need to be making more than the women during the relationship, but then as soon as that happens the dude just gets taken advantage of.
Like, one, I don't think men in general should be having relationships where they live with a woman. Especially marriage. Do not get married. But I think what a lot of people, like men in particular, don't realize is women are not really going to like do much for you. Like there's that rare unicorn, but like they're just not going to do that much for you, and there's so many fucking problems that pop up. So you're better off just, you know, you can have like fairly serious relationships that are exclusive if you want that, but like just don't move in together. And if you do choose to move in, like make sure you have a really well-established exit strategy planned. Because it just always works out poorly in most cases. So, you know, just date a chick, don't move in together, don't get married, and let it run its course, move on to the next one. It's all you need. It's all you need. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy.
Mr. Vegan Gaines, do you still like the song Bohemian Rhapsody? And if so, would you go see them on tour with Adam Lambert if they announce more dates?
I was never a big fan of the song Bohemian Rhapsody. Like, I think it is kind of a fun, silly song. I'm just not like a huge fan of it. Oh. But no, I wouldn't bother seeing it in person. Like, I wouldn't go to a show. Mafia: The Old Country just got released. Absolutely unplayable on ROG Ally. Okay. It's a weird reason to give a game a bad review. A lot of people are saying it's good. I can't trust Steam reviews anymore, because I've realized everyone's retarded. You kind of just have to play a game yourself, and if it sucks, just refund it. Thanks for the donation, though, Nature Boy. Yeah, not the biggest fan of Bohemian Rhapsody, but, you know, it's kind of fun.
Show us your legs.
All right, James, I will flex my legs for you. I still gotta draw that fucking picture. Oh. Yeah. Oh, Gum Gum, hello. So that's my phone. My left leg's a bit smaller because that's the leg that had the surgery. But those are my legs. In case you were wondering. Oh. Oh my god. I gotta draw this fucking picture. Thanks for the donation though, James. Dodo donates, God forbid VG spent a day sending out emails and setting up debates, filling his calendar up. He cannot do that for the life of him. Meanwhile, you have Lifting Vegan Logic, a tiny channel setting up TV interviews, podcast debates with like 7K subs. VG. I'm antisocial, okay? Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
LMFAO, what did I tell you? Shitrail is a pedo state. Here are my receipts, fucko. Fuck Israel, and all the pedosios that live within it.
I think you'll also see a lot of fucking pedophilia in Muslim countries too, dude. I don't know. I don't know why there's that. I haven't looked into this particular topic. Maybe there is an issue where there's a legal loophole where pedophiles can flee to Israel or something, but the refuge of criminals in the West Bank settlements. Okay, weird Palestinian land bullshit. Yeah, I don't know if there is some like weird legal loophole in Israel where it is easy to like flee for child sex trafficking. I don't think that has anything to do with anybody being Jewish. It's probably just weird circumstances and they just haven't fixed it. Thanks for the donation though, dipshit. Literal racist no cap for real donated $2.
The army that Germany has built up in 4 years swings in honor past Hungary's strongman Admiral Horthy. The young men of the new German Reich welded into a mighty war machine. But the surprise of the parade is the first public appearance of the new 10-inch field gun with a barrel 40 feet long, an estimated range of 50 miles, said to be the largest mobile cannon in the world. Cameramen were forbidden to photograph it on pain of being charged with treason. No cameraman did photograph it. Cameramen prefer to keep their heads.
Okay, thanks for the donation, literal racist.
Show us your legs, dancer emoji, smiley face emoji, cool face emoji. I saw the Frank vid thumbnail. I could only think of that animal that gave its life.
Well, hopefully Frank will, not be with us for much longer after he loses the Paul lawsuit. Hopefully he just loses his fucking mind. But I just showed my legs. I hope you're happy. Thanks for the donation though, James.
Remember when you didn't want to play Leaf is Strange Double Exposure because you said the reviews were all bad, but we played it and it wasn't that bad. It wasn't as good as the first game, but I give it a positive review overall. It was good. Looking forward to the next one.
I never said well, was I apprehensive about playing the game because of bad reviews? I can't remember. you know, that game was still fun. Yeah, hopefully the next one's at least as good. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Bohemian Rhapsody is trash beyond trash. How are you, VG?
I wouldn't say it's trash. It's just kind of weird, and not great. I'm doing good. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
Would you say cheat meals are generally bad for dieting, MG, because cravings are the main reason why people can't stick to a diet? So won't cheat meals cause you to crave these hyperpalatable foods more and more?
Yes. You should avoid having cheat meals. Your normal diet should be palatable enough for you, where you're not craving, you know, cake and ice cream and stuff like that. And even if you are craving those foods, learn to just live without them. If you start eating them occasionally, you're just more likely to fall off the wagon and just eat them more and more. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
Would you go to Miami and debate Fresh and Fit? I think it would be cool for you guys to debate veganism, Islam, dating, economy. Plus, too many guys think you need to be a millionaire to date lots of pretty women. I think being in shape is more important.
Well, it's Miami. There's a lot of, like, crazy gold-digging whores in Miami. So I'd be willing to debate them. They don't seem to be particularly interested in debating me. And that's probably because they know they're dumb. But I'd be willing to. But yeah, there's a lot of gold digging whores in Miami. I wouldn't underestimate just how many gold digging whores there are in Miami. What in the fuck am I drawing? Oh my god. Thanks for the donation, Nature Boy.
I'd why you keep saying it has something to do with someone being Jewish. I love Jews that speak out for Palestine. It's Zias that I want all dead. How does it make me anti-Semitic? BTW, don't you compare factory farms to the Holocaust? You fucking hypocrite lol.
You're stupid. Thanks for the donation, Ebony Gandalf. Wait. Donate till I was just pause the donations. It's fine. I'm drawing the thing. Thanks for the donation, E. Let me see. What does this on Piker look like? He's a big fucking dork. Love how these dweebs are saying he's like the Joe Rogan of the left. He's such a fucking dork. Just a weenie. Trying to find like a photo of him that I can kind of base this off of.
Do you think it's a good idea for North Americans and Brits moving to Colombia, Brazil, and Asia to be passport brothers so they can escape Western feminism and date prettier women that are more traditional? When I saw that Frank vid thumbnail, I kept thinking of the animal that gave its life.
Yes, I think you mentioned that already. James, thanks for the donation. All right, there is a drawing of Gig eating ice cream, watching Hassan on the ground, crying and getting railed. Guess I'll make a word bubble for him. There you go. All right, hope you enjoyed that non-wib. Let me see, Nature Boy. I really dislike braids. I would not pick up a woman in South America. You're just asking for trouble. Dude, it's fucking stupid. Just find, like, women are all the same everywhere. Just find a chick in your country. You don't need women, by the way. Like, you might think you do, but you really don't. Like, just ask yourself what you really want from a relationship. If it's anything deep, like, oh, I want somebody who really loves me for who I am, or will love and support me no matter what. Guess what? You're never going to find a woman like that. Their love is extraordinarily conditional. Women are very fickle and shallow. Even though they try to make you think that men are the shallow ones. And, like, again, women do not have, like, the same interests, hobbies, life experiences. The chances of you really connecting much with any woman, they might, like, trick you into thinking there's a big connection there, but there really isn't. And, again, at the end of the day, you're really only going to be able to get, like, you know, a little bit of friendship and companionship and some sex. And do you really need all these risks that come along with it? No, just, you know, casually date and then move on to the next one. Thanks for the donation, though, Nature Boy.
Say the DNC has been absent to counter.
I hate Charlie Kirk. I think he's actually a saving swamp. He's very, very strategically minded.
At an event organised by the Un-F America crew down the street from the convention centre, both Conservatives and Liberals packed into a pub to eat chicken wings, drink beer, and watch Conservative voices try to take on Destiny.
Have you ever fired an F-15? Yeah. So you fired 5.56. The mathematical odds of him surviving that are infinitesimally small.
They're infinitesimally high if it misses him. What raises his ear? Charlie Kirk's been doing this a long time, more than 10 years. Why has it taken the left so long to catch up and still hasn't caught up? Republicans vertically are very well integrated when it comes to making sure that they're winning elections. Yeah. Right? There's people who in 2020 they thought the election was stolen in every state basically, but they still showed up to vote next time. So something is happening there where they're really big on going out and winning elections. And I think that shows at every single level to where when people are organizing, or when people are creating alternative media networks, whether you're talking Tim Pool, influencing other ones like Joe Rogan, or trying to do things with college kids like Charlie Kirk, they're making these events and they're gathering all these different people. For Charlie Kirk, it's school kids, but the single focus is winning elections. It's incredibly important. And somehow I feel like on the left, I don't know how this happened online, maybe it's because we tend to be younger or whatever, but somehow the party's messaging apparatus, it feels like it's kind of hijacked from people by people who won't vote for your candidates, which I think is incredibly destructive. Did the Democrats have anything like this? Nothing. And I will say, like, Charlie Kirk is honestly one of the best organizers of our generation. And I think that, you know, as much as I disagree with Charlie Kirk, I believe that what he's doing has worked. And that's why I'm here to replicate what he's doing. I'm not here to, you know, disrupt Charlie Kirk's events. I'm here to say that there are alternative ideas.
What do you think of Puerto Rico? Would you visit there? I don't know much about Puerto Rico. And I don't see any particular reason why I'd want to visit.
And that we need to build the same thing that he has, because he is good at it.
Z. Cohen Sanchez has worked more than a decade on Democratic campaigns.
There's no reason why we can't do this. This is not very expensive to do. We have so many PACs on the Democratic side raising millions of dollars, right? We are not a big PAC. We haven't even raised $1 million yet. And we're able to get all of these creators essentially anywhere that Charlie is. And so that's what we really want the Democratic Party to do, is we want to have them to start investing in these movements.
Is the DNC supporting this?
No, not currently.
Why not?
If Ken Martin's watching this, text me back. But really, I mean, I think it's disappointing that we haven't been able to see the DNC really get off the ground since the election, because I think a lot of things have happened internally that have been distractions to the actual ground game that we need right now.
No, our motto is, when they go low, we go high.
How can anyone stand listening to Hassan's commentary?
Dude, it's beyond me. I know there's been a few people who've come from Hassan's stream who ended up watching me. And from what they've told me, like, they have no clue about anything. They're completely and utterly ignorant about politics. And then when they watch Hassan, they're like, well, I guess he's right. And they think they're actually getting good news. And then as soon as they step outside that bubble and listen to somebody critique Hassan, they realize just how fucking stupid he is. But yeah, Hassan apparently reacted to me on stream after I made that video about lean beef patty being an anti-Semite. And he then made like some reaction streamed me, and then some of his viewers ended up coming to my channel, and then they realized, oh, Hassan's a fucking idiot. But yeah, I think it's just an audience of a lot of young people who have no fucking clue what they're talking about, don't know anything about politics. They're just 100% fucking ignorant, and the only news they ever end up seeing is Hassan for whatever reason. Thanks for the donation, though, Nutmuffin.
For Destiny, it's a ground game that must reflect the online culture he and millions of young Americans are part of, one that is often characterized by un-PC language, insults, and crude humor, like this tweet Destiny sent poking conservatives.
Do you still use those Thrive nicotine mints? Do you notice any negative effects? I consume them regularly and I feel fine, but I'm concerned it might be bad to use them too much.
Yes. I think I've taken 4 today. Yeah. I've taken 4 total today. I was having a lot more, but I just cut down. I didn't realize it, but I just developed this habit where if I ever got annoyed or I was getting bored, I'd just pop more of these nicotine things, and I just forgot to buy them one day, and it was like a long weekend, and I didn't have them for 3 days, and I noticed it doesn't make that big of a difference. So then I realized I was just having too much, so I'm limiting them to 4 per day. So that would be 8 milligrams, I think it's in milligrams, nicotine per day. They're, I think 2 milligram, lozenges. So I'll usually have one when, like, in the morning or afternoon, with an energy drink. Then, like, during a workout, I'll have one, and then on stream, I'll just limit it to 2. It is a vasoconstrictor, so if you're popping them constantly all day long, you might have elevated blood pressure. It kind of depends, like, everyone's different, so if you have blood pressure that's right on the edge of normal, and then you start having nicotine all day long, that might push your blood pressure past the normal range into, like, mild hypertension. But, like, if your blood pressure is kind of lower and you exercise a lot, like, it might not really make a difference. So, you know, just check your blood pressure. That's really the only big risk factor with nicotine lozenges. I would not recommend taking Zins. For one thing, they're massively overdosed. They're like fucking 8 grams of nicotine or milligrams of nicotine for 1 pouch. That is fucking crazy. A lot of people who take those end up vomiting because they end up getting, like, nicotine poisoning so quickly from them. And the way you use them, you put them against your gums, and because nicotine's a vasoconstrictor, that's going to constrict the blood flow to your gums, and you're going to get gum recession. So I wouldn't recommend taking those, like, Zins pouches or anything. But I think 2 milligram lozenges are the sweet spot. You kind of get a good mood uplift. If you're exercising, you get kind of a runner's high. Improves nervous system efficiency, and you just feel like you're thinking more clearly and faster. And then, yeah, like 4 of those lozenges throughout the day is good enough for me. But thanks for the donation, Nicotine Mint Consumer.
By saying the kids who died in the Texas floods were proof that God doesn't exist. The tweets you sent about the kids in Texas would probably disqualify you, or would probably have somebody in the upper levels of the Democratic Party say, okay, we'll never work with this guy again.
Yeah.
Do you regret sending those tweets?
I think I have to get over it. I don't regret them. I love poking the bear on the right. I feel like Republicans are so good at owning the space. Republicans do this thing where they say, comedy's legal again and we can joke about anything. But when I say anything, they really just mean like immigrants and black people, right? Because if you make fun of anything on their side, they lose their minds.
I guess is your point that, always trying to take the high ground is clearly not working for Democrats?
One of the things that conservatives stumbled into accidentally, because I think Donald's an idiot, even politically, but they stumbled into this thing where people started to get confused because of what the right and left look like. And I think they think that you need an extremist platform in order to win elections. But what you really need, I think, is just extremist messaging. I think that's what you need.
Back inside, the packed event giving the Un-F America organizers hope there will be appetite for similar...
That's funny. That is funny. This video's gotten more views than CNN's coverage of Hassan. That's why he's salty. Fucking bitch. Blaha Mens donated $2. Let me see.
And yes, I ban everyone who brings up needles from now on. Anyone who warns me about needles is an automatic ban, because I don't need hood rat gutter trash in my streams. If you live in an area like that and choose to live in an area like that, don't project it onto me.
That is really weird. I don't like. So, by the way, just because you find needles on the ground, that doesn't actually mean there's like heroin addicts in your area. My uncle told me about this. My uncle is diabetic, and he realized there's diabetic people who literally just throw their needles all over the place. You're supposed to, if you ever need to inject insulin, you're supposed to either use a needle disposer in the bathroom, or you need to carry with you one of those like little boxes that you can put the needles in so that they don't poke anybody or anything. There are diabetics all over the fucking place who will inject their insulin, throw it in the fucking trash, and the needle won't even have the cap on it. So if anybody has to take out the garbage, they might get pricked by a fucking needle. And sometimes they're so careless and lazy, they'll literally just throw it outside. Like, they'll go have lunch with their friends or something, inject the insulin, they don't see a trash can anywhere, they'll just throw it on the street. So it's not just drug addicts, it's literally just fat, overweight, fucking diabetics who don't give a fuck about anybody. And he lives in Texas. It's one of the fattest states in the fucking country, and we know what area he lives in. It's a poor area. Like, that's probably good advice. You should run with shoes, because you have no idea if some like careless idiot who's a diabetic might just throw the needle away. It's not just heroin addicts that do that.
So, don't project your culture onto me. Not cool. The Texan in me won't have it. Like, quit living in a slum. Next.
Yeah, this guy is telling people to stop being poor, and he still cannot manage to not be poor.
Bear that in mind. I learned that lesson yesterday. I can't read the thing about the tribes of homes. Too shaky. Something.
What a weirdo. I don't know why he started doing this. He's just fucking weird. Like, these are unwatchable. No one wants to see this, and he just does it anyway, and just... he makes it so no normal people would ever watch and engage with his content, and it is only people who hate him who are going to end up watching him.
I can't read the thing about the tribes of homes. Too shaky. Something. Tribes in a... I don't know. But you do know all those Kenyans and Ethiopians all run barefoot, right? Who
they all wear shoes.
Win all that stuff at the world level.
Yeah.
Those tribes still run barefoot. Like,
no, they don't. They wear shoes.
50 miles at a time.
Yeah, they all wear shoes.
Now, they have smaller calves, that's why. But, you know, the calf thing is a big deal. That's why my massive calves, barefoot running, the calorie burn is ludicrous. Right? And the reason that we burn more calories is the calves have to work harder. Because you're not heel striking. You're running on the balls of your feet.
Even, bro, you can go out into the bush in Tanzania and you'll find Hadza wearing shoes. Some of these people look like they have, like, yeah, like, I don't know if they made these sandals themselves, But I've seen Hadza tribes people even wearing like actual running shoes. I'm not sure if I can find any just on Google, but I think when Liver King and Paul Saladino made a video of these people in Tanzania, even they were wearing running shoes. And they live out in the bush. Blaha's a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, Blaha Ments.
Boy, you sure like to yap about nothing, huh? Yappity yap all day long. Never stops yapping. Draw VG looking at his cummy hand and saying I fully internalized nihilism, no need to draw body, make half the canvas VG's face and the other half his cummy hand.
Alright, I will do that for you, Gigliardo. Do this comic book panel style. Alright, there is your drawing request done, Gig. I hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for the donation.
Again, urgent news after Witkev's meeting with...
Okay, you know what, let's just watch fucking Frank Tufano. We kind of got sidetracked a fair bit. So... Yeah, this is the video.
Yeah, I haven't done much besides lay in bed on pain medication, and any.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I haven't done much besides lay in bed on pain medication, and anytime this stuff happens with my business, it just.
So he's a drug addict, he can't do anything productive, and he's just high all day on pain meds. Dude, his life is just going down the fucking toilet, making every bad decision.
Just makes it way worse, and I get very stressed out. So if you guys can share the video and leave some reviews and just try to help me out as much as you can. I mean, what else can I do? You know, I'm trying to focus on things other than the botched eye surgery, and then my business this year. You know, I have $60,000 stolen from me with the defective potato chip machinery. I try to do other stuff, and I get scammed over and over again, and then I try to buy this Wagyu and offer a new product, and they let it rot in a cargo container. So at this point, I think I'd rather just give everything up and hand out flyers the rest of my life, because that would be way less stressful, and I'd have a lot more fun knowing that these people that have basically ruined my life and have caused so much pain and suffering and unhappiness to me, knowing that they are losing millions of dollars would make me way happier than what I'm doing now. So we're getting very close to that. And for the people laughing at me, saying, oh, he's going to hand out flyers, he's going to hand out flyers. Well, after I did it one day, the doctor filed a restraining order and was pissing in his fucking pants. So, you know, they don't want the public finding out the truth, and they don't want it impacting their body.
He filed a restraining order before he started handing out flyers.
Bottom line. So, I mean, there's some documents here that, you know, I can share at the beginning just to give some context to the situation. You know, we paid the initial $13,000 for the Wagyu beef. That was June 1st, 2025. So that's when it was paid for. However, the first contact to purchase the Wagyu beef was back in February. So I reached out to this Japanese Wagyu company back in February. We tried, you know what, I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna read the lawsuit first, but this is just the first email to the Wagyu company. We have the email to Always Forwarding, which was the company that messed everything up. They were contacted back in April. Point is, guys, this has been in the works for a while. You know, I hired a professional importing company. Everything should have been correct, but now we had to file this lawsuit. Frank Tufano versus Always Forwarding, Weber Solomon, who's the CEO, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, EVA Airways, and Worldwide Flight Services. So U.S. Customs played a factor because they're the governing body that did not let the product into the U.S. EVA Airways is the transportation company that I paid the $7,000 to ship it over here. And Worldwide Flight Services is the company that EVA Airways hires to handle their cargo. So EVA Airways subcontracts their cargo to Worldwide Flight Services. So Frank Tufano ordered a shipment of world-famous Japanese Kobe Wagyu beef, an expensive and highly perishable product, to be airshipped from Japan into the USA, which costs a total of approximately $13,000 for the product and $7,000 for shipment. Frank Tufano hired SPQR Imports, who contracted Always Forwarding to handle the customs clearance process. Always Forwarding was hired by SPQR Imports on April 14th, 2025, with information about the shipment many months in advance of the occurrence of this event.
Gum Gum. Hey, Gum Gum. Do you want to come cuddle? You're so beautiful. Want to come cuddle, Gum Gum? Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh. There's a pretty kitty here who wants to cuddle. Come cuddle, Gum Gum. Yeah, that's a good baby. Oh. I don't know what the hell he's doing.
Always Forwarding entered an agreement through email on this date in April. After 2 weeks of the product supposedly being in the USA, Frank Tufano became extremely concerned and quickly understood that the situation was not being handled and the circumstances became dire immediately. So, I didn't text or email this guy. I actually physically called him several times. From the end of June through early July. Like, I basically called this guy at this importing company every 2 to 3 days to check up and make sure he's handling it. But in reality, all he did, I think, was send an email to this forwarding company, which was just jerking him around. So that didn't help. So at this point, this was probably around July 15th or 16th, where I started freaking out because I realized that this guy was not handling the situation and my meat was probably ruined at this point. Frank Tufano had to contact officials at the USDA and U.S. Customs and Border Protection to find out that an entry for the shipment had never been filed and that the package was being stored in refrigerated conditions as opposed to the required frozen conditions. Despite billing SPQR imports on July 11, 2025 for approximately $6,700 for airport storage fees, entry fees, and numerous other fees, an entry for the initial shipment that arrived to port on June 30th was never filed. So I'm assuming that this company, well, let me read this first because I might have said it. Regardless of the circumstances of the product, the package could have been released for safe handling at Frank Tufano's refrigerated warehouse, where it could be held until further inspection, but still remains, as of July 25th, at JFK Airport in improper storage conditions. This is extreme negligence by all defendant parties in this action, as they each have a personal duty for the condition of the product and should care about making sure it reaches the customer in adequate condition. Frank Tufano believes their greed for collecting airport storage fees is the main driving factor in ignoring his shipment to the point where it has perished. When Frank Tufano took over the situation on July 18, 2025, after Always Forwarding had failed to do their duties as part of their contract, being in possession of the goods for the previous 3 weeks, the situation already seemed unrecoverable due to the negligence of all parties involved. Frank Tufano contacted Always Forwarding, attempting to get them to file an immediate entry to prevent his goods from perishing, who refused to help him and denied responsibility for the shipment, claiming that they will only communicate directly with SPQR imports. Frank Tufano then contacted EVA Airways, who uses worldwide flight services to handle their cargo storage. After identifying the location of the product, they requested approximately $9,000 in storage fees as of July 18, 2025. Because of the negligence of Always Forwarding and their inability to file the proper paperwork in a timely manner, Frank Tufano is faced with an unreasonable situation. Pay $9,000 more for expired meat or lose $20,000. So I'm basically either lose $20,000 or probably lose $29,000. And even if I did pay, the problem was even if I did pay that $10,000 storage fee exactly at that point in time, who knows when I would have gotten the meat? It could have been 2 weeks. Who knows? Could have been 2 more weeks in storage. Neither defendant in this matter.
I don't know if there's any dudes that want anything to do with Frank. Like, I know he's gay, but he's a pretty intolerable person. I don't know if he's like involuntarily celibate or something, but I don't know. He might get AIDS. I don't know if he's fucking any dudes. Retard donate $2. Do you see what I see? Are these penis shaped? Is that what you're seeing? Yeah, they are kind of penis shaped. I don't know, what else I'm supposed to be seeing. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Took any opportunity to attempt to help Frank Tufano far below the standard of care, and in the context
I mean, from dirty needles, not gay sex. Well, I don't know if he'd be sharing any needles with anybody. As far as I understand, he's just getting like opiate pain meds from a doctor. What a lot of people do is that once they can't find any doctors to prescribe them pain meds is, yeah, they end up getting like heroin or something. But I don't know, that's kind of the old days. Now you can just order fentanyl online. So if he was gonna do anything, I'd imagine he'd just order fentanyl online. Retard donated $2. You saw what I saw. Okay. Yeah, they are kind of phallic shaped. Thanks for the donation, retard.
of Frank Tufano's small business, a malicious and significant enough action to disrupt his entire business operations. And guys, $20,000 for me is like 5% of my product cost for the whole year. So that's basically me not paying an employee, not paying myself. It's very significant.
Wait, 5% of product cost per year. I don't know if that's possible. So if $20,000 is 5% of his product cost, then 20 times 5 is 100. So he's saying his product cost per year is roughly $400,000. He took in $5.4 million in revenue in in the last it was, so he would be left with $5 million if he's only spending like $400,000 for product cost, and then he just has his employee, like, you know, he has to pay his employees. I don't know what he's paying them, but I'd be surprised if that was like over $1 million for all of his employees. Like if he has 10 employees all making $100,000 a year, I don't know, that sounds far-fetched. So let's say like another $500,000. And then, like, you know, I'm sure he has some other costs, like utility bills and, you know, maintenance fees and shit. Let's just say that's another, like, $500,000. So, I don't know. He's saying he's broke, but we know he had $5.4 million in total revenue, gross revenue. So I don't know where the fuck this money is going if he's saying he's broke. Weird. Really weird.
Apparently not for these guys. They're used to ripping people off all the time. And you know, if they're doing multi-million-dollar cargo containers, then they probably don't blink an eye when trying to rip off some small business for $10,000. Frank Tufano believes that Always Forwarding wanted to generate additional revenue by billing him for various fees, including the very high airport storage fees. Therefore, intentionally ignored the perishable and delicate nature of his product in favor of their own intention to fraudulently steal additional monies from Frank Tufano. Not only has Frank Tufano lost a considerable amount of monies relative to his business operations, the possibility of any future business with this product supplier has been decimated due to the extremely poor nature of how this situation has been handled and lack of care from all defendants. So then I demanded a jury trial. Then I stated the jurisdiction for where my business operates in Pennsylvania. So the first claim for relief was refusal to deal. All parties have refused to do business with or assist Frank Tufano in retrieving his product within reasonable circumstances, leaving him no alternative option as these parties have a monopoly on the operations of incoming goods into the USA. because these businesses.
Why is he making a video about the lawsuit he's filing? I'm sure it's going to mention the Illuminati too.
What do you think of the Lil Tay story? Should people be making a fuss about it?
I have no fucking idea. I don't know who the hell Lil Tay is. I'm not a retard. So, oh, her. Somebody asked me about her. What happened? Emergency heart surgery. She made an OnlyFans. Whatever, I guess. Who cares? Thanks for the donation, Ryan.
Businesses refused to do service with Frank Tufano, and there are no other possible market options. Frank Tufano is going to lose his shipment of product and all associated shipment fees. Second claim for relief, Federal Trade Commission Act bans unfair methods of competition and unfair or deceptive acts or practices. So, Frank Tufano had already paid over $7,000 for transportation and customs clearance, and then upon the product arriving in the USA, always forwarding in collusion with U.S. Customs and Border Protection, charged an additional amount equating to $6,700 to seize and store the product. Always forwarding attempted to deceive Frank Tufano to extract more monies, whether in collusion with other parties or not. By not filing the entry paperwork before the product entered the USA and having no priority for the perishable shipment, has acted both negligently and deceptively for billing Frank for actions that would be considered errors. So they should have filed the paperwork. Like, there's no way that that shipment should have accumulated any storage fees. So the fact that they sent me a bill on July 11th means they have no clue what they're doing, and they don't care. It's a crooked company that rips people off all the time and probably doesn't ship a lot of perishable stuff. Third claim for relief, monopoly power. These operating businesses have monopoly on all goods coming in and out of the United States. Being such a large and powerful regulating body, they are unlikely to provide legitimate and fair treatment to damages caused to product due to errors made by negligence, intentional or unintentional. Given the extreme and unusual circumstances mainly caused due to negligence and fraud committed by Always Forwarding, no other parties would assist Frank Tufano in obtaining his goods and should face outside regulations to be forced to have reasonable options as a place of business. So, if someone's getting screwed over by a customs company or a forwarding company, and then all the other parties say, oh no, you have to pay the storage fees, they're basically committing fraud. They're extorting you. That's like the definition of extortion. There's nothing legal about this. Fourth claim for relief, Federal Tort Claims Act allows individuals to sue the U.S. government for damages caused by the negligent or wrongful acts of its employees acting within the scope of their employment. U.S. Customs and Border Protection employees acted negligently under government supervision within the scope of their employment duties. As required per specification, a complaint was filed with the relevant federal agency. However, this urgent, I haven't even heard back. I filed a complaint with I think it was on the U.S. Customs and Border, but I laugh when people have any issues and say, oh yeah, just file a complaint with them. Yeah, like you're going to file a complaint after a cop shoots your family member, like the cops, like it's like all that drama with the police and all the stuff in the news, and people saying that like the police are going to police themselves, like they get put on paid leave, no one cares. A lot that stuff. The reason I brought that up is that stuff is basically being said to protect these government agencies, because they want you to think that you're getting somewhere and you're filing something legitimately, but in reality, when you file a complaint with any of these agencies, they just wipe their ass with it. And if you do actually get a lawyer and try to sue them, that lawyer is going to be wiping his ass with your $100.
Then why does he do this if he thinks it's all like Illuminati conspiracy?
Bills, because he's just going to screw you over and defend these companies. Fifth claim for relief, False Claims Act. FCA prohibits knowingly submitting or causing to be submitted false claims to the government for payment, always forwarding in collusion with government agency, U.S. Customs and Border.
What you doing, Gum Gum? Gum Gum. Come here, Gum Gum. What you doing? Gum Gum. Gum Gum. What's my Gum Gum doing? Gum Gum. Gum Gum. What age did I start jerking off? I think I was like 5 or 6. You heard about a new horror film just released called Weapons. It's about missing children from a specific classroom. Trailer looks creepy. Weapons. I think I saw something about it on Facebook where like the whole movie had to be redone because Pedro Pascal dropped out of it or something. This kind of reminds me of the anime Another. I think it's called Another. That looks cool. I'll give it a watch. I like horror movies. I'll watch the scary movie with my Gum Gum. Gum Gum, you want to watch a horror movie later? I love my Gum Gum.
Border Protection knowingly submitted false invoices for payment, including services not rendered, unnecessary storage fees, and inflated prices. So Always Forwarding, being in this business, understands that the storage fees were completely unnecessary, as the proper entry paperwork should have been... I mean, these secret society, Freemason, Illuminati douchebags are probably just going to laugh at this case and dismiss it like they always do. But technically, the government could investigate this because this company is fraudulently billing U.S. Customs or, well, no, U.S. Customs. The problem is there's government entities in here that are charging storage fees. So I don't really know. The thing is, it gets really fishy when the government's involved and you're paying them and you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. Sixth claim for relief. Okay. Unfair trade practices and consumer protection law prohibits unfair methods of competition and unfair or deceptive acts or practices in trade or commerce. This law, along with its regulations, is designed to protect consumers from fraudulent and deceptive business practices. And this is kind of me repeating. Always Forwarding attempted to deceive Frank Tufano by not following the proper protocol for importing international goods. Their sole responsibility to ensure the entry was filed had never been complete, despite being in contract with SPQR Import.
What's your opinion on the Pedro Pascal creep allegations? I have no fucking idea. The guy just seems like a gay dork.
For, well, technically they were in contract for over 4 months, but for some reason I put here for over 3 weeks. Always Forwarding likely intentionally accrued airport storage fees to bill Frank Tufano for more monies, intentionally committing a deceptive act. Always Forwarding then held Frank Tufano's highly perishable product hostage, requiring more monies for the goods to be delivered. Seventh claim for relief, fraudulent misrepresentation, occurs when one party intentionally deceives another through a false statement of fact, causing harm to the deceived party. To succeed in a fraudulent misrepresentation claim, the injured party must prove 4 key elements: a false statement of material fact, knowledge of its falsity or reckless disregard for the truth, intent to induce reliance, and justifiable reliance resulting in harm. Always Forwarding, after entering a contractual agreement with SPQR Imports, was assigned the duties to handle the customs entry of Frank Tufano's shipment. Always Forwarding billed SPQR Imports, claiming to have filed the entry for the shipment. Assuming the entry had been filed, both SPQR Imports and Frank Tufano had trusted that Always Forwarding was handling the incoming shipment and that things were proceeding as they should. The entry, however, was never filed, and because Frank Tufano relied on this false claim, the product had perished in storage for an unreasonable period of almost 3 weeks and was no longer usable. Then 8th claim for relief, pre-complaint discovery. We're just requesting all emails. And then prayer for relief, judgment on each of the claims set forth above all defendants in this action. Frank Tufano to be compensated for the $21,000 that was spent on products. And then the big part, $810,000 because he's no longer able to do business with the supplier or sell this product for remaining years in business, and an amount of $1.6 million to be compensated as an estimated loss of sales, assuming current business growth continues So it's probably more than that, to be honest. But yeah, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, he's asking for $1.6 million with a $20,000 loss, presumably.
And I've read lawsuits that have been filed by lawyers.
Is this all blurry? How long has this been out of focus for?
So I filed so there's 7 completely legitimate claims for relief there. And what these Freemason judges like doing is dismissing my case, saying I did not state a claim. But that's BS because, like, I looked at maybe 4 or 5 other lawsuits that were filed against Dr. Taban, and none of them were written better than mine. Like, if anything, I included more facts and more legitimate claims. Like, I put, like, when you name the law and legal statute and then explain what happened, like, if my initial filings are better than what I've seen actual law firms write, and they're just denying it because I'm not in the club. Like, there's no legitimacy to what these judges are saying when they dismiss my cases. They're just lying and defending these secret society degenerates. They write up bullshit legal jargon thinking I don't understand it, and then try to dismiss it. Like last week with when I wrote a
I'm back. What did I miss? Just some Frank Tufano horseshit. He's suing this company, Always Forwarding. So, according to him, they're responsible for destroying $20,000 worth of meat that he ordered. Oh, the usual. His lawsuit probably isn't going to go anywhere because he's an idiot, doesn't know how to properly file anything and all that.
When I wrote a motion to recuse to remove the California judge from the state superior court case, and one of the main arguments I made was that he has to provide a pro se litigant with a fair trial, and he
Forgot my namification, donate $2. The math isn't mathing with Frank. He works in Pennsylvania, right? Their minimum wage is only $7.25 an hour. Maybe his schizophrenic delusions are so bad he doesn't even know how much money he has. Well, I know for sure he lies about, like, how much money he loses or spends or has. But it's weird. Like, again, his case with Paul Saladino, you can look at the public court filings. He's not paying his lawyer. And the last message that his lawyer sent to Paul was that Frank is completely destitute and broke. Like again, this guy on camera said he only has to spend about $400,000 to buy product to sell to people, but he takes in $5.4 million in revenue. So, okay, we can deduct that from the gross. So we're at 5 million. So the only thing really left is paying employees and, whatever other overhead costs. So, like electricity bills, bills for the refrigeration stuff that he has, crap like that. Even if you're deducting 2 million, we still got a lot of fucking money left. That's $3 million to work with that he's making in profit, supposedly, if we're getting the math right. So it's just strange. I don't know what the fuck is going on. He said he had to take out a $30,000 loan to even pay for the first surgery. I don't know why you'd have to take out a loan when he's making that much money. All of it is just so weird. None of it adds up, and he's clearly lying about something. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification. Gummy, what are you doing? There's cat biters on my desk. Kids Boo, donate $2. What you think of this anime soundtrack? It's garbage. Yeah, that's just terrible. Thanks for the donation, dude. Retard donated $2. Oh. Bear walked in. Oh. Oh, that Pomeranian scared him off. Oh my god. That Pomeranian is going after that bear.
Scout.
Oh my god, it's like Finn. Looks exactly like Finn.
Scout.
Yeah, the dog looks exactly like Finn. Oh my god. It's literally Finn. That's exactly what Finn would do. He's so brave. Oh my goodness, yeah. He's just like Finn. Yeah, that's a Pomchi. That's not a purebred Pomeranian. That's a Pomchi like Finn. Poor Finn. He died. He lived a really good life, though. Wasn't as sad as... It wasn't as sad as Finn dying as, like, Prismo dying, because Prismo died really young. Finn, he lived, like, a good, long, pooty life. Gummy, what are you doing? That's a good dog. I really love pom-poms. Gay guys alert. What is this? Zoran Mamdani rushes to help. A videographer appears to faint just after his press conference. Yeah. Sure. They are trying to protect the boy from a crazy psychotic father who wants to put his son's life at risk by crossing a dangerous ocean to get to France, to Britain. You're watching armed French cops attacking a father and his small child yesterday as they try to board a boat boarding for the UK.
Nigga, you got no taste, no swag, no bitches, no nothing, and you 6 feet plus, light-skinned and jacked. How about get out your dusty-ass apartment and fuck some bitches njga? Maybe this will require your neurodivergent shit brain into appreciating good content.
It's just not good, Kid Boo. I don't know what to tell you. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. So, apparently, retarded lefties would rather people put their children at risk and probably drown and die. Okay. That's the left wing for you. Let's see. Nancy Mace gets fact-checked by reporter, loses her mind. I hate her. She's just a fucking liar.
I noticed that there's one of the accomplishments, thing you were touting was the I-5 2016 interchange.
What was the exit at Long Point Road? Yeah, not the interchange, but yeah.
But that funding came from the Inflation Reduction Act, which you voted against.
Right.
Is that an accomplishment then? Is that something you can tout?
No, absolutely. I mean, absolutely I can tout that. And you're a raging Democrat, so raging leftist with that kind of questioning. And I would say...
Zoran Madmani is just a gentle, peace-loving New Yorker who wants to help his community and help people. Is what Cody Pink what have you think and show you that video as proof, but we all know the truth. Well, except Destiny apparently.
I think he's starting to realize Mamdani is just literally Hassan Piker. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. Right, so, she is taking credit for a bill that wasn't hers, that she didn't support and voted against. And then when presented with those facts, you're just a raging leftist. Gummy, what are you doing? Why are you biting? Why are you grabbing my hand? Why are you doing this? Oh my god, his kitty paws are so huge. It's like a big panther.
As a woman, like you might want to think about how you view other women and how you treat other women, the way that you question them.
As a woman, you should not question other women, even when they're lying. Because then, like, other women might question you, and then we'll all not be allowed to get away with lying.
Because women are going to lead this country off the brink, and conservative women. The first female president of this country is going to be a conservative woman, not some liberal like you.
Okay, again, just a question about the bill, whether you voted for it or not, and what you were touting.
Jeez, what a bitch. Thanks for the donation, retard. That was embarrassing.
He wasn't even explaining or saying why my filings were incorrect. That was my main argument to why he should be removed from the case, because he didn't say anything. And then he just ignored that. The judge literally just ignored the main statement made. So these people act like they're the only ones that can read a piece of paper, and they just make up BS and do whatever they want. And the big thing these gang stalkers are saying now is they're calling me like Frank Tufano, or making jokes about how many lawsuits are filing. But that's the reality of all of these businesses and all these people taking advantage of and harassing me. You know, if you're being gang stalked by a group of people that are intentionally attacking and harming your business, the legitimate thing to do in return would be to file lawsuits. And because there's so many, I mean, every single one of these lawsuits is legitimate. Some of them are a little like kind of stupid, but they're all 100% legitimate. This is all I do every day for most of the hours I'm awake. I have all these papers here, and then all surrounding my desk, all behind this chair. And there's literally like 30 folders here, each with different cases. This is the Rat Boy stuff. They're still harassing me for that nonsense.
Oh my god. Dude, what a fucking retard. Why doesn't he get a cabinet?
This is me suing Shopify for all the chargebacks. This is Social Security Administration for denying me disability. This is the people that sold me my...
Oh my god. He's trying to claim disability? Buddy, you can drive, and you made $5.4 million in revenue last year. How the fuck are you disabled?
My car, there's so much shit wrong with my car. The tires...
So he's trying to fraudulently claim he's disabled so that if he sues Taban or something, he can very easily make the claim that Taban made him disabled because of the eye thing.
Were dry rotted, the chassis is failing. This is the...
Wait, what did he say about a car?
The people that sold me my car, there's so much shit wrong with my car. The tires were dry rotted, the chassis is failing. This is...
Oh my god. Didn't he like try to buy, like he was gonna finance that Lexus, then he returned it and like forced them to take it back, and apparently now he got another car that was a piece of shit that he's trying to not pay for? What the fuck is going on with this guy?
Dr. Taban getting my TikTok taken down. This is Shopify getting transferred to federal court. This is the guy that sold me all the broken restaurant equipment. There's like 3 different Taban cases. And the bigger joke is I haven't gotten anything for any of these lawsuits. Not one of them has gone through the court system and been handled fairly at all. And then when I file for like IFP for informal pauperous and say like I can't afford to pay the court fees, these judges say that one judge didn't grant it to me. And I was thinking, hey, maybe if you guys actually put one of my cases through and I've been compensated for what's happened to me, I can afford to pay the court fees. So I'm tired of this nonsense. If you guys can share the video and support me as well.
Well, he's not doing too well, apparently. All right, 2 new shorts.
So this company, Rep Provisions, has copied my beef tallow butter sticks that I've been selling for a few months now. I'm in the process of filing a provisional patent, and I have a year from the launch of the product to do so. And we're definitely going to do that because I'm tired of the secret society, degenerate owned businesses copying and stealing my ideas and making millions of dollars off.
People sell tallow. You can buy tallow. How can you patent selling tallow?
For them, and then I don't get credit, no one finds out about my business, and I continue to suffer and be taken advantage of by these people who control all these social media platforms. So if you guys can share this video and tell everyone to support my business instead. And why would you buy it from them when they are literally double the price? They are selling half the amount, 8 ounces, for the same price that I'm selling 1 pound for. And people really need to know that companies like Rep Provisions are perfectly okay with taking advantage of small businesses and stealing their ideas for their own profits.
Yes, I was the first person to ever have the idea of selling food.
I was supposed to have a consultation with the... So I was supposed to have a consultation with the doctor that performed the orbital reconstruction today, and they canceled because he was busy, but I did send them an email, and their response was that they can't help me further because I still think there needs to be more support in the medial area of the orbital socket in the inside. So when my eyes were swollen a month and a half ago from this surgery, they looked really good because that swelling in that medial area was pushing my eyes back out to where they were supposed to be. As the eyes have pretty much completely healed and all the swelling is gone, the eyes are kind of sucked back in, and now you can tell they're still crossed inwards a bit. I would say between maybe 10 or 15 degrees each eye when looking forward, but the difference is, like when I open my eyes, you could tell they're kind of like pointing inward still, which means you need more support here to push them out. There's nothing else that can fix the problem I have right now. You can't do strabismus surgery, you can't do any. The only thing that will fix my eyes is if they put additional support in the medial wall, which is what that orbital reconstruction.
Dude, he is fucking nuts for ever getting that surgery in the first place. Absolutely fucking crazy.
Did. They put a very tiny implant in the back, but I think they need to put another one, and that will fix my eyes. Maybe the doctor will change his mind, or once I have a consultation with him, it'll be a possibility, or he can refer me to someone else. But it's more apparent when I put my eyes straight. So right now, both my eyes feel like they're looking in. If I put my eyes straight, it's this position, and then you could tell that eye's pointing inward. So when the left eye is straight, the right eye's pointing inward.
Yeah, I can see this eye moving and this one doesn't.
And then if I put my right eye straight, same thing happens. The left eye points inward. So
Dodo, $92. Are there any events in your past you constantly think back to? What are most of your thoughts about? No, I don't really think about anything constantly. Most of my thoughts are about probably getting jacked, training, just thinking positively, just appreciating what I have, thinking about like how to enjoy myself most throughout the day, and just like video games, having fun, stuff like that, and I guess butts. I do think about butts a lot. Would you say most of your thoughts are very repetitive? I don't know what you mean by repetitive. I guess butts. I think about butts a lot. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Do you like seeing Frank suffer? Vout you like him to get another orbital reconstruct surgery from a shady doctor and be horrifically botched, blind and in pain, and his face looking disgusting, and vout that give you a warm tingly feeling inside like her being loved.
Yeah, I think I would enjoy that. Frank deserves a lot worse, and, you know, any misfortune that comes upon him is well deserved. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Right eye straight, left eye feels like it's looking in. So when I'm looking with both my eyes, they both compensate about 10 to 15 degrees inward. But then if I put my eye where it's supposed to be, like straight, this eye is instantly in. So I can tell that the eye alignment is not correct based on the current position. And I don't know. The strabismus clearly isn't going to help because despite the eyes wandering out sometimes, the eye muscles in where they look is actually different than the orbital position. Basically, whatever this first doctor did to me to Bond messed me up so horribly that it's like a complete disaster, and it's so difficult for any of the top surgeons to fix it. So the next goal is to find a doctor or see if this doctor will add more support.
What a stupid, stupid person. Like, that was a completely unnecessary, dumb thing to do.
President Putin. Now Donny commented about it, and out of nowhere we're going to the 2-week mode of the president.
No, I'm not gonna have roid rage with the amount of testosterone I'm taking.
Once again. It seems like Donny gives the last chance after last chance to Putin again and again. Like, how can he disrespect himself so freaking much? There was the press conference already dedicated not to this particular topic, but he answered some of the questions from the journalists, so I may tell you that. I'm just gonna show you the small part of the video so you may understand the attitude. The question from a
Yeah, I might play Mafia, we'll see.
reporter is barely heard, so I may tell you what she asked. You said you would know if Putin was tapping you along. What gives you confidence that he isn't doing that this time around? Kind of the interesting question, and let's hear what Donny replied.
He is already doing that this time. Can't answer the question yet. I'll tell you in a matter of weeks, maybe less. But we made a lot of progress.
Yeah, guys, I predicted this some sort of the variant that Trump again would believe the bullshit that Witkoff brought to him, and it seems like I think he believes that still. Wow. Well, there's some of the good news. I'm gonna tell you them as well. So after all, Donny applies the tariffs on India, 25% for now. Before he said about 100%. In the project of Senate, there is 500% of the tariffs, but he implemented 25 extra tariffs on India, which is pretty much good for Ukraine, because India should be aware that because by purchasing the Russian oil, it supports the Russian war machine, and India buys lots of the Russian oil, almost equal as China. So then India says, oh, European Union is also purchasing the Russian gas and fossil fuels. Yeah, but way less, way less compared to India. And this was Trump's tweet on Truth Social at the very beginning after a conversation with Witkoff. Probably Witkoff went to the airplane. He called to Donny directly. My special envoy, Steve Witkoff, just had a highly productive meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Great progress was made. Great, you see, great progress. Notice that.
Mafia 1 Remastered was fucking terrible. That was an awful game.
Yeah, great progress. Remembering. Afterwards, I updated some of our European allies. Well, he called to Chancellor Merz and also to Zelensky. Everyone agrees this war must come to a close, and we will work towards that in the days and weeks to come. He forgot to mention this number, yeah? 2 weeks after 2 weeks after 2 weeks, so we may say many weeks, yeah? Which could be converted already to months and will be converted into years. Thank you for attention. It's his usual signature to make the post great. Really nothing to support Ukraine or allies. Moreover, United States will retreat some of the forces from European Union countries. They're gonna lower the presence by 30%, so it's not a good sign at all. From everything which is happening, that United States implement at least some of the tariffs on India. Donald Trump, in his conference, he promised to implement tariffs also on China, extra tariffs because they're purchasing Russian fossil fuels. And the other thing, which is happening already for more than a month, that the United States allowed to sell its military equipment, weapons to European partners who are in their turn send everything to Ukraine. But again, it limits the Ukrainian military support. There should be direct military help from the United States of America. Actually, it's the part of the mineral deal which the United States and Ukraine has already signed, but it is not working. Just give Ukraine what it needs right now, and later on Ukraine may pay back after some time, so it should be like that. It's already like that. But Donny, no, we're gonna sell everything to European partners. They have limited budgets, and yeah, that's why, guys, it's kind of the strange move from Donny. Just uncomparable to previous White House administration. But some of the positive baby steps are there. I hope for more to come. There was the information about the possible meeting between Putin and Trump the next week. I think it was over-exaggerated news based on the broken phone. That information came from one source to another source, and it's changed on the way. So Fox News reported about it.
The Russian President Vladimir Putin as early as next week. This comes right off of Steve Witkoff's meeting.
So yeah, they say that there could be the meeting between Donald Trump and Putin the next week. Then Rubio came out and said, no, we're not planning the meeting for now. There should be more our job done. Then there was the information about the meeting between Putin, Zelensky, and Trump, shared by ABC News. But the fact that Donald Trump said about it himself, there is the perspective that the meeting will be happening. We haven't yet decided where, but for today, we had a good conversation with.
Well, yeah, that's Kresnov for you. Oh yeah, this Epstein shit is interesting.
Maxwell has cleared Donald Trump's name while awaiting her pardon. This is new from ABC. Ghislaine Maxwell told DOJ Trump never did anything concerning around her. Now, notably, Trump has been asked whether he's going to...
There you go. She is gonna get pardoned. It might not happen, like, for a while. There's a good chance he'll wait until the very end of his term to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell, but really weird how she would say that after, you know, Trump admitted he has the power to pardon her. And again, there's all this weird shit where they had to have a private meeting with Ghislaine. You know, they couldn't get her to testify in front of Congress or anything. So really, really weird. So very high likelihood Trump's just going to pardon her.
Going to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell before he said he wishes her well.
I just wish her well, frankly. Yeah, I wish her well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well.
Then he's asked if he's going to pardon her. He says, well, I'm allowed to do it, but I really haven't thought of it.
I'm allowed to do it, but it's something I have not thought about.
Now, notably, this is very similar to the way Trump has responded previously when talking about people he would later end up pardoning.
I don't want to talk about pardons for Michael Flynn yet.
You pardon Paul Manafort? I have not even given it a thought as of this moment.
Roger Stone, are you going to pardon him, sir? He's been convicted of felonies.
Am I going to pardon you? Well, I hadn't thought of it.
Now, obviously, he later did pardon Michael Flynn, Roger Stone, and Paul Manafort, and this has all led many people to wonder if a similar thing is in the works for Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, this all comes after 9 hours of Ghislaine Maxwell privately speaking to Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. He's the former defense attorney for Donald Trump, and this was a private meeting. It's notable that there were talks about doing it publicly in front of Congress, but that got shoved aside pretty quick when they realized they could just do this behind closed doors. Now, Todd Blanche said he was thinking about releasing the transcripts. We don't know if that's going to happen or not. But today we got leaks of what may have been said during the 9 hours where Ghislaine Maxwell told Todd Blanche that Trump had never done anything in her presence that would have caused concern. Now, do we believe this? Well, the challenge is that Ghislaine Maxwell has every reason to lie. She, after all, is looking for a pardon. Her lawyer says right now that she would welcome any relief, and relief is exactly what she got after this testimony. Right after the testimony to the DOJ, where she cleared Trump's name, she got transferred to a less restrictive prison called a minimum security prison, with the Washington Post calling it one of the nation's most lenient lockups for nonviolent women offenders. It's notable she had to get a special waiver to even go to this prison because normally sex offenders are not allowed. And this is something I really want to hit home. Previously, I've been talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, and we've been talking sort of like, okay, yeah, she trafficked for Jeffrey Epstein. I think it's worth hitting home that she also participated in some of the acts. She is a sex offender, convicted. And those types of people aren't eligible normally for minimum security prisons. That's why a former warden told the Post, inmates, if they have a offense, are not going to a place like that, period. It's truly unheard of. Quote, it's a country club. Someone gave special preference to Maxwell that, in my knowledge, no other inmate currently serving in the Federal Bureau of Prisons has received. So she is getting special treatment for something. We don't know exactly why. She had to get a special waiver for this, though. This is not something that everyone gets. Contradicting this, though, the president has come out and said, oh, this is actually a very normal thing.
Questions for you. One, were you aware of and did you personally approve the prison transfer for Ghislaine Maxwell that your Justice Department?
I didn't know about it at all. No, I read about it just like you did.
And do you believe that she is?
It's not a very uncommon thing.
Do you believe that she's credible to be listening to? Your Deputy Attorney General sat down with her recently.
Well, let me tell you, he's a very talented man.
I'll remind you, the guy he's talking about formerly was his defense attorney. And her question, which never really gets answered, which is, can we trust Ghislaine Maxwell, actually is an important one because previously she was charged with perjury. This was in connection with her 2016 deposition. Perjury just means she was lying under oath. Quote, in 2016, while testifying under oath in a civil proceeding, Maxwell repeatedly made false statements specifically about certain specific acts and events alleged in the indictment. So, can we trust someone who previously our government charged with making false statements when specifically these false statements may benefit her? I don't know, maybe you think she's turned a leaf and she suddenly is Mrs. Honesty, but it's worth saying she's already reaping the rewards of the testimony she's given so far. Our president proceeds to talk about how talking to Ghislaine Maxwell is going to help with the fact that we don't want people getting caught up in this that would have their lives hurt.
Whatever he asked would be totally appropriate, and it's not an uncommon thing to do that. And I think he probably wants.
How many days of test are you on now? I feel like your demeanor's changed in a good way. It's been 7 days, so we're on day 7. So I've taken a full weekly dose at this point, 210 milligrams for the whole week. And yeah, I have more energy, I'm more upbeat, better mood, and feels fucking good. I'm likely going to up the dose in like another month or 2. We'll see how things go. But yeah, I'm doing really good right now on 210 milligrams per week. So we'll see like another month how things go. I might go up to 250. Then see how that goes, and then maybe up to 300, see how that goes. But feeling good right now.
To make sure that, people that should not be involved or aren't involved are not hurt by something that would be very, very unfortunate, very unfair to a lot of people.
We don't want people getting involved who might be hurt by this, right? That's why we got to talk to her behind closed doors. We got to give her preferential treatment, right? Because we don't want anyone who might have been otherwise implicated in this falsely to get implicated, right? We want to make sure their names, whoever they are, whatever mysterious person they are, do not get implicated in this. And
Contrary to what you think, I think if Gavin Newsom would become president, it would just be an average presidency. Like you said, he is an opportunist with few real values like Trudeau, so he will more likely follow the lead of the Senate, assuming Democrats win it.
Maybe. That could very well be the case. Here's the issue, though. When somebody is a proven out-and-out liar, you can never trust them. So, who knows if he has any ideological motivations? Maybe he really is an anti-gun cuck dipshit. And as soon as he gets an opportunity, he will try to ban, all firearms. Even though now he says, oh, I'm pro-gun, I like guns, vote for me. Once he realizes his pro-gun bullshit was one of the most stupid, politically unpopular things he could have ever fucking done. So, I don't trust liars. I think you need some degree of honesty from politicians for me to have confidence in voting for them. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
And obviously that goal of Maxwell clearing certain people is being achieved here with her now clearing Trump's name with a possible pardon on the line. Now, I do have to say, it could be the case that he didn't have anything to do with it. She is being honest here. But unfortunately, the waters are muddied when you have such a transparent conflict of interest in this whole story. Personally,
what are your thoughts on tipping? Personally, I do it sometimes if I'm feeling generous, but it should be optional rather than expected. Employers should just pay a living wage rather than having customers make up the difference.
Tipping is complete and utter bullshit. It's fucking stupid. And I mean, it's gotten to a point where I've been to grocery stores where I go to the self-checkout line and it asks for a tip. It's outrageous. It's a racket, and they're just trying to pressure people to give money when it's not deserved. So, and it creates so many other horrible issues. I'm terrified to order any food on Uber Eats. Not that I really can, because of just where I live, but I'm terrified to order anything on Uber Eats because, one, I have some bad experiences personally. They always steal my pizzas if I ever order a pizza. And two, the amount of videos I've seen online where Uber Eats delivery drivers will, like, spit in your food if you give, like, even a $5 tip. $5? I have to drive 20 minutes. Spit in your food. They should have given me $15. Like, it's crazy. The entitlement it creates from a lot of these employees, too. Everything about it is terrible. So just charge more for whatever food or service you're giving, pay the employees more, and stop asking me to give you extra fucking money. It's retarded. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy.
If he tried to ban guns across the country, first of all he doesn't have the spine to try that, but he would quickly realize it's not possible to do given state laws, Congress, and it's unpopular. He can't do it and would never put that much effort into it, unlike Mad Money.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, Democrats have realized they just have no chance, especially with the Supreme Court the way it is. I still don't like Gavin Newsom. I'd rather have, like, Pete Buttigieg or Destiny or Bigfoot become president. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. Am I going to go on cholesterol-lowering medication now that I'm on test? No. Testosterone tends to lower your cholesterol. So, generally speaking, people who are on, like, at least the dose that I'm on, so anywhere from, like 20 to 30 milligrams per day, your cholesterol tends to decrease. Could be a variety of reasons for that. It could be due to just better nutrient partitioning, could be due to increased physical activity, stuff like that. But cholesterol tends to decrease when you're on testosterone. What would you up the dose to? 300 milligrams a week? It really all depends. It depends on whether or not I'm able to still build muscle on the doses that I'm on. It depends on what kind of side effects I'm experiencing or not experiencing, and the potential kinds of risks involved with escalating the doses. 300 milligrams, like, especially for me at my body weight, probably wouldn't be a problem. But I'm just starting at 210 milligrams right now. It's better to just start low and slowly build up. You're less likely to experience side effects. I've been, like, a lot of fucking idiots who don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They've told me to start on, like, 500 milligrams per week. That's a very good way to, again, get side effects like acne and gynecomastia. If you just suddenly ramp up your testosterone, like, 8 times what it normally is, that's when you can get a lot of side effects like acne and shit. If you slowly up the dose and get your body used to it, then you're less likely to experience side effects. So yeah, I'm just starting at 210. I'm gonna just stay here for a couple months, see how it goes, and then, get some more blood work, see how I'm doing, and then I'll consider upping the dose if, like, I stop making progress or, something like that.
I don't want anyone, Ghislaine Maxwell, or any of the elites that are involved, to be let off the hook. In fact, just today we had a bombshell report from the New York Times about Jeffrey Epstein's personal residence where he had pictures with famous people. More letters came out with people like Woody Allen, and all of these people should be investigated. Unfortunately, we are living in a time where a select few of these people have so much power over the investigators of it. Maybe instead of giving preferential treatment to sex offenders, we should just release the Epstein files and see where that gets us.
Yeah, but then Trump would be found guilty, so we're not going to be doing that. Yeah, dude, Trump is guilty as fuck. Guilty, guilty, guilty. He is so fucking guilty, dude. It's not even funny. I just gotta go take a piss and get a drink. I'll be right back. Dodo donated $2. The worst thing is when Democrat politicians cuck to homeless pro-Palestine people. Those people don't even vote for Democrats, so why are we cucking to them to try to get their vote when they won't vote anyway because we're on stolen land and they don't even have ID? Well, it's hilarious. The fucking, like, there's that big whole Muslim thing. Oh, vote for Trump, because we know with the Democrats, they're just going to support Israel. So, like, why are they playing that dumbass game? It's just stupid. Again, I don't think they're cucking to this like woke progressive community because they actually think they're going to get votes. I think it's because they're in ideological alignment, and there's just a lot of Democrats that have gotten sucked into this like, you know, communist fucking wormhole. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
It's a man, baby! I am so sorry. Did you know that Austin Powers is 23 years old? Yeah, but I digress. Yes, there's a new MAGA conspiracy theory, and yes, it is insanely dumb.
Initial reaction to your series was, well, that now we know Candace is insane. Like,
but this one is going to be tested in the courts. Now, it is extremely difficult to defame a public figure, let alone the head of state like the president of France, but Candace Owens might have found a way. Yes, after getting kicked out of the Daily Wire for peddling your run-of-the-mill anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, Candace turned it up to 11 with a bold new conspiracy theory. The First Lady of France isn't actually a lady at all. She's secretly a man who stole his sister's identity and is now working undercover to manipulate her husband on behalf of the global cabal of liberal elite pedophiles. And that's just the beginning. Trust me, it gets dumber. And so last week, the First Lady of France, Brigitte Macron, and her husband, French President Emmanuel Macron, fired back by filing a monster 219-page defamation complaint against Owens. Now, we've read the complaint, and oh boy, it's certainly a greatest hits compilation of MAGA's favorite tinfoil hat club talking points. So get your MAGA conspiracy theory bingo cards ready, because we're going to check off a lot of boxes as we analyze the Macron's case against Candace Owens, and what happens when the lines between protected speech and defamation blur. Now, while the United States is a net importer of goods, one of its greatest exports is conspiracy theories. But the Brigitte Macron is a man claim actually started in France. Like the US, France has a group of extreme right-wing anti-government conspiracy theorists who peddle wild ideas online. And the post-COVID era of political distrust created even more fertile grounds for those conspiracy theories. And Brigitte Macron and her husband have often been the subject of salacious media stories. Because when they met, and this is not a conspiracy theory, this is actual real life, Emmanuel was a 15-year-old student and Brigitte, his drama teacher, was married with 3 children, the oldest of whom was older than Emmanuel. He told Brigitte he would return to marry her when he left for school in Paris at the age of 17. And years...
Whoa, that is really weird. Really weird. I wonder if she groomed him. That is super weird.
Later, she divorced her first husband and married him. Now, that's wild enough on its own, but conspiracy theorists led by Natra Ray, an essential oil saleswoman who claims to be an independent journalist, turned this legitimately scandalous backstory into wild fiction about Brigitte secretly being a man named Jean-Michel who stole his sister's identity. And in December 2021, Ray did a YouTube interview with Amandine Roy, a self-professed spiritual medium. And they speculated with no evidence at all that Brigitte Macron is really a man whose name is Jean-Michel Troneau. Now, within hours, that interview spawned a trending hashtag and got 500,000 views. Brigitte Macron and her brother, the real Jean-Michel Troneau, fought back with a defamation lawsuit against Ray and Roy. A Paris court found the 2 women guilty and ordered them to pay damages. But the French appeals court later acquitted them on the grounds that their statements didn't meet the French legal standard for defamation. Brigitte Macron and her brother have appealed that finding to France's highest court. Now, those first defamation cases, though, did nothing to stop the rampant conspiracy theories about Brigitte. Far-right French writer Xavier Possard and others worked to make this fringe theory a worldwide phenomenon. And when Candace Owens heard about it, she was happy to help. Now, Owens is a darling of the far-right. She previously worked as the communications director at Turning Point USA, an organization that advocates for conservative ideas in high schools and colleges. And for a while, she was at the Daily Wire, but when she started peddling anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, that didn't go over too well with the company's founder, Ben Shapiro. Now, according to the Macrons' lawsuit, Owens was the first person to popularize this conspiracy theory in the United States, proclaiming that it was, quote, the biggest political scandal in human history. Now, Owens claimed she'd learned about the conspiracy theory from an article in a conservative newspaper, the Daily Mail. Ironically, that article was meant to debunk the theory, not to support it. But facts be damned, Owens apparently decided to go all in. She declared on Twitter that she would, quote, stake her entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron is in fact a man. And she might get her...
What are you up to, Gum Gum? What's going on? What's my Gum Gum doing? Why don't you come cuddle? Does Gum Gum want to cuddle? Yeah, come cuddle, Gum Gum. Oh, that's a good kitty. Yeah, that's a good kitty. Oh. Oh my God. Oh, that's a good cat.
wish. Now, the secretly a man conspiracy theory is surprisingly popular in the MAGAverse. There's even a name for it, transvestigation. People currently under transvestigation include Michelle Obama, former New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern, Taylor Swift, Lady Gaga, and Serena Williams, giving more fodder to the theory that when they ask what is a woman, they actually have no idea and are just curious. And so after her departure from the Daily Wire, Owens launched her own podcast called Candace and ran with the Brigitte Macron is a man as the fledgling podcast's central focus. Now, throughout the summer of 2024, Owens repeated her claims about Brigitte Macron. She sold t-shirts with a picture of Brigitte as Time Magazine's Man of the Year. She announced that the Macrons are part of a, quote, very small group of elite oligarchs who routinely practice homosexuality and pedophilia, believe in Baphomet, and worship a transgender deity.
I hate the phrase global elite because it sounds so spooky or whatever.
And she cross-pollinated the Macron-related conspiracy theory.
Dude, I don't know why, always, like, if he jumps off of my lap, he just launches off of my testicles.
Series with Alex Jones. In August of 2024, Owens invited Xavier Poussard onto her podcast, where Poussard, who had worked for years to promote the Brigitte is a man conspiracy theory in France, helped Candace really flesh out the nuances of the larger conspiracy. They agreed that the Macrons were perpetrating a fraud regarding Brigitte's identity, and that Emmanuel Macron is being controlled by Brigitte or possibly some larger cabal. They went further and pointed out the close resemblance between Emmanuel Macron and Brigitte's nephew, and implied that the resemblance proves that Brigitte is secretly blood related to Emmanuel, and thus the relationship is also incestuous. Now, when YouTube removed this video for violating its content policies, Candace doubled down, claiming that this was just part of the media conspiracy to cover up pedophilia. So in December of 2024, the Macrons sent Owens a detailed retraction letter filled with evidence debunking Owens' claims.
We missed the letter because they sent it to an inbox that we would have never been checking. It was a very weird inbox, like where you would go to return a t-shirt. And because we missed that.
Yeah, reading between the lines here, I'm guessing that they sent it to her registered agent for service of process. And yeah, that's definitely something that you should be checking, and doesn't bode well that you're not attentive to these kinds of things. And the letter included Brigitte's birth announcement, as well as a bunch of pictures of her as a young girl, a picture of her married to her first husband, and what should have been the coup de grace to the conspiracy theory that Brigitte is secretly a man, a reminder that Brigitte had birthed 3 children during her first marriage.
Like you don't have any photos of yourself for 30 years of your life.
But instead of backing down in the face of evidence, Owens decided to create an 8-part series on her podcast exposing all of the Macrons' nefarious lies. But if you find yourself looking down the barrel of a MAGA conspiracy, you might want to remove your online data lest you
Jeez.
theories about the Macrons. Now, in Delaware, where the Macrons eventually filed their defamation lawsuit, defamation typically has 4 elements. First, the defendant made a defamatory statement. Second, the statement concerned the plaintiff. Third, the statement was published. And fourth, a third party would understand the character of the communication as defamatory. Now, while there are exceptions, for a statement to be defamatory, it generally needs to be a verifiable statement of fact as opposed to an unverifiable opinion. And there are a lot of potentially defamatory statements of fact in Owens' conspiracy theory. Because according to this conspiracy theory, Brigitte Macron is actually Jean-Michel Trudeau, and she's a blood relation of Emmanuel Macron. At some point after his gender transition, Jean-Michel stole his sister's identity and began living as Brigitte. Jean-Michel, as 40-year-old Brigitte, then seduced 14-year-old Emmanuel Macron. She apparently seduced Emmanuel because she was grooming him on behalf of a global cabal of pedophile elites who wanted a Manchurian candidate they could control. These elites included the powerful Jewish Rothschild family, who also, according to Owens, practice incest and have a close connection to Emmanuel Macron.
They said that it was just very clear that the hand of Rothschild was on him.
But according to Owens, Brigitte didn't just use seduction to control Emmanuel. She also apparently used mind control, possibly in the form of psychedelics like the US government's experimental MK-Ultra program. MK-Ultra, by the way, was a real program by the United States Central Intelligence Agency that experimented on unsuspecting victims, giving them doses of hallucinogens without their consent and subjecting them to various forms of attempted mind control. In the real world, this program officially ended in 1973. In conspiracy land, it is ongoing and has been used to control puppet leaders of supposedly democratic countries like France.
He is to me like Zelensky. He's totally powerless. There's somebody in the shadows telling him what to do.
But according to Owens, Emmanuel Macron isn't the only leader under the influence of MK-Ultra. As Owens argued in episode 5 of her 8-part series, quote, there are too many similarities between the upbringing of Emmanuel Macron and as we talked about the upbringing of Kamala Harris, the upbringing of Barack Obama, you know, these people being raised by their grandparents at a time when we know that the MK-Ultra program was running and there is something very, very wrong there. Owens also claimed that when so-called journalists began investigating the Macrons' nefarious deeds, the Macrons had them killed. As evidence of this, Owens cited
This is insane. So she's gone like full-on Alex Jones. Has she... I remember she was entertaining flat earth conspiracy theory. I'm not sure if she's a flat earther now, too.
the suicide of one conspiracy theorist. In February of 2025 and on July 1st, 2025, the Macron sent Owens 2 more retraction demand letters. And the lawyer actually had to write the following sentence, quote, Mrs. Macron has always been a woman. She is not President Macron's blood relative, and President Macron was not involved in a mind control program. Owens responded publicly by declaring the quote, we are not getting in line. We've said, file your lawsuits, my friend. So a few weeks later, the Macrons took her up on that invitation. On July 23rd, 2025, the Macrons filed a 219-page complaint against Candace Owens and her 2 businesses in Delaware State Court. The Macrons alleged 22 counts of defamation and false light related to Owens' 8-part podcast series.
You know, Hunter kind of notoriously said, like, we control the courts in Delaware.
Now, why Delaware, you might ask? Well, Owens claimed it's because the Bidens control the Delaware courts, but it's more likely that the Macrons filed there because both of Candace's businesses are organized under Delaware state law. This gives the state courts jurisdiction over Candace and her businesses. The statute of limitations for defamation in Delaware is 2 years, which allows the Macrons to pull in all of Owens' statements about Brigitte, including several things Candace said before she left the Daily Wire. Now, to prove the first element of Delaware defamation law, the Macrons will have to show that Owens' statements were defamatory. To determine this, Delaware courts must consider first whether alleged defamatory statements are expressions of fact or protected expressions of opinion, and second, whether the challenged statements are capable of a defamatory meaning. To determine if a statement is defamatory, a judge will look at both the words and the context in which they're published. Now, Candace Owens will have a hard time claiming that her words were mere opinion, especially when she's she says things like, quote, I would stake my entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron is in fact a man. Now, Owens isn't claiming to be professing an opinion, and she's claiming that it's a fact that Brigitte Macron is a man. Now, while being a man or being transgender does not necessarily carry negative connotations sufficient to qualify as defamatory, the context in which Candace Owens made these statements matters. Owens claimed that in order to falsely assume a female identity, Brigitte had stolen someone else's identity and that she was perpetrating a fraud on the French people. That certainly seems to have the implication of dishonesty and perhaps even criminality that would qualify as defamation. Now, the Macrons also argued that it was defamatory when Owens exaggerated their age gap, arguing that Owens, quote, lied about the age difference between the Macrons, claiming that Emmanuel was 14 and that Brigitte was 40 when they met. Now, those numbers are maybe not as far off as we would like them to be, but they are wrong. And according to the Macrons' own public statements, he was 15 and she was 39 when they met and potentially became romantically involved. And the question of whether he was 14 or 15 would be legally relevant under France's current law, which sets the age of consent at 15. But the law was only put in place in 2021. Before 2021, an adult could have relations with a 14-year-old, and as long as there was no physical force or threat, it wasn't legally considered statutory rape. It was a lesser charge. Under the older French law, though, even if Emmanuel was 15, any sexual relationship with Brigitte would still have been illegal under a lesser charge. That's because as a teacher, she was in a position of authority over him, and when a person is in a position of authority, the age of consent is higher. But it's a little strange that the Macrons carved out some space in the complaint to single out this single factual dispute, because whether he was 14 or 15 probably wouldn't matter to the reasonable observer, and likely doesn't matter legally here in the United States. It just calls more attention to the legitimately scandalous beginning of their relationship. Now, the second element seems pretty straightforward, that the statements were about the plaintiffs. Here, Candace helpfully named her podcast series Becoming Brigitte, and she name checks the Macrons whenever possible. To establish the third element of defamation in Delaware, the Macrons need to show that the defamatory language was published to a third party. This is why several paragraphs of the complaint detail how big Owens' audience is and how many platforms carried her series about the Macrons. Candace wasn't just writing mean things about the Macrons in her personal journal, she was working hard to publicize her defamatory statements to an audience of millions. She even went on other people's shows and podcasts to expand her reach. And her strategy worked. Even Joe Rogan, one of the most listened to and most credulous podcasters in the world, discussed Owens' claims and said that he believed them.
She's got a 6-hour presentation on how Brigitte Macron is a man. I mean, it's fucking 6 hours plus long.
I don't know if she's even kind of right about that.
I think she's right.
But she's got a lot of shit to say on it.
Bro, she would be getting sued right now instead of trying to bribe her. Instead of trying to give her money to shut the fuck up,
yeah,
they would sue her.
Yeah, no, you're probably right about that.
So here, Owens clearly shared her defamatory statements with not only a third party, but a huge audience, which leaves the...
They might actually have a case here. Candace Owens might actually be on the hook. Yeah, she said that, and now she doesn't believe in gravity. Alright, well, yeah, she's... It's weird how these people are taken seriously.
Fourth element, the Macrons will need to prove that a third party would understand the...
What do I think of Macron's wife? I think she's past her Best By date.
Character of the communication as defamatory. Now, this doesn't mean that they have to prove that Owens herself would have to understand that her statements were defamatory. Owens can't escape liability just by claiming, for instance, that she thought her words were just opinions, or that she believed that they were true, or she doesn't think that it's a bad thing. But she might try the tactic that Alex Jones tried in one of his defamation trials, claiming that no reasonable person would actually believe that she was being serious when she said those things. But under Delaware law, it's unlikely to work because it doesn't matter if she thought that the statements were defamatory, it matters if an average third party would. In Delaware, a plaintiff must only prove that a neutral third party would understand the nature of the statements as defamatory. And it seems pretty likely that most reasonable people would recognize that accusing someone of murdering journalists and being part of a global cabal of mind-controlling incestuous pedophiles who kill their sisters and take over their bodies as pretty defamatory. But the Macrons shouldn't break out the French champagne yet. Even if they can prove these four elements, they've got an uphill legal battle in front of them. Now, as we've talked about many times on this channel, the US law has to balance free speech with, defamation law. So of course the United States have set a high standard for defamation, particularly when the derogatory comments are directed at public figures. So in Delaware, when the plaintiff is a public figure, they have to show two additional elements: that the statement is false.
Son Goku, don't need $2, bro. React to this.
An entire...
I can't watch Dr. Phil, dude. I'm gonna get copyrighted. Is he just gonna say kids are not working hard enough and they're whiny complainers and they think they deserve, like, a 6-figure salary, their first job?
As opposed to depression or to 43, our home ownership.
Yeah, that topic doesn't seem too interesting to me to begin with, but there's no way I'm going to be able to watch that. The stream's going to get taken down. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
And that the defendant made the statement with actual malice. Now, these extra elements are required because of the landmark Supreme Court case of New York Times versus Sullivan. In 1960, the Times ran an advertisement criticizing the Montgomery, Alabama police for their treatment of civil rights protesters, including Martin Luther King Jr. The ad contained several minor factual inaccuracies, including how many times King had been arrested during the protests and what song the protesters had sung. Based on those inaccuracies, Montgomery County Police Commissioner L.B. Sullivan sued the Times, claiming defamation. Now, after two lower courts ruled against the Times, the Supreme Court stepped in. The Supreme Court ruled unanimously in favor of the Times. The court held that the definition of defamation has to be narrow because the, quote, profound national commitment to the principle that debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust, and wide open. Even if that debate it includes, quote, vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasant sharp attacks on government and public officials, it still needs to be protected. To ensure that speech was adequately protected, the court created the requirement that if a public official wants to claim defamation, they have to show actual malice. Now, in defamation law, as we've talked about many times before, malice doesn't mean malicious intent. It means that the defendant had knowledge of the falsity of the claim or acted in gross recklessness. And in Curtis Publishing Co. versus Butts and other later cases, the Supreme Court expanded the high bar for defamation claims to all public figures, not just public officials. This includes celebrities, prominent people, or anyone who knowingly inserts themselves into a public controversy. So an ordinary person can even be a limited purpose public figure if they voluntarily inject themselves or are drawn into a particular public controversy. But when someone is classified as a public figure, it becomes much more difficult for them to win a defamation case. Now, Emmanuel Macron, as president of France, is certainly a public official and a public figure. And while a court might not consider all family members of politicians to be public figures per se, Brigitte's actions would likely qualify her as a public figure. And courts will often look at whether a person has given public interviews or otherwise put themselves in the public eye. One Delaware court in Martin versus Widener School of Law, for instance, found that a law student who voluntarily did an interview with a newspaper about his dispute with his law school had made himself a limited purpose public figure related to that dispute. Now, Brigitte is often by her husband's side at public and political events, and according to the Macron's complaint, quote, Mrs. Macron joined her husband on the campaign trail acting as a central figure and key advisor to his campaign. The complaint also acknowledges that, quote, Mrs. Macron represents France in diplomatic settings, supports charitable causes, and engages in initiatives related to education, health, disability, and child protection. So as a public figure, she's going to have to demonstrate that Candace Owens acted with actual malice.
Obviously, if you're going to prove actual malice, you have to present to the court, which is, it's obviously a very high bar that's been set, which I don't necessarily even agree with that bar, by the way, New York Times versus Sullivan set. But obviously, you have to prove that I acted, I knew the truth, and I acted.
That's exactly right.
And under Delaware law, that means the Macrons will have to show that Owens either knew her claims were untrue or that she acted with gross recklessness. And recklessness is part of that standard to prevent someone from being able to defeat a defamation claim by just sticking their head in the sand and ignoring all of the contrary evidence, which is probably one of the reasons that the Macrons sent 3 letters explicitly debunking her claims. And in the complaint, the Macrons recount the contents of those letters, which include written statements debunking Owens' claims, as well as evidence like pictures of Brigitte as a child, Brigitte's birth announcement, and photos of her first wedding, demonstrating that she is and always has been female. And the Macrons also reference the numerous times that Owens ignored contrary evidence as she peddled her conspiracy theories. This could help demonstrate that even if Owens truly believed that her claims were accurate, she's still acting with gross recklessness by disregarding all of the evidence to the contrary. There's still the question, though, of who will have the burden of demonstrating whether Owens' claims were true or false. Truth is a widely accepted defense to any defamation claim, and if something is true, it cannot, generally speaking, by legal definition, be defamatory. Now, traditionally, the defendant has had the burden of proving that their statements were actually true, but after New York Times versus Sullivan, courts began to reconsider who should carry the burden when the plaintiff is a public figure and the defendant is a member of the media. In Philadelphia Newspapers versus Hepps, the Supreme Court considered the case of Maurice Hepps, the owner of a chain of stores. The Philadelphia Inquirer had published a series of articles linking the stores and Hepps to organized crime and accusing Hepps of using his organized crime connections to influence the legislature. Hepps sued for defamation. Now, at the time, Pennsylvania state law put the burden on the newspapers to demonstrate that his claims were true. The Supreme Court declared that this burden was an unconstitutional infringement on free speech and instead placed the burden on Hepps. The court concluded that, quote, to ensure that true speech on matters of public concern is not deterred, we hold that the common law presumption that defamatory speech is false cannot stand when a plaintiff seeks damages against a media defendant for speech of public concern. And the case turned partly on the fact that the defendant was a member of the media, which raises the interesting question, is Candace Owens a member of the media? Is this a matter of public concern? Owens holds herself out as an independent journalist, even claiming that the Macron's lawsuit is, quote, a foreign government attacking the First Amendment rights of an American independent journalist. Though plaintiffs seem to be teeing up the argument that Owens actually isn't a journalist. In their complaint, they argue that Owens was, quote, motivated by personal animus rather than any legitimate journalistic practice, and say that, quote, Owens labels herself as an independent investigative journalist while routinely peddling misinformation under the guise of legitimate reporting. So if the Macrons can get the court to agree that Owens isn't actually a member of the media, they might be able to shift the onus back to Owens so that she would have to prove the truth of her statements. Now that would be a novel and interesting legal argument that would increase the chances of their prevailing, and at the minimum make it more expensive for Owens. But it's likely that if the court accepts that Owens is in fact a member of the media, as opposed to just a conspiracy theorist and opportunist, the onus would be on the Macrons to prove that Owens' statements were false, which is probably why...
No, Gum. What are you doing? Gummy. Why doesn't Charles Xavier from X-Men take test if he's the smartest mutant? I don't know if he's the smartest. Perhaps the wisest? But, I don't know, maybe he doesn't... Maybe he's just not on his alpha male grind set, you know?
The Macrons spent about 100 pages of their 219-page complaint laying out what Candace's claims were and why they're demonstrably false. Though either way, Candace Owens is already using this as an opportunity to fundraise.
Will Wallace writes, I'm also a sponsor. I'm going to sponsor you right into winning this case. We have to let the world know not to mess with Americans, especially our women and children. Thank you guys. And we have seen this, there's definitely an uptick in donations.
And frankly, I would love to find out who's representing her in this suit because she is doing everything you don't want a client to do, starting with doing a 2-hour interview with Tucker Carlson. In the relevant portion of this interview, she says that she's not going to dismiss this suit or not going to even try to dismiss this suit to try to get discovery against the Macrons.
So you're not going to try to have the case dismissed?
I certainly do not want to have a case dismissed.
Amazing.
Yeah, and so we're having these
guys, I just want to blinger on this for a moment, having been around a lot of lawsuits.
It's probably not a good idea.
I've never heard anybody sued, particularly.
Gummy, what are you
they're spending a lot of money on this.
Stop.
Because Tom Clare and his wife have big expenses, and I think they charge a lot.
Stop.
I've never heard anybody say, I don't want a well-funded case against me to be dismissed.
And that's one of those things that you say that's like, I'm going to take this all the way to the Supreme Court. Sure, I appreciate your gusto, but it's easy to say that at the beginning of the litigation, but when the bills start coming in, everyone has a different tune. Now, maybe the worst kind of client is the one that does their own research and comes to the wrong conclusion, but maybe the second worst kind of client is the one that has no idea, but assumes things are the other way. And Candace appears to be one of those people. She didn't know that any of this stuff is possible, but's finding out in real time.
I didn't even know how we could sue, actually. I thought that you could only sue in I just am learning with everybody else.
That's amazing.
How this is going to work.
Yeah, this kind of thing has totally happened before. There are all kinds of examples of people who are foreign citizens who have sued for defamation in the United States because, you know, that's where the defamation happened. And there have been some pretty big payouts, including relatively recently a $8 million payout in Washington, D.C. This case called Chandler versus Berlin, where a man from New Zealand sued in the United States over publications that happened in the UK. That ultimately led to the second largest defamation verdict in Washington, D.C. history. Yeah, the courts in the United States are perfectly capable of dealing with citizens from other countries. Owen seems baffled that anyone would file suit in Delaware.
Because they did file in Delaware, and it is a place where we know that the courts are corrupt, but this would be a kind of precedent that would be, I think, almost even too crazy for Delaware.
Well, yeah, that's where her companies are domiciled. It is a totally normal thing to sue a defendant where they're located. And guess what? It's totally normal in the United States to file your articles of incorporation in Delaware. And on top of it, I don't think Owens has a good grasp of how civil procedure works. She talks about asking an attorney or defendants questions in a deposition of herself.
Do you want that to be your legacy? I ask him that genuinely. Like, I hope that we do get to court and I get to ask him that face to face. Maybe he's deposing me and I get to ask him, like, is the money worth it?
That's not
how that works.
Depositions work. When you're being deposed, you're the one that's going to have to answer all of the questions. And you can try to ask questions of other people, but you're not going to get a response. And of course, she says she doesn't care about the money and that she has truth on her side.
You're talking about a sitting president of another country coming in and saying, I'm going to sue you for telling the truth.
I am skeptical that she has the truth on her side. Extremely, extremely skeptical. But it's very easy to say that you don't care about money, you know, until the lawyers' bills start pouring in. And ultimately, if there's a multi-million-dollar verdict against you, I think you're going to start caring about the money at that point. And look, this is not going to be the easiest case for the Macrons to win, but Candace Owens seems to be doing absolutely everything that she can between publicizing the allegations, between giving interviews post-lawsuit, and making every kind of incriminating statement you could possibly make in the context of a defamation suit. She's doing everything that she possibly can to give this to the Macrons. But there's always this Streisand effect. So far, it seems like the Macrons' lawsuit has backfired, making them and the conspiracies about them even more of a topic of conversation. And Owens certainly hasn't stopped talking about it. She's already posted several more hours of videos and podcasts doubling down on all of her conspiracy theories about the Macrons and even expanding the mythology a little bit more.
What's going on in France? Brigitte Macron, Emmanuel suing Candace Owens because she's getting close to finding out what exactly. Reaching a bit of a fever pit.
And there it is. Bingo. Congratulations. And I'm sorry for playing MAGA bingo. Now, if you're the subject of MAGA bingo and a defamatory MAGA conspiracy, you're going to want
I hope the Macrons are able to sue her ass. All right, more Mutahar, dumb, stupid, retard, lying horseshit. Some interesting updates. So Nicandros uploaded his new video.
I'm Nicandros. You may have seen my previous video. Mutahar's been a fake engineer for 10 years. The video's been way more successful than I ever expected. I assumed it would simmer in the background for a month before I released my big video, but it blew up instantly, and Mutahar has responded. In the video, I exposed Mutahar for giving inconsistent statements about his educational background and qualifications. Did he go to university for computer engineering or computer science? Did he drop out after a semester, or does he leave it open to leave his audience to conclude he graduated? Sometimes he'll talk about STEM degrees while claiming to be an engineer and therefore biased in favor of them, despite the fact that he has no such degree.
Is it bad if you don't get a STEM degree? Look, I'm gonna sound biased as fuck, but STEM degrees all the way. I'm gonna sound biased because, you know, as an engineer, like, you know, you want to get the degree that's gonna get you a job, you know, a good job. Not saying other degrees can't, but like, you gotta be smart.
If he wasn't trying to be deceptive, why didn't he say, I don't have a degree, but I'm still an engineer? By the way, it does seem to be the case that merely holding yourself out to the public as an engineer is a violation of the law in Ontario where Mutahar lives. As Professional Engineers Ontario, a self-regulatory body, not a random engineer labor union.
Don't watch the video, basically just reiterates all the points he already made. Then at the end he says it's okay for the government to censor the internet. You mean Nicandros' video?
Union has fined a politician in 2016 for introducing himself as an engineer on television when he wasn't a licensed engineer. Do note that this person used to be a fully licensed engineer, degree-holding professional engineer, But because he was no longer licensed, he lost the right to call himself an engineer. There is no jail time for breaking this law, only a fine if you refuse to cease misusing this protected title. Despite admitting at points that he was a former engineer, that he was a dropout, Mutahar was introducing himself as an engineer as recently as June of 2025. A videography diploma, he worked as a video editor, but in 2019 he began calling himself not just an engineer, blue-collar computer programming, before he switched to calling it engineering in 2015, and that term stuck with him for 10 years, misleading millions of people into perceiving him as far more qualified and educated than he was. Others have pointed out that he used his credibility to following this quite closely behind the scenes. Now he's on them not knowing anything about the situation, and he's omitting massive amounts of context in
myself to, I guess programmer or a fat Indian guy that knows a bit about computers. That's what I'll leave it at. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Now again, I think that's great. Now, if you feel offended, if you feel wronged that I called myself an engineer, what
to do with his friends. And he's made a 2-minute response buried 3 minutes into a random 32-minute video. Let's see it.
Now, YouTube's pretty much engineered, I would say, in their mind, it seems a pretty foolproof way of isolating kiddies from adults. Now, I use the E word over there, and I want to just start talking a little bit. I know there's been some drama, and I want to kind of address things here really quickly. So, obviously, I have been calling myself an engineer, in some cases a programmer, a cybersecurity engineer, whatever you can call it. And, I apparently have also been a dropout, which I don't hide. Now, obviously, me being a dropout, I don't have a degree, so I'm not a certified or licensed engineer. Now, I made a lot of videos in the past where I've taught you guys about computer safety, cybersecurity, a lot of this stuff, and I think that content stands up on its own. And I believe it actually can be used, and people have learned from it, and I think that's great. Now, if you feel offended, if you feel wronged...
So again, this is like me saying I'm a medical doctor, and then giving a bunch of advice on, like, medications. And then it turns out I'm not a medical doctor, and I was lying the whole time. And then I go out and say, well, I was gonna go to medical school, but, like, I dropped out and I didn't want to do it anymore. But, I think all the content that I made was really informative and helped a lot of people. And when I said I was a medical doctor, I meant, like, I'm not a real medical doctor, but I kind of, like, do stuff that medical doctors do. That would not be a justifiable excuse. The fundamental issue here is he flat out, blatantly lied about his credentials. And, we live in a society where we can't possess all knowledge. So we kind of have to, rely on expertise for certain things. And if somebody's going to call themselves a doctor or an engineer or, a licensed mechanic or plumber, and we don't know anything about those topics, but we need some advice on those topics, well, it's a fucking problem when some random fucking Indian dude who dropped out of school, only went to, like, some film college, and then makes shitty YouTube videos, claims to be a fucking engineer, and then gives advice on, like, programming or cybersecurity and all this other kind of shit. Who knows if some of the advice you said was extremely fucking dangerous or stupid or wrong and could make somebody do something dumb or dangerous or fuck their lives up, or who the fuck knows. So, yeah, Mutahar's a fucking cunt. He flat out lied, and he's just trying to sweep this under the rug and act like it's not a big fucking deal.
WTF, you casually said Finn died? What happened? Also, Vince hates Tash and is jealous that she gets attention for spreading her legs.
I don't particularly like Tash either. She's drunk the fucking TikTok Kool-Aid and she's claiming Israel's committing a fucking genocide and shit. She's an idiot. But I've mentioned... I think I told everybody that Finn died like a month ago. You probably just didn't hear it. Let me take a look. Thanks for the donation, Anita Dick.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. It is Wednesday afternoon. Reason for the video is, well, let's go ahead and review 2 of Tasha's videos that, I really need to educate her, as well as some of the other bleeding heart vegans that are out there. So we'll start with one. I'm going to cut off the music. Now, here she is dancing with, I believe, vegan burgers and vegan bacon and vegan banana bread and stuff like that. Obviously, she's gotten a little bit fat, so she probably needs to get on the treadmill for a little bit, but no worries.
Yeah, of all people.
It's probably due to her non-milk-based products from sucking. Well, anyway. Now, first off, that's a very stupid getup, but in any event,
Finn just got really old. I think he was 11 or 12 years old and just had really serious health problems. And then his body just gave up on him, and then Jasmine had to euthanize him.
Folks, when it comes to vegan bacon and vegan products there are a ton of preservatives and synthetic ingredients in any type of vegan products, especially vegan bacon. Vegan bacon has tons of synthetic products as well as burgers. You know what the worst thing about it is? It doesn't even taste like actual bacon. What's the ingredients of bacon? It's just pork, salt, curing agents, and other flavors and seasonings, and stuff. Whenever I was a practicing vegan many moons ago, I would never eat this type of stuff. I would stick with beans and other stuff that are legitimately vegan. It's the same with these Beyond Burgers. I can't figure out why people are eating this crap. The best vegan burger out there, and they got a really good restaurant out here in Greenville, they don't use Beyond Burgers. It's rated #1 in Greenville, South Carolina, and they just use a regular vegetable patty there, with corn and stuff in it there. The thing about it is that the key to their burger is, make it to taste like a vegetable burger. It doesn't need to taste like meat. It just needs to taste good. That's it. I mean, I'm having a vegan lunch today, actually, no meat whatsoever. And you know what I'm actually having? Am I having a imitation bacon or imitation burger? No. I'm having a bean burrito, okay? There's no vegan cheese on it, just a bean burrito with a tortilla on it and stuff. That's it. That's all, baby. That's SportsCenter. Some lettuce on there, too. That's actual real vegan food, okay? You don't need any of this other fancy stuff. A vegan booty up there promoting this